Okay. Okay. Karibu, habari, and asante for being here. Welcome to Deprogramming the African Mind with your host, Tanzan. As always, before we begin, with a prayer to the ancestors to guide our conversation, to give us insight, enlightenment, to share information, and to receive it graciously. So, welcome, Karibu. Today we are talking about metaphysical and romantic scams. Before we begin, we have to say, what is a scam? Just a summary of the things that we have talked about. We talked about, the cults, the programming, and some of the methods that are used, some of the characteristics of a cult leader, and one of the ways of identifying a harmful one of the ways of identifying, cult recruits, and so on. But today we are going to talk about scams. So, what is a scam? Well, scamming is basically when somebody leads you to think that you're getting something that you're not. So, usually these are financial scams. It could be religious scams. It could be a cult is really a scam when you think about it, because it's convincing a group of people that you are somehow, the leader, or somehow bestowed with certain gifts that lead you to, to demand certain things of your members or congregation, and that's where the exploitation begins. So when you convince people that you have a special message, or you are somewhat a divine being, or you're gifted with something that is different from others, then that's where the cult leader mentality comes from. The cult follower mentality comes from believing that somebody is possessed of gifts that are divine and better than you. Habari Focused, brother Focused is here. Habari Ndugu, you are the very first. You should get a prize. But karibu. So, yeah, so we're talking about scams. We're talking about and scams as relates to cults. Well, how is by now I think we all know a cult. We all know the cult characteristics. There's usually a leader, but they can be leaderless. They convince their members that they have certain gifts or certain powers, and it's the three things: this mystery, it's magic, miracles, magic or mystery, and authority. So if you have those three, we call them the MMA. If once you have you have the mystery, it starts with the mystery. It starts with somebody believing that they are somewhat special, that they have something that other people don't have. So that's the mystery part. Either, you were born in a mysterious way, or, you were bestowed by gifts, or there was a prophecy or something about you that is different from other mortal beings. So you have to have that mystery, or you have to have some kind of, demonstrably different, remarkable thing about you. You were born with a star, in the shape of a moon or whatever it is. So there's always a bit of mystery in the leader. And the magic, that's the part of the mystery, is to make people, confused or not quite sure of what you are. So then there is there's the miracle as well. So when you have a mystery, something that is special about you, something that gives you special divine, forces, divine, you're somehow chosen, you are destined, and that's where you get all these films about the chosen one, about this special person, this person who's gifted or who has certain powers that is different from people. That also is part of that cultification. And then you also have the miracle, somebody who is born with this mysterious gift, they perform a certain miracle, they can turn water into wine or whatever. They can turn, they can upend the physical laws of the world. And so that gives them the mystery. So the miracle is having power over nature, or being able to, to do something that is different. So that gives people that awe and respect. So the effect of the mystery is usually to gain and attract people, the curiosity. The power of the miracle is to, to awe people, to once someone is curious, versus skeptical. Once they're curious, and then you give them, a demonstration of something spectacular, then they will be in awe. So you already got their curiosity. Now you get their awe or admiration. And then the third thing is the easy part. Well, maybe not so easy, but now is the authority. Once you have the people's curiosity, you have their awe or their reverence. The third thing is to exercise authority. So you give yourself authority. The leader becomes, the expert, or the, somebody who has authority to inflict punishment, or hand out rewards, and so on. So once that authority is taken or given or accepted by the members, then, we have a full-blown cult. Hello, Waiton. Good to have you in the house. Habari. Yeah, welcome. Karibu is welcome. So, just summarizing, the cult aspects, and, relating cults to, to what we're going to talk about, the idea of scams. So, a cult, as we said, has the leader. There's mystery, there's the miracles, and there's authority. And, with the followers, you have the curiosity, you have the awe or reverence, and then you have the submission, compliance. I'll say compliance at this time, because it's not usually like full submission. It's usually compliance. They're obedient to the authority of the person. So, having said that, what does that have to do with scams? And I would say this, that a scammer, the difference between a scammer and a cult leader, a false cult leader. I know that on the Metro show we did talk about some good cults, and there are good ones. Not so many modern good ones, but there are some good ones. If your aim and vision is for something good to help your members, then it's usually not a terrible cult. What makes cults harmful is that exploitative aspect of it, where they go from the miracle, from the MMA, the miracle, the magic, and the mystery, and then they go to the authority, and that authority is usually, yeah, when they say power corrupts, it really does, because a lot of people who find themselves in positions of authority over other human beings, they don't exercise this benevolently. So, that's what corrupts. Sometimes it can start as a unifying, or something that is supposed to help the people, but in time it changes and evolves into something else. So, yay, Amani, Oni, thank you for joining us, and karibu. So, so you have your cults, and they have their followers. They have that. They know the mentality of the people. In order to lead people, you have to know them. You have to know their minds. You have to know their needs and wants, as well as what you want. But knowing your followers, or your employees, or the people who you want to reach out, that it helps you in being able to not manipulate them, to exercise the authority. Let's say that. Now, a cult leader wants power and authority. A scammer just wants your money. They want something else from you. They don't necessarily, want that. They want their power for as long as they can get what they want from you. So a cult leader simply wants, well, he wants everything, but he wants everything from you, your worship, admiration, and all that. But also, that aspect of deifying them, or making them bigger than that. Scammers don't care if you think that they're low lives, if you think that they're this. Once they get what they want, their reputation is not so much their concern. So let us let us look a little bit at scamming. This is called Sweet Little Lies. And basically it talks about why we fall, prey to scams, why we fall into this mental, into this mental shackles and traps, why why we fall for these things when we think that we are so much, more sophisticated than that. And like I said the last time, that people think that it's only the maybe the ignorant or the slow or people who don't know very well who fall for these things. But in actuality, anybody can fall for scams and for scammers, but mostly for scams. So I'll go ahead and read a bit of the article and then we'll discuss. So it says, scams nowadays are everywhere. They're in our spam folders. They are from mega churches to, we live in a fantasy of security, and that the system that in which we live and which lives through us does not work. Every step that is added to the verification process only binds us closer to another screen. So last week we talked about social programming, and social programming involves being able to influence the masses of people to act in a certain way. That is involves both propaganda, it involves marketing, it involves psychology. So being able to influence how people act, not just how they think. Well, thinking is the first part, that was part of the, it's the mental programming, but being able to influence how people act, that's the social programming aspect of it. And that's more powerful and useful, especially when it comes to what people purchase, what they use their time on, what they, how they live and so on, where they live. So social engineering has a lot of use, especially for governments, corporations, and so on. And so we think that we're in a secure system, but even when it comes to the online security, every step that's added to the verification process only binds us closest to another screen. So when you set up your password, the hackers also set up ways to be able to decode your numbers and your capitals. Now you have to make it more complicated and so on. So it's a rabbit, a dog chasing its own tail kind of thing. The more you try to be secure, the more people try to get into to break your security. And just because you're paranoid. So it says, just because you're paranoid, ours is not the first era to be enamored by scams. Hustlers loomed large in the 19th century American imagination. In Confidence, Men and Painted Women, the author did a tidy business in pamphlets that informed the wealthy on how to spot the devious thing hiding in the midst. People who dressed like them, spoke like them, and could even hold the appropriate knife in the appropriate hand to cut the fish, just like them. So one way that the people knew how to tell, let's say you're from an affluent society, one way to tell that somebody is not from your class is how they conduct themselves. If they don't know, certain phrases, if they don't know how to, practice a certain etiquette, then that should be usually a tell on them, and then you could know that this person is not from, from your caste, so to speak. But the other thing that, in the system that they lived in, everybody was always trying to, that upward mobility myth, that idea that you can always go up or climb up the social ladder. And so people worked hard, the people from the lower classes, they worked hard to, emulate their betters, as they call them. So, and in other ways, some of the ways they wanted to, earn as much as them, work hard and reach that social level. And on the other hand, also they wanted to, to be like the upper classes. They wanted to fit in. So the people who wanted to scam, especially the rich, they wanted to be able to know how to conduct themselves, how to not get spotted, in other words. So you'd practice the mannerisms, you'd practice getting into where they are, where the rich people were, and so on. And so publishers printed, while they were trying to warn the rich people against these poor people, who was trying to get into the, into the circles, so to speak. They're also warning, not warning, but they're also helping the poor people get into the rich people's circles. So on one hand, they're telling the people, look, these poor people are trying to become, like you, and they're trying to con you into thinking that they're one of you. And then they're telling the poor people, look, this is how you pretend and you fake it until you make it into the higher circles. So, even this fake it till you make it thing, it's not new. It's something that we hate, putting ourselves in that, collective basket. But, being able to pretend to be something that you're not, so that you can get into, you can get what you want. That one is not a new thing. It started a long time ago. So there was people who were told how to spot a con man, and, taught the poor how to con, into socially becoming part of the rich. So Melvin wrote the book about this scam anxiety, where, the rich people are always afraid that somebody was going to trick them, some poor person was going to trick them. And Melvin, from Moby Dick, I think you know him, Melvin. He had Melville, sorry. Moby Dick, he wrote Moby Dick, that was his most famous work, but Moby Dick delved into the visceral horrors of the commodity supply chain, while the other novel, his final novel, The Confidence Man, is Twin Spectre. And it talks about the steamer Fidel on April Fool's Day. And then it's a ship that sails from Mississippi to St. Louis to New Orleans, and he narrates a series of deception. It's hard to tell whether the ship's passengers are hustlers or folks honestly plying a trade. The confidence man may be a singular man donning various disguises, or a multitude of hucksters in a world swarming with them. Is the beggar really disabled? Does the peddler believe that the tonics genuinely work? Will an investment in the Black Rapids Coal Company yield returns, or is it a paper fiction? Is it the world's charity a utopian scheme to solve global poverty, or a flim-flam on a grand scale? And that might the man preaching trust be the most dreadful of all. So you see that the result of this social upward mobility also, it also engenders a lot of distrust between the classes. It tells the poor people that they can one day, if they pretend to be rich, that they can one day be rich and make it. And it also tells, the poor people that this, it tells the rich people that these people are trying to get you, that these poor people are trying to get and claw at your riches, and trying to steal your riches with their, their pleas, their beggings, their so on. So it made the rich suspicious of the poor, and it made the poor, try to deceive the rich. So it made the poor people deceptive, and it made the rich people suspicious. So this is what happened, in the 19th century, when, this great country was being, experiencing the Industrial Revolution, and there was almost a unification of a globalization, let's say, of certain practices. So let's see about the psychology of scammers. What do Bernie Madoff, Elizabeth Holmes, and a Nigerian prince have in common? It sounds like a bad joke, but it's actually an observation about human psychology and criminal activity. Bernie Madoff notoriously defrauded clients for decades. Elizabeth Holmes built and then lied about a blood testing device. And the Nigerian Prince Kim is an infamous example of an online scam system. These examples are just the tip of the iceberg, and it leaves us wondering about the type of person who put so much effort into defrauding others. So you have to ask yourself, what does somebody, how does somebody just sit down and think of, lying to people? It's one thing to think about, doing a business, one thing to think about, starting, looking for a job. But, these people, they took just three, random ones, but obviously there's a lot of scams out there. So what is a scam? What constitutes a scam? It's a fraudulent or deceptive act of operation. To give you the massive scope of the scamming industry, the United States government lists 11 categories of active scams and frauds. It's even one worse when you learn that each category includes multiple subcategories. So, sometimes we think that, that we Africans are number one in scamming. Oh, no, we're just learning. We're amateurs when it comes to this. Oh, Amani, MG2, good to have you. Good to have you. Thank you for joining. Okay. So we are on the scammers today. The last couple of weeks, we have been deprogramming ourselves from the cults. But today we're talking about scams. Now, cults, we are in a massive, big umbrella cult, but it's the hidden hand, it's the dominant society, it's the people out there, it's random people, but we all know who they are. So that's the big overarching cult. But a scam is sort of like a lower level. The psychology behind scams and cults is similar, but the end is the difference. That a cultist wants to exploit you for a long time. They want that, but they also want that personal ego verification. A scammer doesn't care what you think of them. Just give me the money and we're good. So that's the difference. So let's look at the psychology behind a scam. So the complexity of running a scam. This is somebody similar to a cult leader, somebody who says, okay, I am going to get one over on my fellow human beings. It's sort of like a criminals. They're all criminally minded, they're all people who have one thing in common, that they want to exploit other people. They're fully aware that they're going to do so, and they have no qualms about it at all. So in a way, it's sort of, psychopathic, because most of the time we humans are supposed to be empathetic, or at least, civil to other human beings. But, these people, they don't care. So scams are not simple or easy to spot. Just like a cult is not easy to spot when you're in one. Scammers craft complex operations using multiple tactics to lure victims into complacency and acceptance. So the first thing that we look at when you look at a scam is, what is the mentality of these people? What makes somebody say, well, today I am tired of this honest work. I want to start taking advantage of my fellow people, and I know that they're stupid enough for me to take advantage of them. So that's what I'm going to do. And so the first thing is reciprocity. These English words. Reciprocity. So what the scammer does is, it involves free gifts or assistance. So they give you something, they give you, whether it's a compliment, they give you, a gift and says, look, or the famous one, they tell you, we will put some good faith money into your account that, shows you that we are trustworthy. And, when you see your account, having that, those numbers go up, you're like, oh, that's wonderful. So you're already, let's say, softened up. The other one that they use is peer pressure. And it says that peer pressure doesn't fade with maturity as much as we think. Scammers like to use social proof. They'll tell you, oh, everybody is doing it, especially when it comes to the young people. But this is everywhere. Like they said, it's not just young people. Even old people, they'll tell you, oh, what's his name who died? Alex Trebek is selling, I don't know, life insurance. The fact that, and 5 out of 6 dentists agree that, this toothpaste is just the best. And so that all your friends are doing it, that sort of thing. So that still goes on even until adulthood, depending on what peers one finds themselves in. Authority, that's another scam complexity that they use. Authority figures tend to evoke certain responses. So late night nowadays, I don't think there's late night TV, but when there was late night TV, you'd find all those late commercials when they would be trying to sell you something, and if it was like a cream or a body product, or something to help you with some physical thing, it will be, you'd have a doctor there in their white lab coats. So you associate the court, the lab court, with a with a certain authority, medical authority, and so that's a great way to get people to commit. And that's a second one. Commitment is a popular ploy if a scammer can get you to agree to one thing early, even if it's just giving them a listening ear. So sometimes cult leaders, they want the worship, but what scammers want is that they want you to give them something. So sometimes you might think, oh well, I'm just listening to them, I'm not going to get suckered into buying one of those homes. What do you call them, the ride share homes, the free share homes? I can't remember those ones that you get like 2 weeks a year, but you have to tell them in advance, and so on and so forth. So once you start even listening to someone, you think, oh, I'm just browsing, I'm just window shopping. But even window shopping, they've already got you one way or another. And then scammers have charming personality and good looks. They help. They not always, don't say all, yeah, timeshare, thank you. Thank you, on the timeshares. Yeah. And I'm not saying that all timeshares are, are scams and so on. I have no idea about this timeshares, but I know that they're a common scam. Okay, let's take a minute. Yeah, I think now we have a few people in. Thank you to Focused. Yes, Focused was the first. Ndugu Focused was the first one in the house. Good to have you. The revolutionary matron Learning Curve also joined us. Thank you for being here. Oni is here. Yes, of course, the pro-Black perspective is here. And of course, MG2 is here. How do I turn these notifications off? Okay. So, in any case, yes, there you go. So, in any case, scammer, you just need to, to first get your victim, so to speak, to give you something, even if it's just a word, even if it's just attention, even if it's just a listening ear. That's the first thing. Then you get them to, view you as an authority, or you bring an authority figure. Then once you get them to commit, then you just use your charming personality and good looks, and there you have it. Now, is coming worth it financially? Yes. So in 2020, Americans lost a staggering 56 billion to scams and frauds. To put it in perspective, Amazon reported a net income of 21.33 billion, and Netflix earned 25 billion in 2020. So that means the scammers made more money than Amazon and Netflix combined during the pandemic. So clearly, successful scammers have the smarts to build the proper schemes, and it's quite lucrative. So in that case, scamming pays. And the best thing, no, I shouldn't just promote it like that. Those timeshares, they get people. Firstly, they just get you to sit down for hours and hours. That's the same tactics that those pyramid schemes also use. I don't know if you had friends who invite you to join a certain scheme where if you get 5 other people, you get paid, and those 5 other people pay 5 other people, and so on and so forth. But yeah, those pyramid schemes. Oh, Oni, what were you saying about the notifications? Because they're driving me crazy. Okay, let me see if I can fix this problem, because it is also annoying me very much. I have my my Discord. You know what? This is why I don't like all these new programs. Oni, he made me join this Discord, which you should all join. It's wonderful. There's a lot of good information on Discord. There's a lot of good discussions, which I hope to join, and it's wonderful and great. Okay. See, just like the matron, technology is not our friend. You have to understand. So, no, I don't even have it on. I do not have it on. It's just doing it on its own. I'm not that savvy technologically, but let me see. Okay, please bear with me. Mute notifications. Okay, that one is muted. Okay, and the other one is the Discord. Oh, I can just close it. Okay, close it. Okay, let's see what. I'm on my computer. I do not promote scams. First and foremost, let's get that clear. Scams are a terrible, terrible thing. You should not scam people, unless you're going to do something good with it. I'm kidding. No, do not scam people. I'm just trying to help you and help each other so that we don't get scammed. That's all I'm trying to do. I have not been scammed yet, and that's because I am naturally, suspicious and paranoid and close-fisted, and you should be paranoid. Paranoia, it saves you from a lot of drama. But okay, I closed it. I don't promote it. I said I'm on the computer. I'm on the computer. Yes. So back to the scammers. Let's see. Okay, can you see? Let's see if this works. Okay, there we go. So yeah, is scamming worth it? Should you scam people? No, you should not. But if you were to, you'd make quite a decent amount of money. Now, peeking into the mind of a scammer, it's one thing to recognize that scams involves lies and deception, but it's another to understand how somebody could defraud another person and just keep going. How can somebody just say, well, you know what, this other fellow people are just dumb and I'm going to take advantage of them? They don't usually stop after one person, suggesting a commitment to the large crowd that's similar to other criminal activities. So the profile of a scammer. Okay, so scammers tend to be male. There you go. So already at least 50% of us are safe. Not from being not from being scammed though, but from being in the scammer population. They have parents with criminal records, okay, and juvenile arrest. So they're basically, criminals in training with criminal families. And usually they grow up in poor, high crime areas. Well, I don't know how true that is because most of the scammers are usually, well, I don't know if they call them scammers. Once you succeed, then you're no longer a scammer. And if you never got caught, then you did good business. So it depends on whether you get caught or not. Their profile divides slightly when you account for the type of scam. For example, online scammers come from impoverished countries with corrupt governments. Hint, hint, India, that's where most of the scammers come from. The combination of corruption and poverty motivates people to carry out scams to survive. Factor in high intelligence and criminal activity in the school or neighborhood, and you have a recipe for cyber deviance. So clever people from a criminal background. Another tendency is narcissistic and antisocial tendencies. The two most prevalent ones are those individuals who fit the above profile run a greater risk of turning towards scamming. When people don't believe that the rules apply to them and then instill that belief in their children, it creates a justification for their behaviors. So it's people who, they know the rules. It's not that they don't know the rules. They know the rules, and they know and they believe that the rules do not apply to them. They're not ignorant. They're not stupid. They're not, just bumbling idiots. They know the rules. They just say that it doesn't apply to them, and that justifies their beliefs and actions. They feel superior to everyone else, and they blame victims who fall for their schemes. They think that if you become a victim, that's your fault, and actually most victims feel that way. And we'll get to it. We'll get to the psychology of the victim. But the scammers, they actually don't feel remorse. They feel that it's your fault, that you're so stupid to get scammed. So yeah. Well, they can be caught, but it's usually not very easy. The principles of scamming. Okay, yeah, I'll teach you. Okay, so let's get into it. They are not scammers. Kenyans are upright, upstanding citizens, and they will not let their reputation be bandied about the internet. Okay, we have our resident, what do you call it? Okay, we're not scammers. That is a lie. And as everyone knows, that Kenyans are very upright, decent people, and that is all. Yes. So the principles of scamming. There's the distraction principle. While you're distracted by what retains your interest, hustlers can do anything to you and you won't notice. So, you can be entertained. That's why hustlers are good. I protest just enough. So the first is the distraction principle. Hustlers will distract you just long enough for them. We had a saying, in Kenya, actually, speaking of which, we had a saying in Kenya that a Nigerian will steal your socks while you're wearing shoes. You hear? You're wearing shoes and you're getting your socks stolen by a Nigerian. So this is how they do. I don't know. They distract you with their Nigerianness, and there you go. Now you're walking around with shoes on and no socks. I always wondered, though, why don't they steal the shoes instead? You'd think that the shoes would be much worth more, but there you go. Amandi, sister, no. No, it is not a recruiting session. Okay. Before we continue, let me give a disclaimer. This is not a how-to scamming session. This is a how not to get scammed section. So how you don't get scammed is, firstly, you understand what the scammers are trying to do, and they're trying to distract you. The social compliance. Okay, I'll just finish all the principles and then we'll get to all the objections. So the social compliance principle says that society trains people not to question authority. Hustlers exploit this suspension of suspiciousness to make you do what they want. And the other one is the hard principle, and that basically is similar to the social compliance principle, that you follow the herd. Everything, if people are going in one direction, if there's a trend, if there's a societal rule, then that is what you'll do. The dishonesty principle says is that, this one is a good one. The dishonesty principle. It says that your larceny is what hooks you initially. Therefore, anything illegal you do will be used against you by the fraudster. What they do is, and a lot of governments also do this, a lot of, ladies of the night also do this. They get you to do something that you're already going to be ashamed of to have people know. So it's a software of like a blackmail. So once you do something that is wrong or illegal, or they tell you, just put this money in your account, nothing wrong with it, just don't tell anybody, you're already complicit in whatever scheme or scam they are working on you. So once you know that you're doing wrong, and then they know that, then they'll say, look, you already did this. If you don't do this, you're going to get into more trouble. And that's how they get you. So once you do something wrong, that will be, their way in. That will be their way in, getting you to break the law so you can break more laws. And then there's the need and greed principle. The need and greed principle is your needs and desires are what makes you vulnerable. Once the hustlers know what you want, they can easily manipulate you. And as the other say, every man has his price, and there is the scammer's job to find out what yours is and to get it. So once, and everybody can sell their morals for a certain amount. So the need and greed. And the time principle is, when you're under time pressure to make an important choice, you use a different decision strategy. Hustlers steer you towards one involving less reasoning. So summary, these are some of the ones that they use, and there are so many scams that, I'm not going to go over all of them. It can, from lottery to, I don't even know what van dragging is. Jewelry shop, valet steal. Oh, that's a good one. Wow. I had never even thought of that. Like, you just pretend You just pretend to be the valet and then you take somebody's car. Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, not beautiful. It's terrible. You should not do that to people. Yeah. So the principles: distraction, social compliance, the hard dishonesty, deception, the need and greed, and the time. Okay, so let's look at why people get scammed. They scammers, they rely on your weaknesses. They rely on you, like we said, authority bias. They rely on you trusting people who know more than you. They rely on your greed. They rely on your time pressure. So the same thing that they use, they know what they're doing. So the big one is the religious lies. These are the cults, and that's why we tie the cults to the scammers, because they use the same psychology. Okay, fuel for the scammer is fear, greed, impatience, hope, and all that. Yes, exactly. Fuel for the scammer is fear, greed, impatience, hope, and lack of knowledge of the victim. Actually, it's the lack of the victim's lack of knowledge. I thought it was a lack of knowledge, because scammers are actually very, very good at knowing people's needs and desires and people's psychology. So they are the first psychologists, actually, because they're trying to get something from you. One of the most common ones are, the romance scams. These are usually, online, when people, it's called the romance scam is also referred to as the online dating romance scam, or the Twitter scams, of particular concern given the number of victims reported worldwide. The online gaming romance scam is the advanced fee fraud. So basically, it works this way: they call you, they tell you that they start the Tinder or whatever, and then they know, especially this one is easy to scam somebody, because they develop an online relationship, grooming. They develop a hyper personal relationship with the victim until that the victim is ready to part with their money. And this scam is actually one of the most devious, because it's a double hit. It's a financial loss, and it's the loss of a relationship, and even if it was a diluted one, it was the loss of that that idea. So this is one of the most common ones, because it's so easy to accomplish, and it is so easy to to execute, and not easy to get caught, because most of the time somebody just says, it's a willing victim. It's something that somebody gives in to themselves, to somebody else. So you can't say, oh, somebody tricked me. And then also, that whole deception principle, where somebody has already committed themselves, and the risk of embarrassment is too high to publicize it. Okay, so those are some of the scams. Those are some of the the scam relationships between the scammers and the scammees. And now that look, Oni, no, don't trust me. I'm trying to help you. Let's not put that one up. I'm trying to help you not become a victim. So if you want to come up and if you want to come up and see how not to be a victim, you're more than willing to come up. I feel I am under attack, and I will try to defend myself. So let's go through, through a few of the comments. And once again, to reiterate, this is not a how-to session. This is not a list of how to scam people. It is actually an analysis of people who scam, people who get scammed, and especially how to avoid getting scammed. So there you go. Okay. Yes, so MG2 says that scammers are pathological. Yes, indeed. As we said earlier, the first thing for you to be a scammer is that you have had to have very little regard for your fellow humans. You have to feel that, firstly, you're better than them, you're superior, the laws don't apply to you, and you're above the law. And other people, because of their ignorance and stupidity, very much deserve to be taken advantage of. What did they say? A sucker is born every day. So it's sort of not your fault for scamming them. It's it's their fault for being scammers. And I will respond to all the accusations against Kenyans, which they're not scammers. Kenyans as a whole are very trustworthy people. They do good business with each other. We are peaceful, as recently demonstrated by our elections. We are progressive. We are hospitable. It's a beautiful place, and everybody should come to Kenya. No, we're not Eastern Nigerians. We are wonderful, upright citizens. No, we are not. I protest just enough, according to the to the accusations. Didn't joke. Oh well, that one is okay. Is that even a scam? Come on, Oni, that's not a scam. That's just doing what you need to, what you should do, not even what you need to do, what you should do. Are you actually capping for the UK? No, it is not. No, it is not a recruiting session, but do send me your emails. That would be helpful, and I will help you not get scammed for the low price of, $10. You can afford that, $10 an hour. Greetings, guest them up.
I just wanted to call in to say to all the Jungle Bunny booty scratchers, 10 is still going to scam you. So, yeah.
Time is not going to scam anybody. She's trying to teach you how not to get scammed. No, yeah, and like I said, he didn't scam his. Well, let me not just say that. But if he scammed the British, he was well within his rights, because that's what they were doing to us. Nigerians trying to establish trust with Kenya before. How do you take that, Oni? That Nigerians trying to establish trust with us before they take off our shoes? They're trying to steal our shoes. Did they warn you about Kenyans? Gas them up. Did they warn you about Kenyans stealing your socks and your shoes or anything?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me take your side.
Okay, sure. See, probably on the internet, scamming a few more people, sending a few more of those, Nigerian emails. Yeah, we're not known for that. Nobody else does that except, certain people. I had a Nigerian say that 90% of the blame, but 2% of the profit. He said if they are going to take the blame, at least make the most money. Well, that's like saying if you're going to be the biggest criminal, if you're going to be a criminal, be the biggest criminal. No, you should not be a criminal at all. You should not scam. Do not scam. Yes, do not be. No, see, that's the person that you don't send information to. And it says here that criminals pretend to initiate a relationship with the intention to defraud their victims of large sums of money. Scammers create fake profiles on dating sites and social network sites with stolen photographs, e.g., attractive models, army officers, and they make up a whole identity. So, the victim thinks that they're having a relationship with this army vet, no, not even an army soldier, general at the top of his field, and this guy didn't even go to the army. The valet, yeah, that was a funny one. Somebody takes your car, they're dressed in a valet uniform, and your car is gone. Yes,
I'm sure that happened a lot in Kenya.
it does not actually. Like I was saying, we don't do these things. We trust each other. We are honest completely, and no corruption at all.
Only except for election times. But the thing is, it's interesting because uh, in all seriousness, we've been scammed into thinking we have independent countries, only to find out that we have to have forced days of mourning when Lizzie passed away. Um, we've been scammed into thinking we own property, only to find out that if you don't pay your property taxes, um, you know, government will take it away. So there are a lot of assumptions of reality that we go around, you know, living with, not realizing that they're just fictions of our imagination. And so, governments are scamming us, uh, and we're not even realizing it. It's interesting.
Well, part of the great scam is for everybody to believe in it. If people don't keep believing, if we don't give that energy and that faith, then the whole thing falls apart. Sometimes it falls apart, even personally, when you see, oh wow, taxes are just a way for the poor to pay money and the rich to not pay their way. But that's usually on a personal level. When it becomes like a mass movement, then that's when people break things and do things, but most of the time it's too inefficient to do anything. But the greatest thing is, the reason why there's still Santa and all these beliefs is people continue with it even if it's not real. We have to delude ourselves into believing that the system is right, because otherwise, then then what? There is no other alternative. If government, if the system of government is wrong, then what do we have to believe in? And we see it maintaining order. I think that's also something that gives into our belief in it, because we see it actually maintaining the order, and we think that if we, even though it's terrible and wrong and exploitative, if we stopped buying into the system, then everything will fall apart.
Well, that's the point, and I think that's part of the thing that black people, what we're under. We believe in their system, and we give it our energy, and we no longer believe in our systems and our communities and our villages. So, um, yeah,
But
because
don't
everything you were describing sounds like a prisoner warden relationship, a teacher student relationship, a taxpayer government relationship. It's this hierarchical power, you know, concept that we're stuck under, this scamming thing. So it's just very interesting how everything you describe in terms of how scammers scam you is pretty much the same way. You know how people are brainwashed. It has elements of like Stockholm syndrome in play.
Yeah, it's very much that syndrome, because when you're stuck under that, you feel that, okay, well, this gangster, this person holding me hostage, and in this bank, from the original Stockholm syndrome, for holding me hostage in this bank, he's a bad person, but he's treating me with some kind of kindness. He has an ideology that seems to make some kind of sense, and even though he's a criminal and a gangster, it still seems to work. So you end up justifying the things that the person is doing to you, and you end up become one of the ways that the scammers know the victim mentality is that in their psychopathic state, they don't feel remorse or guilt or all these emotions that people think you're supposed to feel when you do a criminal act. What they feel is that the victims fully deserve their fate. They fully deserve to be scammed, because they are so stupid that because you fell for it, that means that you wanted to fall for it. So they don't feel any kind of guilt, and instead they transfer that guilt to their victims, and they tell their victims that it's because you're so stupid that you fell for this, that's why you got yourself into this position. And the interesting thing is that a lot of the victims actually believe that story. They, most of the time, scammers, that's why scammers are different from other types of criminals, because most of their victims, they actually take sides of the scammer, or they don't they don't look at themselves as deserving of justice. So when even with the Bernie Madoff, most like half of his victims didn't even come forward, even when they realized that they have been taken in, and this was some of his own people. That this is why it was so scandalous that he was actually scamming his own people. You see, with their group, they know, don't scam one of us, just go scam everybody else but us. So he did the ultimate sin of doing that to his own people. But even so, most of them, when they found out that they had been taken in, that admission is so embarrassing and humiliating, and that's what scammers count on, that they're not going to be turned in. They know that they have their victims complicity in it, and that's also part of that deception principle, that you feel yourself as a victim, almost like the villain. You're also guilty in your own is they are told, Africans enslave themselves, or we are our worst enemy, or we do this to ourselves, and so on. So you make the victim become the victimizer. It's your fault that you were taken in, so you can't blame anybody else.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, because with Madoff, he you couldn't get an account with his company unless it was by appointment. So you basically had to be invited, and he created an exclusive club where people willingly, walked in to get scammed. Of course, they were under false pretense. So yeah, that's an interesting thing with Madoff, and one of the interesting things that you learn about Madoff, my lesson that I took away from Madoff, that my friend, we had great conversations, and I got that from him. But Madoff's whole thing, at least for me, is that he never again, because he you only had to be invited to be in the Madoff organization to invest with them. He basically gave the approach that he didn't need your money, when in reality he did. But technically, he presented himself as someone who didn't need your money. And it's funny, human beings, people are more likely to part with their money with someone who they believe doesn't need their money. So, like, if Warren Buffett came up to you and said, "Tan, give me 100,000," you give it to him. But if gassed him up, said, "Tan, give me 100,000," you say, "No, he's trying to scam me because I would look like I need your money." And that's the funniest thing. So he was able to capitalize on that psychology of making sure he looked like he didn't, you know, need people's money.
And this is what is brilliant about scammers. You have to know your victim. If you're going to scam poor people, you have to talk to poor people in a way that will get their pockets empty. Poor people, they want goodness, they want morality, they want a good story. That's why it's so easy to scam them religiously. But rich people, they want to feel as if they made their decision on their own, like this is mine. They still want that kind of control. So Madoff, that was actually brilliant of him. He knows that rich people don't want somebody with a begging hand. They don't want those sob stories and all that stuff. That's for poor people. Poor people spend time making up stories. Oh, my child's school fees. Oh, my wife's sick. Oh, this and that and that. And that. That's what they spend doing. They a poor person will take time writing the best one of those things, the things that they write and then they hold up the signs, will work for money. Yeah, instead of working for money, go draw a picture and try to sell it. But in any case, poor people have to know how to play the sad heart in your hand kind of story. But when you're dealing with rich people, and this is inventing Anna, this is a story of this fake heiress. I think Netflix already did all the stories, but this was that fake heiress to a lady. She went to New York and this high society, and basically did the scam that the old industrialists were afraid of. These poor people, faking their way into their circles and then taking their hard stolen money from them. So this lady, her name was Rachel Delosh or something. She was conned out of thousands of dollars by her friend and fake heiress Anna Delvey. So this was her friend. She had the looks. Look at that. Yeah, she looks good. That's her, Anna Delvey. So when you see that, you're like, oh, she must be some kind of aristocrat. And she had a good story. She told her friend, and so she was in the right circles. So when you get this kind of when you're going to scam the rich, or need, are you still taking notes? If you're going to scam the rich, don't appear to be desperate, don't appear to be in need, because that's something that rich people don't like. They don't like you to be a beggar. They're not impressed by your poverty. They want somebody who knows what they're doing and have this. That's her after she was captured. They want somebody who is aloof and somebody who seems like they know what they're doing. So if you want to scam the rich, firstly you have to know how to blend in. You have to know their etiquette, their manners, their jokes, even that. Yeah. So like she says, she couldn't really understand or take responsibility. She just kept saying my life is falling apart too. So like I said, the scammers and people who lie and take advantage of you, they don't have any morality. They don't have that guilty bone. And that's why some people went, oh, let's go tell the white people what they did and how bad they made us feel and all of that stuff. This is just to show you individuals who don't have remorse. Imagine a whole group of people who don't care about getting one over you as long as they get it. So this appeals to guilt, they appeal to shame. They already don't have the shame to do what they did. They only have regret that they got caught. So sometimes we think that explaining to somebody how bad they were as if they don't know what they were doing is something that we Africans tend to overdo. Once we show them that they were wrong, that slavery was wrong and colonization was wrong, we think that they're somehow going to to feel bad about it and make things better.
Well, I mean, it's interesting you say that because in business, I think poor people, particularly, let me not even use that word poor, people who don't have access to capital, they are less likely to be prepared for that vicious, cutthroat, sociopathic behavior than people who have access to capital. Because people who have access to capital, not always, but a lot of times you look at the history, like the Kennedys, right? Their family came from bootleggers, right? Gangsters.
Yeah.
And so that viciousness transfers from being a gangster in the streets to being a gangster in the political realm. So I'm just saying that what's interesting is that mothers of children who don't have access to capital, I think, teach their children and embed a lot of this, uh, Abrahamic morality, these Abrahamic moralities in their children. And that's why when it's time to be cutthroat in terms of like economics and finance, they're not as prepared as other people who are used to, their father, they sit on the dinner table and their father signs a paper and, 5 million people are fired. And their father lives with that and tells her, yeah, we laid off 2 million people and it's okay. We have to do this. Someone who doesn't come from that, when it's time to engage in that, they find it very difficult to.
Yeah, the whole turn the other cheek sort of thing. Um, yeah, that's usually a weakness with the people, especially not even the turning the other cheek. Is that assumption that other people are going to be, when we say love your neighbor, you're assuming that the neighbor also got that memo to love you as his neighbor. You are assuming that because you love your neighbor also is expected to love you. But the truth is the world still operates from an Old Testament perspective, where it's an eye for an eye. If you do something to your neighbor is not going to say, oh well, I love you so much, I'm going to forgive you for it. The whole legal system is based on justice in getting your just deserves. So we still operate from this moralistic point of view, and there's no competition in morality. There's no competition to be the best person. There's only competition in the market, and if you're competing to be a good person, then you're automatically going to lose, because that is not what the world is set about. That's why we on the whole we're simply taken in. Even I was talking about our negotiations with foreign powers. Most of the time, we don't even. I know that we're in a position of a lower position economically, financially, and all that. But that's not a reason for our leaders to go with this humble attitude where they're just ready to sign at the dotted line whatever they're told. But that's how we see things. We see things as if we are simply victims. We are simply there to take, and we're not there to compete or to demand or to ask too many questions. And we just go into it just open and ready to be scammed. We trust other people to take care of us or to be honest, instead of being at least cautious and saying, well, they're looking out for their own interest, we should look out for ours. So that's one of the ways that as even individuals, we tend to be more trusting of people who are not who don't look like us, and very distrustful of Nigerians, you know. So
I agree. I don't trust them. They're jungle bunny booty scratchers. But Tam, I'm going to bow out. I'm going to run off. Thank you
yes,
for hosting me as always. And yeah,
exciting.
pro-black perspective. You're right. This is a great class. Please take notes
It's
and
it's not.
move. Just know one thing. Kenyans are really pretending to be Kenyans. They're actually Nigerians. Kenya is pretty much Eastern Nigeria. So I'll let you guys go.
Hi, thank you for joining us. Don't send too many Nigerians come emails. And Kenyans
Too
are
nice if you send an email. He's on his way.
all right, please. Thanks for joining. All right, so yeah, so we see that there are scams aboard. There are scams everywhere, and like I said, this is, as a decent, hardworking, honest individual, how do you avoid being, taken advantage of? So this here is called Dear Victim: Understanding the Psychology Behind Scams. So this is where, Oni, I hope to redeem myself and to let you know that I'm not here to simply promote scams. No, let me take that off the screen. So by exploiting an inherent way we probably process information, scammers make it hard for victims to say no. So now we're looking at this as, you as a victim. So imagine leaving the house every day, expecting the worst to happen. Sounds exhausting, if not implausible. In fact, for many of us, it's the opposite. Research has found that our brains have an optimism bias, which, simply put, is a belief that we're less likely than our peers to experience negative events and more likely to experience positive ones. So, as much as we're all bleak and stuff, most of us are optimistic. You don't go out of the house expecting the worst to happen. You expect, to have a regular, normal day. Some call it an illusion of invulnerability. It's one reason why we end up victims of scams. So take note, Oni. One popular shortcut is the optimism bias. Yeah, so people don't always think that they don't think this is the worst case. They don't encounter scam and think, oh, this might be a scam. No, so it's not something that it's just for idiots. This is what fraudsters depend on. They depend on you knowing how knowing how we exploit information as human beings, and they manipulate the way we process information so that we comply with their demands. So the main thing is compliance with their demands. And they don't care what you think, what you believe, how you live your life. All they want is your compliance. And this is how we process information. This is how they take advantage of our vulnerability, so to speak. The central root, where there's a deeper, more logical processing. So this is one way that human beings process information. You process it logically. You take the pros and the cons. You look at the premises and the conclusions. Does this follow from this and so on? So that's the central root. Then there's also the peripheral root, which is more superficial, emotion-based processing. So basically, one is logical, one is emotional. What scammers do is that they use the techniques like creating urgency and so on to activate the emotional root so that the victims make quicker and poorer decisions. So basically, when you are in an emotional state, you're more likely to make bad decisions, and you're more likely to to do things that are against your self-interest. Another persuasion technique is the truth bias. This is exploiting the human tendency to assume that other people are always telling the truth, especially when it's repeated consistently. And this is where you have, propaganda. Propaganda is when you hear something several times over and over and over again, this will make you think that it's the truth. When you hear, Burger King or, those slogans for Coca-Cola and something, that's one form. The other many ways of propagating that, but it's usually by repetition. You hear something several times and you will repeat it. Um, so this is how they get you to trust them. The other way is they prey on loneliness and fulfill your need to belong by getting you to trust them. So the needs of human beings to be social, to have connections with others, and to feel like you belong to a group. That's an easy way for scammers to do that. They make you feel that you're a part of a club, or an elite group of people, or you just one of them, that the other people who are like you. Some of them like the feel good things, the feel good sessions, seminars. They sell tickets where you can go to be with 100 people who look who are just as crazy as you, and you chant and you worship and you sing, or you chant mantras, and you become better. But it's that experience of being with other people that they sell you, and then after the seminar is over, boom, now you have to hand over half your wages for the week. And then the other ones is the use of language. This one is also, it's very important. Use of language, like terms like dear, or respectful terms. It implies or sometimes you get these random scam emails with hey, or hi, it's your friend, or how have you been, and things like that. It gives a sense of a prior relationship, a sense of trust and intimacy, and it makes them more likely to believe the context of the scam text. You think, oh, that could be a friend of mine that I haven't spoken to for years. That could be somebody seeking my assistance, and so on. So this makes it easier for them to get into your mind once they use that language that makes you trust them. And then the promise of a continuing relationship and communication is also important as a potential positive reward. So they use the what we talk about, the truth bias. That's expecting everybody to tell you the truth, especially when it's repeated. The authority, like we said earlier, they claim to be a form of authority, government, health, police, so on. Increased heuristic thinking. That just means that they get you to invest more and more into the scam or whatever they want you to do. They foot in the door, they get you to commit to small commitments, and then they become bigger and bigger. It's like building momentum. They use this to build momentum. Sunk costs. This is also another deadly one. After people put in a certain amount of time or money into relationships or businesses, it's hard for them to to extricate themselves from it, because they feel that they have invested the time, the effort, the money, and they don't want to end it because of how much they have put into it. So sometimes people end up staying into in detrimental relationships, or staying into jobs that they no longer have interest or belief in. They stay in places that are environments that are no longer good for them. So that's one of the the main reasons how people stay in the situation. People wonder, like, oh, if things are so bad, why do you stay there? Why can't you just leave? And this is one of the main reasons that people say, the sunk costs, that they feel that they've put so much into it that they don't want to to do something else. So that is not rational, but like we said, people process information in two different ways. There's the emotional and there's the rational. And the sunk cost one is the most emotional of them all, because people feel that, I have put in so much, and it's a feeling. It's not even a thinking, because if you think properly, if you've lost, let's say you're a gambler, if you've lost $1 million, would you keep gambling? Just because you've lost $1 million? The logical thing is to say, I have lost enough, I'm going to leave. But no, people think, I've lost enough, but I'm going to stay. And then similarities. Scammers try to make victims believe that they have something in common with them to induce trust and reciprocity. I would say that this is also one of the greatest way to get people, especially when it comes to this similarity, because sometimes we say, oh, people who look like us, let's say people who look like us, and that similarity is sometimes it's deceptive, because somebody can look like you, but they might not have the same interests as you. Also, somebody cannot look like you, but you have, let's say, the same religion or the same interest, or you both want to make money and so on. So you'll end up trusting somebody, let's say a European, that you can make money with, instead of your fellow African that you consider to be broke, or less sophisticated, whatever it is. So sometimes this similarity, it makes people think that they have more in common with other people than they do. So that's how you find people who say, oh, I'm not black, I'm this, I'm not an African, I'm a Muslim, or I'm a this and that. So they feel more connection to somebody else who shares, something that's different from them. Let's say a religion, or you share music, or you share some tastes. And some people may be nerds and they feel more comfortable with, skater boys or Japanese anime fans, things like that. So one of the things that we also fall into is this similarity scam. So scammers want to make people believe that they have something in common, that you're not part of your own people, you're part of this greater group, whether it's a sports club, or a political group, or something that is bigger than your self-interest. So you would rather, let's say, side with, I don't know, Democrats or Republicans or whatever, over the interest of your own people. That's one of them, because you feel that you have more in common with Democrats and Republicans. I remember the Invisible Man. It's a wait. Is it Invisible Man or The Invisible Man? I know that there's two Invisible Men books. There's the Invisible Man that was written by, I think, Shelley, or was it Mary Shelley? Yeah, one of those older white ladies or men. And then there was also Invisible Man by Ralph Ellis. So in Invisible Man, the black one, he goes into these different groups, these different political groups, and everybody wants him to conform to their standards. Everybody wants him to obey the rules, but they don't seek to understand him. They don't seek. He has to bend to their will, not the other way around. And that's how but he feels that they have something in common. For example, when he joined this one group, and they were fighting and struggling for their rights to their homes and so on. So using the umbrella of oppression, everybody feels like, okay, we have something in common, we're similar, we are both oppressed. Even when we talk about that black and brown coalition, we feel that, okay, we are all oppressed by the same people, so that gives us something to have in common. But oh wow, I should have changed that a long time ago. Oh, common. So scammers try to make victims believe that the scammers and the victims have something in common, whether it's political affiliation, whether it's having similar beliefs or interests, tastes, activities, hobbies, all these kinds of things. They want people to believe that we're all in this together. Whether we're all Americans, we're all humans, we all, belong to the same group or tribe, all this. Once they believe, they get you to feel that, you're part of them. You're okay. You're part of the group. That's how they get you. That's how they, make you believe. And once you believe, then you're a part of the group, and they can get you to do whatever that they want. So believe in the commonality, they believe in reciprocity, and also believe in authority. But one of the greatest ways that they get people is the belief that everyone is as good as you, everyone is looking out for your own interest, and everybody is, nobody's out there trying to actively get you. Nobody is a psychopath like that. So it's important for us to know that evil exists. I don't know why it's so difficult for us as a people to believe that somebody can actually sit down and plot your own evil and demise just as logically and unemotionally as we have learned to look at these things. So we always don't project both your morality and your immorality on other people. So that's how they get you. Hopefully that has made you, wary to some of the things that that scammers use, and makes you more, on your, let's say, how do you say it, on your feet? Yeah. Okay, so this one is about the victim. So I won't go into, I won't give too many secrets of the scammers. Let's just say that I will share more about, the victims. So it says that if one of the victims of scams before they're more likely to get scammed again. It's still preliminary, but perhaps this is people need a better re-education. So unfortunately, even being scammed once is not an inoculation against being scammed again. Usually you get scammed once, twice, and several more times. But that's why we keep repeating this this perpetuation of of racism, of historical backwardness, of regression, because we think that, oh, it happened a long time ago, we're better than that now, we evolved, we know better. But no, actually, once you're taken in, it's something that goes on and on until you actually said you reject it. So it says that traits such as compliance, low self-esteem, and complacency in victims, especially repeat victims, it increases stress, and then that increases the emotional state, and then that increases the susceptibility to even getting scammed again and again. So here's a circle of scamming. First of all, you're naive, then you get taken in, you get conned, and then after you get conned, then you think that you have learned your lesson, and then you lower your guard, and then they get you again. So that's how it goes. It starts that you feel that you're first naive because of your naivety or your ignorance or your optimism, or you just feeling that you know better than most people. Then your naivety gets you to be conned by somebody who thinks that your naivety is just stupidity. And then once you're conned, you think that you have learned your lesson. Oh, now I know. Nobody can take advantage of me again. And you become on your guard. Then you become complacent again. You lower your guard. You think, okay, now that I know they're never not going to get me again. And guess what? They get you again. So that is how not to get scammed. Not a Kenyan. Yes, it's a class. It's a class on how to protect yourself. If you identify that so once you have that cycle, repeating the cycle of being conned, being on your guard, lowering it, and then getting conned again. And then after several more of this, being conned several times, then you'll say, well, then, I can't trust myself. I can't trust anything. And then you become hyper paranoid, where you're not even thinking at all. Then you become irrational, not rational and not emotional, but you become irrational. Then you're just making you're just making decisions that are completely against your self-interest. One way of avoiding stress and scams is to take one of the ways to know that you're being under stress or under risk of a scam is if you're being pressured a lot. That's that whole time pressure. If you're being asked for small fees with big returns, somebody is saying, oh, if you give me $5, you're going to get a payout of $5,000, Another one is scammers will not meet you face to face. Some may do. This is not a hard and fast rule. Scammers, some of them will meet you face to face, especially if they're confident in their personal ability. And the third one is they may want to get payment in a strange way. Now, if you identify that you're in a high emotional state, you have to do what is called taking a cognitive break. That's when you say, let me think about this, let me ponder this, and you pause, you step away from the situation, and you independently verify what someone is telling you so that you don't fall into scams. The first thing that I'll say is don't make a decision right away. You don't, you establish boundaries. You tell somebody, you don't answer questions that you don't have to. If somebody is calling you at 4 a.m. in the morning asking you, where are you? You don't have to tell them. if somebody is asking about your personal finances or your code or whatever, you don't do it. And then also having the ability to walk away, that is also very, very important. You have to know when to walk away. If you lose something small, yeah, you can, you can chide yourself. You made a mistake. You didn't know what you're doing, and you make a mistake. But you have to know when to walk away. Like that song, Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. Yeah, there are times when you sit at the table, and there are times when you've got to walk away. Scams actually happen because victims act on what scammers tell them to do. Don't take directions from a mere mortal. Don't take somebody's idea and just run with it. Remember, you have to look into it first. So, while you can't control your emotional response, some of the things that you can do to control your emotions, because this is something that Black people struggle with. We are an emotional people. We like to, to act on emotions. We like to act on, the feelings and so on. And nothing wrong with that. But sometimes it is an impediment to future progress. So instead of just doing something when you feel like it or when you're angry, five of the things that impede us when we're trying to work together, when we're trying to personally survive. One of them is frustration. When there's an obstacle in your path and people are not helping you, and you feel that you're all alone. This is something that a lot of us go through. You feel that while you have a good idea, people are not supporting you in bringing that idea to fruition, or they're not working together, or it's just exhaustion sometimes. Another negative emotion is this fear. Fear in some aspects is good. Fear is not always bad. Sometimes fear is just your brain is trying to protect you, and it's trying to get you away from bad situations. So in a way, fear is a good thing. What is it's terrible is when fear goes overboard and then now prevents you, not just protects you, but prevents you from doing things. And sometimes victims of scams often go for carry fear for many months, and they become paranoid. They become, the fear that was supposed to help you stay out of trouble actually gets you into trouble because you cannot think right. You only think in terms of fear. Another negative emotion that brings people, after a scam is disappointment. This is why just knowing something is not enough. Knowing that you're being exploited is not enough for you to stop the exploitation. Knowing that you're being, that you're in a cult, or knowing that you're being scammed is not enough to, get you out of it. Sometimes you may know something, know it full well, but you're not able to do anything about it. So there is disappointment. This is expectations that haven't been met, and when the scam ends, when you don't get what you were promised from it, there's great disappointment, and some people, really take that hard. It also comes with self-doubt. When you're scammed, it really underestimates your worth and esteem as a person. It makes you question yourself. It makes you think less of yourself. It makes you wonder if you're an idiot. It makes you think that you're incompetent, that you're stupid, that you're backward, that you're primitive, that you're savage, all these things. And this is something that we feel, as Africans, as Black people, we feel that we have been conquered, that we have taken a beating, and we feel that we feel that we can be taken in again, and that's a real that's something that we have to to deal with. It makes us feel that we're not good enough, we're not capable of doing things. So yeah, so that's one of the results or the symptoms of being scammed, or of being constantly taken advantage of, being exploited. And this is why, even though, yeah, I know that we're, saying it lightly, but this is one of the harsher realities of people who scam other people. For them, they really don't care. Like I said, scammers are, MG2 said, scammers are pathological. They don't feel any remorse. They don't take anybody's perspective as being. In fact, they look at you as somebody who's been scammed, as it's your fault. They were just doing what they were born to do, and you are an idiot for being taken in. This is the social compliance principle. You feel that, well, if I was taken in, that must have been my fault. So they use that a lot. They use that self-doubt, that lack of self-esteem, to make you feel that it's your fault, it's not theirs. And then the third one, the result of this scams is anger. When you know that your values are being challenged, people tell you what you should do, and you know better. You know better, and your anger is a default response. So something that happens to most victims that are not in counseling or professional support groups, and we want to feel focused on helping. So this is something that happens to most victims. You get obsessed by viewing and exposing scammers, and sometimes you get caught up in it. You cannot get out of it. You cannot get out of feeling angry. You're not getting feeling of being disappointed, of feeling like you're not worthy. So you feel idiotic for being human, for being taken in, as if you were out there, you're supposed to know it all. Ndugu Focus says we are too emotional and can't be controlled by emotions. Actually, I think that we are too emotional. I agree with that part, but I think that we are easily controlled by emotions. Easily controlled by emotions. If I was to manipulate, cult program, scam black people, it would be a purely emotional thing. You would firstly appeal to the mothers. Dear mama, you probably play a sad track of a song, then you'd play, an angry song, or you play a song about how we have been, all that we have suffered, but we have come out strong and hope and change, that things are going to get better, and we have back, we've gone further than where we were before. So yeah, it's very easy to play on people's emotions. What is harder is to play on their logic and tell them, look, you are men and women. You should take control of your destiny. It only makes sense. Does it make sense for you to live by somebody else's rule? Does it make sense for you to give up your children, to these people to teach them? Does it make sense for you to be constantly, fighting against people who don't like you, or trying to guilt them into something they don't feel guilty about? Does it make sense to constantly, these are the logical things, but unfortunately, most of the time you have to use emotion. You have to use emotions with people and tell them, look, this is sad. Let's just be hopeful and loving and patient, and or angry, whatever emotion that you have to use. That's what we have to use our people. Most of the time, people vote or act emotionally instead of rationally. So even though, and that's something that scammers know how to do. So one way of countering them is to be able to think logically. Okay, Focus says, my bad, I meant it's not good to be controlled by emotions. Yes, I agree. We're definitely controlled by our emotions. That's why I say that we as Black people, we still are the feminine race, and I hate to call us that, but emotions are usually, it's usually a feminine thing. It's usually something that women are more attracted towards than men. And when you see, especially, Black men getting very emotional and doing all this, hyper stuff, you're like, man, relax, calm down. And then on the other end, you see the masculine women, and they're very angry, and they're ready to fight, even men sometimes. You're like, man, relax, or woman, relax. So we are all out of our minds. See, like we always say, tulipoteza akili. I'll put it in there. So tulipoteza akili. We have lost our minds, and that goes for the men as well as the women. where, the men have become emotional, which is, a weakness for them, because men are supposed to be logical, men are supposed to be stoic, men are supposed to be, they're supposed to be the ones to come up with a plan when everything is going to chaos, like in the movies, when everybody's running up and around, and then, the guy comes and says, quiet everyone, and then everybody is quiet. So, that's what the men are supposed to do. They're supposed to come into a room. If everybody's screaming, making a big fuss, they're supposed to come in and calm the situation, take control, and direct it afterwards. And the women are usually, in the room, and they're the ones who shriek and fight and let the alarm and let everybody know, what's going on, and they let out the shrieks. And, that's a good thing. They let people know. But that's what they do. But in these modern times, the women will not only sound the alarm, but they will also be the ones trying to direct the whole circus. So we really have lost our minds. Instead of the men being logical, taking control, doing what they need to do, the women being, the naturals or the alarmists, because that's also important. It's not good to become, when things are in chaos, you're not simply going to stroll when the house is on fire. You're supposed to run and scream and alert and let everybody know. So that's what the women are supposed to do. They're supposed to alert everybody and let people know, look, something is wrong. And then the men are supposed to come in and say, okay, we'll fix it. That's how it's supposed to be. But when you have, men coming in and crying and complaining and talking all this whimpering and complaining nonsense, and then the women come in and say, okay, we are independent, we are strong, step aside, men, we'll fix this. That's ridiculous. That's everybody acting against their own nature. So that's one of the ways that we have also lost our minds, because we have forgotten our roles, we have forgotten nature, we have forgotten what was, good and beneficial to us as a people. And as MJ2 said earlier, fuel for the scammer is fear, greed, impatience, hope, and lack of knowledge for the victim. Not knowledge of the victim, because the scammer's strength is knowing the victim's mentality, knowing how to take advantage of them, and basically knowing, the psychology of the person that you're trying to take in, you as a prey. So the scammer is a predator, and you as the as the innocent one, you are the prey. So when you look at if you're going to look at people's actions, look at how they they think of you. What is their mindset? What are they trying to get out of you? And you should also be trying to get something out of them, not in a scamming way, but if you're interacting with somebody, what are they getting from you and what are you getting from them? If you're not getting anything, then probably you're the one who's been getting got. So there are many different kinds of scams. There the most powerful and dangerous one would be the religious. That one we talked about. That would be your cult, and this is the cult programming is the do as I say. It's when someone says, it's they feel that they have, pierced the veil of morality. They know more than you do, and there are many ways for this. Is mostly with the cult, but it also applies to scams. It's basically a way for people to corrupt our desire for love and connection. So they know that human beings are social. Human beings wants to be a part of a group. Human beings want to believe in something higher and better than them. So this is what they offer to them. They give them something that is better than them. And cults use control, and they use this aspect of they use your need, your greed, and your need to be with other people. It's the same thing that the romance scammers also do. They know that you have a need for for human connection. They know that you have they study the victims. They study so when it comes to romance scams, the psychological characteristics, it's usually, people having some kind of pseudo relationship, and then it's an online dating scam. It involves both emotions, and this is the most emotional one of the scams, unfortunately. The romance scam is a protracted one. They develop a relationship with the victim. They know, and it's easier to get information and damning information, because when people feel that they trust somebody, they share intimate details of their lives. They share their fears, their lives and experiences and so on, and a lot of details, sometimes even in terms of work and school and so on. So you give all this information to somebody, and then once they have that, they usually, it's an innocent one. They say something like, oh, send some money, be you know uh, give me something and something. So they use small things. You send a little money here and there. You don't think that it's a bad thing, and then the demands become more and more, until you almost feel as if you can't say no. So that's how they get the people. It's not usually just asking for something big all at once. It's usually in increments. The typology of victims. What kinds of people fall prey to this? um, well, it's not always people who are greedy or who are stupid. Like I say, most of the time they take time, and anybody can fall prey to this. They they act with premeditation, consistency, sensation seeking. They have control, social influence. They use similarity, risk preferences, attitudes, and your need for recognition, need for uniqueness, need for acknowledgement. So people use your vulnerabilities against you. They come from all kinds of backgrounds, but they also target all kinds of backgrounds. They from poor people to rich ones, from men to women. This whole idea about catfishing and so on. This is also within those scams. People present false images of themselves so that they can get something from you. And some people just do it for fun. Some people do it for financial gain. But either way, is something that you have to be on the lookout for, especially in this day when people trust people who are they've never seen. They are out there somewhere, and that's just life. But the main thing is that they prey on the natural human emotions. They prey on our emotions for socializing, for being with other people, for connection. And they that's how they work on people. They don't just say, oh, give me your money. No, they, at that time when you're giving them your money, you feel as if you're doing something good, and they make you feel good about doing, helping them. Oh, Amani, brother focused. Amani, Ndegu focused. So we are no, sorry, it's hard to do two things at the same time. Amani, brother Bakari. So in summary, we've been talking about scammers and continuing the whole cult discussion. And cults, like we said, they take advantage of people's need for worship, people's the miracles, MMA, the miracle, the mystery, and the authority. So cult leaders, they have a superhuman, or they have a deified version of themselves. They look at themselves as being better than the rest of humanity. They look at each other as being superior to the rest of other people, or somehow elevated. They're the chosen ones. They are the Harry Potter or whoever. There's something different, unique about them than other human beings, and that means they deserve worship and reverence from their fellow humans. So those are the cult leaders. But scammers, they don't care about your reverence. That's the only difference. They still want something from you. They use they can use the authority, they can use the mystery, but mostly they just want your trust. They want you to trust them, and then after you trust them, then you give them your money, and that's it. So with the scammers, they're not so much wanting to, to lead you to some sort of heavenly realm or apocalyptic ending or anything like that. For them, they are looking, scammers are like earthly cultists. Cult health, they usually look beyond the world. There's a spaceship coming, or the world is going to end, or something is coming in the horizon. Cultists are not earth-based. That's one thing that you have to realize. It's usually beyond the earth. Even the bigger one that we're in, it's not just about making money. It's the manifest destiny. Is this symbolic global brotherhood, or union of people, and this humanity, even this whole idea of humanity. It's not a realistic one, because there has never been a time when humans are just all one and going after the same thing. Humans have groups. They look out for their own groups, and everybody works for their own self-interest. So even the belief and idea in one common good for humanity is also one that goes beyond humans. It's one of those creates this cultish mentality in us as Black people, that we're all the same, we're all equal, let's all fight for each other, or we're equally oppressed. It's Black and brown coalition. It's this and that, because we still believe in this bigger than us coalition between human beings, instead of looking out for ourselves like everybody else does. So believing in things that which are obviously untrue, or very idealistic, or utopian. This is also one of the things that cultists and scammers have in common. Cultists will have you believe that, if you do 1, 2, 3, if you worship in this way, then, heaven is promised to you, or you'll have untold riches, or you'll be powerful, or these things. So they give you something greater than just who you are. The same thing with scammers, but they don't promise you heaven and hell. They just promise you untold riches. Oh man, still doing that. So they promise you untold riches. If you give me $5, I will give you 1 million. If you help me with this thing, I will make sure you everybody knows your name. So they promise you things that you can otherwise not get, using your natural means, but they sell you something greater than you can ever get. So, like MG2 says, fuel for the scam is fear, greed, impatience, hope, and lack of knowledge. And this lack of knowledge is also very important. You want to have the balance of information tip on your side. If you're a scammer, you want to be the one who knows the market, who knows the authorities, who knows how things work. But you don't want your victim or your prey to be able to know the same. They're not supposed to know the market. They're not supposed to know what they're self-interested. They're not even supposed to know how much you're getting from the deal, only that it's good for them. That's all it is. Oh, hello. Habari Badawakari. What is funny? Please come on and let us know. Yes, please do join. So, that is how they get you. They get you by getting you to, to mistrust yourself, and to trust them, to make it seem as if they know everything and you don't. So, one of the things that, so what are some of the factors that influence whether or not you're going to get scammed or you're going to get cheated? Education. This is surprising that it's not whether how much you're educated or not. People get scammed, especially this comes in the mind of the scammer. The scammer already knows who he's going after. So especially if you're educated, if you're rich, they're going to go after you with different skills that they're going to go after, let's say, somebody who doesn't know anything. So education is not something that will shield you from being scammed. In fact, sometimes it's against you. It works against you, because you're so confident in your education and knowledge that you don't think that you're vulnerable. And when you think that you're not vulnerable, that's when they get you. The other way is knowledge. Knowing something is good, but being an expert at it sometimes blinds you to some of your weaknesses. Impulsivity. Yeah, criminals and scam artists, they use that emotion against people, because when you're impassive, when you don't think, you just do things just to do them. It must be great, if you're jumping off the cliff, but it's not good when you're planning the rest of your life. The locus of control. This refers to an individual's belief about control over his or her environment. People who have an internal locus have the conviction that events are contingent upon one's behavior. Those with external do not depend upon the actions, but rather upon luck, chance, or fate. So the difference between an internal locus of control is that some people believe that they have control over their actions, that the results is based on what they do. How you have make choices results in how your life turns out, and you have active control over your life. Others with an external locus, people who believe that other outside forces influence them. They believe that their status in life, their results, their achievements is not so much by their work, but it's luck, chance, or fate. You're in the right place at the right time, or you're just a lucky person. But basically, you have no control over your life, and whatever happens to you is purely by chance. So when people who believe that they have control over their behavior, it makes it harder for somebody to scam them versus people who believe in chance, or risk, or destiny. It was meant to be. So let's say you believe in destiny. You say, oh, it was meant to be. Somebody can just come and say, look, it was meant to be that, you'd meet this person and you'd fall in love, or it was meant to be that you invested in this. It's more easy to control somebody who believes, that things just happen out of luck and out of, things just happen instead of you planning on them happening. Another thing that keeps us in these scams, both romance, financial, and so on, is the trust in others. Sometimes we trust others too much. Not to say that you're supposed to just distrust people, but sometimes we put too much into somebody else. We project ourselves into other people. We think that everybody has the same principles or the same way of behaving as us. And so you think that if somebody acts this way, therefore it means this way. If somebody is nice to you, therefore it means that they like you. If somebody smiles, therefore they're happy, or things like that. But from experience, we know that that's not true. Some people smile even though they're angry. Some people, fake their emotions and so on. But for us, sometimes we're too naive and trusting. If you're too trusting in others, you will take people at their word, and you will take, you'll be easier to deceive when you trust other people. So one of the ways too that these victims of this is also about business scams, and people who who are kind. Unfortunately, kindness in terms of scamming is under disadvantage. If you're kind, this is a red flag or a green flag. I don't know, a green flag to predators and connivers who say, oh, this is an easy target. If you're too nice, this is you put off the message to people that you're easy, that you can be taken advantage of. So in terms of protecting yourself, morality is something that you should keep to yourself so that people don't take advantage. It's not that when people see that you're good, they want to be good like you. They actually want you to be bad like them. Unfortunately, that's human nature. Some humans, not all. Okay, greed. Well, greed, we all know. If somebody who's greedy is somebody that is very easy to take advantage of, whether it's greed in terms of money or greed in terms of temptation, whether it's food, whether it's women, whether it's music, whatever it is. Once you find somebody's area of greed, it's really easy to manipulate them. Addictive disposition. Yeah, there's some people who some people get caught up in the scheme, or who get caught up in being the victims of a scheme, and therefore they keep playing the same part over and over. Like people who gamblers, they know that they lose money more than they win. They know that once they sit there, the savings are going to go down, their self-worth is going to go down, all that's going to go down. But they're addicted to it, they still want it, and that's the scheme. That's the scheme that the casinos play on people. They make you want to stay, and they get you to stay, and they get you to lose all your money, but you're not going to stop because you're addicted. You already sat down, you already gave them your money, and you're not going to just get up and go. So this is how, in summary, some of the variables that determine one's scalability, so to speak. You have the information, you have education. I won't go through all the numbers, but you can if you want to. But these are some of the variables: education, knowledgeability, whether cyber security or other things. The lack of premeditation, that means that you don't think of something before you do it. You simply do something without thinking about it. Urgency is when the time factor. You seem to think that you have to make a decision right away, and that's also something that scammers tell you. The world is going to end tomorrow. You don't have much time, or things are going to happen. The sale only lasts 3 days, and then you won't have, it's going to go back to the regular price, and so on. So they give you that sense of urgency that you have to do it right away, right away. So you don't have time to think, you don't have to meditate, and you certainly don't have time to use your rational brain. In terms of sensation seeking, this is one of the more insidious ones. Sensation seeking is, and you can see that, I think this is descriptive predictive for victimhood versus not scammed. So this is, I think is this a man? The mean, yeah. Okay, so this is a study done of whether personal characteristics, whether somebody became a scam victim by romance scams, those who have never been scammed. So they compared people who have been scammed versus those who have never been scammed by romance scams. And 60% of women have been scammed by romance scam compared with 40% of men. So in terms of romance, more women than men are victims. Obviously, more men than women. More men are the perpetrators, and they perpetrate them against mostly women, about 60%. With respect to age, 21% of romance victims were younger people, 63% middle-aged, and 16%. So as you can see, which is surprising, wow. So younger people were only 21%, so much fewer. So younger and older people were very low on the percentage, 21 and 16% respectively. But the middle age was 63%. That is really, really high. You'd think that people who were middle aged, you're older than your young people, they would be better, better prepared. But no, 63%, more than half of the people who were scammed romantically were in the Middle Ages. So yeah, that just shows you that wisdom does not always come with age, or the ability to sniff out scams does not always come with age. Okay, so there was the variables include education, knowledge, premeditation, urgency, sensation seeking. That's all like attention seeking. The lack of perseverance of control. That also is one of the factors for being, scams, trustworthiness, kindness, greed, and addiction. So those were some of the factors that play into our being scammed, play into our being, taken in. Those are some of the vulnerabilities. So if you're a scammer, you look for those. If you do not wish to be scammed, then you avoid them. Okay, so as people in general, and when I say that, romance scams is that's one thing, but it's not. They're the same psychology that is used to scam romantically is the same scam that is used for other ways. This is simply a more nuanced way of looking at it. But mostly the romance scams work on people's needs, like every other scam or cult. It works on people's needs first. If you want to avoid people getting into these kinds of tricks, these kinds of mental inconsistencies, you first have to know their needs. If you fulfill people's needs, they'll be less likely to get into this, because most of these scams and schemes and cults and all that, they're merely there to fulfill certain aspects of of mankind that they're not getting in society, whether it's socialization, whether it's friendship, whether it's congregation with other people, taking part in communal activities like singing and dancing. Those are things that nowadays you can only find, let's say, in the pulpit in churches, or you can find them in people who have common musical tastes or political leanings, things like that. But we don't do them all as a community. There's not a time when everybody, sort of is invited to the celebration. We all have our different, compartments, where you can be a Christian on Sunday, you can be a worker, an employee on Monday, you can be a voter on Tuesday. However you want, you can break down your identities into different, well-fitting um, well-fitting boxes. So we have lost, we don't know who we are. We simply follow what we told. If we told that this is what it is, that's what we will do. So the romance scam also follows the same. It exploits the people's needs, people's need for love, for connection, for romance, for socialization. And the criminals, they pretend to initiate an intention in a relationship, and basically their intention is to defraud the victims of large sums of money. And this is why, this is the main difference between the cult and the scam, because a cult just wants your total and complete control and obedience, and their aim is towards something bigger than what you have. Let's say it's beyond, or the world is going to end, or you're going to be taken up to paradise, things like that. So there's always a vision that's beyond just the mortal immediate one. But the scammers, they have a mortal definitely, and an immediate payoff. They don't want to wait until the other life, the post life. They want their payment right now in immortal dollars and cents, so to speak. So that's the difference. The cult leaders, they look beyond. The criminals, they are looking for now. The scammers, they're looking to get immediate benefits, and they hope to live as soon as those benefits dry up. And sometimes it could be years. You can find scammers who watch their prey, who study their their victims for years and years. Like that lady with the heiress scam, she was just a poor, simple. Even Matahari, she was an old legend, but even Matahari, she was just like a simple girl from Scandinavia, and then they come to this big city. They can, reimagine themselves. They can recreate their own identity, and if that identity is of that of a high class person, that's what they'll do. They'll pretend, and they take classes too. They take classes in being being able to be in society, being able to pass the modes, knowing which fork or spoon to use, which phrases to say, what to find funny. All of these things are taught. They are groomed into somebody. So with the romance scam, they somebody gets into your personal life. They know intimate details of your life, and that becomes harder to execute from, and also it becomes even difficult to report on, because you seem like you were a party to your own destruction. So there's very little sympathy for people who, let's say, get taken in by this. Just all scams in general, even financial scams. If somebody comes and tells you that somebody conned you out of some money because they gave you a good portfolio looking, they made up a fake account, and they just made all sorts of wild claims. But at that time, at that moment, maybe you did not know about it, because obviously you didn't think that somebody could actually do that. But once you find out, then you can either condemn everybody there, or you can say, okay, now I learned better, I'm going to do better the next time. So that's all it is. It shouldn't jade you completely to people, but you should also know that there are people who are out there to actually make people jaded. to come to that conclusion that they don't want to, to even be with somebody because of the negativity. Okay, so the typology of victims. How can you know if you're one of those people that they are targeting? Well, yeah, there's different ones. It's not it's not one. Like if you read through it, there's no typical, person. There's people who are cooperative, greedy, gullible, are critical, careless, susceptible to flattery, easily intimidated, risk takers, generous. But one thing they do is they do hold respect for authority and are good citizens, like Kenyans. Kenyans are very good citizens. Yes, we are. Um, there are some personality traits that increase susceptibility to persuasion, but those studies are not really conclusive. The main thing about it is that anybody can be a victim. That's all. Some of the things to consider when you're looking at being a victim or trying to avoid to be one is to have premeditation, consistency, sensation seeking. You look at those, self-control, social influence, similarity, risk preferences, attitudes towards advertising, the need for cognition and uniqueness. So you look at that. That is present in men and women and children. We all seek, when we do meditation, we all seek consistency, seek our sensations or, feelings, self-control, social influence. I mean, all of those we do seek as a people. And that's not to say that you are a victim just because you have those feelings, thoughts, and needs. Actually, no, that just means that you're a regular human person. But knowing that you have more or one of the other, it should make you know how to counter that, how to strengthen that weakness, and how to still be happy about it, not to become bitter, not to become angry, but to become logical and to accept, your choices as you have made them and to make the best of them. So individuals' vulnerability for higher, older, poor, less educated, and single people, are more vulnerable to being conned or to being scammed, because most of the time they have this idea that everybody else, because they're old and poor, everybody else is better and wiser than them. So they will take more advice from more richer and more educated people. So that's also something that we have to go back and let the people in the countryside know that no, they're not worse than just because they don't know English. They're actually better. So individuals with a higher tendency towards idealization of romantic partners were more likely to be scammed. So idealization is basically, making somebody to be better than they are, making them to be the best, and just idealizing them, feeling that like a fantasy version of them. So people who have this, fantastical idea of reality, they are usually more likely to be scammed. People who believe in, fairy tale endings, or just being a strong person, the strong man marching into the sunset and so on, just perpetually your best. These are people who are more likely to be scammed because they have this optimistic, they're very optimistic and they want things to be better, and so all you have to do is fulfill that need for them and tell them that things are getting better, and you do it in small ways until she's convinced that they are. So this idealization is dangerous, because not only are you living in a fantasy world, but you're also more likely to be scammed. You're also more likely to be duped. It's not, even if you're not being duped, it's not fair on the other person, because you're not seeing them as they are. You're simply, making up your idea of what should be. But also in the other terms of increasing their likelihood to be scammed. They're not looking to have drama with somebody else when they got in with you. So, this idealization is very dangerous. You should look at your partner as, realistically as possible, not what you want them to be, but what they are. And then after accepting that, then you can improve, on some things. But if you feel that, you're with somebody and you want to clean them up and do all these things for work for them now, somebody who's grown at that point, they're not going to change just for you or anybody else. So how can you protect yourself from, from scams, from being scammed, and from seeing, you know, what other people go through? You have to be able to protect yourself, protect your people, protect, you know, uh, protect your money, protect your investment. You can't just give something away for, to the first person who talks nice to you. And sometimes we as a people, we're not used to getting compliments. We're not used to being feeling feeling worthy. So it takes very little for somebody to just come. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I get it now. That was directed at the focus. He was calling Brother Bakari funny. Yeah, I still think like you guys are related one way or another. All in good faith. So yeah, for the most part, it's somebody. Oh, and we're talking about the prevalence, or how it spreads among people. One of the things that was remarkable is that romance scam victims are usually middle-aged people, much more so than younger or older people. So older people, they do get scammed. They get scammed in terms of, the phone scam, somebody calling them on the phone and telling them, oh, your grandson is in trouble, you need to send your social card. And they do that. But in terms of romance, young people, if maybe naivety, but older people, it may be just experience. So they don't find themselves caught up in scams and so on. And some of the things that middle-aged people are more vulnerable to romance scams is because they're more disposable incomes, and they're more likely to be seeking out partners compared with other age groups. Yeah, I don't know about the research for that. I'm not sure. And then the traits that mentioned impulsivity and lack of self-control predicted victimhood. Those tricked by romance scams are asked to comply quickly to the criminal's expect. So yeah, compliance is the key to the scammers. Compliance, compliance, compliance. If you comply with one thing, you will comply with the next and the next and the next, and things until things become a ball and start rolling. So it's not always, we don't fall by one blow. It's usually, a series of small, the hits here and there until you completely give in. So those ones who are tricked by romance scams, that's, they give in to small things, but they give in quickly. And so for us, it might say, oh, I'm just making this person comfortable, that's why I'm doing this. But once you start on that route where you putting somebody else's interest in front of yours, then that's how it begins. So, they're saying that, give someone an inch and they'll take, what is it, a foot, something like that. Yeah. So you give somebody a little bit of a door, an indoor, foot indoor, and that's how they come in. So those who are tricked by romance scams are, once they comply, they they seem impulsive, and the victims are then told to, they are told elaborate and fantastical stories which might explain why the sky high on sensation. So basically they tell you what you want to hear. They give you all the information, all the positivity, all the non-criticism, and so you're like, oh, this person. And it's easy to disarm people if you give them even false compliments, or you tell them things that they feel good about. So so people find that it's difficult to pull away from the scam once it's introduced, and then they believe it's hard for them to believe that they've been scammed, even when they were told that. And then even if they realize they have been scammed, it's difficult for them to report it. Oh yes, yes, give an inch and they take a mile. Thank you, Ndugu Focused. Yeah, so you give people a little bit and they take a lot. So this is what scammers rely on. They rely on telling you to do oh, let me send me your email, and then you give them your email. Send me $5, and you're like, that's not a lot. I'll send you $5. Oh, do this thing. Once you do all those things, that's just you're on your way to being fully scammed, or being in a cult. And the same way that cults do that, they ask small favors for you, from you, go stand on the street and sell these, products and wares and so on. And you feel as if you're giving up, you're doing good, and yet you're just being taken advantage of. So, contrary to what was predicted, those who are more highly educated are also more vulnerable to becoming romance scam victims. This is another counterintuitive thing, that you'd think that people who are more, highly educated, went to college, know how to, spot these things. You'd think that they'll be immune from it, but no, actually, it turns out that the people who it's contradictory that people fall for scams. Better educated people have overconfidence, and overconfidence causes individuals to become more vulnerable to scams. So it's good to be to be confident, but it's also a danger, because if you have too much confidence in yourself, then you become easier targets for people who are waiting to to teach you or add you to the program. Oh, welcome, MG2. Thank you for joining. Karibu.
Hotep. I have to thank you for this, and peace to everyone in the chat. I had to step out for a minute, and I'm glad that you're bringing in some of the traits of scammers. One of the things I think is very important, especially now, is usually when times are when economic times for when economies are in distress, or when economies are in extreme surplus, that's when scammers come out, because scammers are very predatory, extremely predatory. They look for every little weakness that individuals either have, whether they're perceived or whether they're hidden or whether they're obvious. And one of the things that I noticed that scammers do quite well is they try to prey on the sense of false pride of their victims. A lot of times, those who are being scammed need an ego boost. They need to placate to their so-called pride, or that sense of, which is nothing more than a lot of weakness. Many of the time, I've seen it happen. I used to be a salesman back in the day. I sold insurance right before I was trying to get my Series 7 for my stock license. We had to go through all these courses of selling. And it wasn't necessarily like, your garden variety, here's how you sell something to somebody. It was really deep into the human nature aspect. How to go ahead. It's almost like a combative sport. And scammers are always in competition with the folks that they're scamming. It's like playing chess. And a lot of folks don't realize it until all of a sudden they look and they've been scammed, and all of a sudden it's like you lost the NCAA finals. It's like, how did that happen to me? But a lot of it is because depending on who you're talking to, again, it's almost like I say, like boxing match or some kind of competition. When I'd go in to sell something, I had to get the entire layout, and it wasn't really as scientific as people think. It's a really a good human nature aspect. I had to get the layout of what the people have on the walls in terms of their photos, family photos. What kind of car are they driving? What kind of what kind of cologne? What kind of shoes? And you'll see within that human aspect, because when we dress or when we do things, we're always putting up a guard or a fence or a display of who we are. When we're going outside, the clothes we wear, even if it's unconscious, is a display of our mood that time, that day, or even that hour. So a lot of times, judging what shoes you'll wear, what pants you wear, even if it's like, oh, I'm just going to throw these on because I have to do something, in the back of your mind or even unconsciously, it's there, and it reflects that mood that you had. So when I was out there selling, I had to look at every little aspect. Well, unfortunately, like salesmen, cult leaders, and scammers, they have to do the same thing. They have to, but they do it on a human aspect. It's not as scientific as it might seem. They'll prey on somebody's sense of pride. When I went out selling things, the guy that was trying to bully me into why not was the easiest person to sell to. The guy that knew everything I did was wrong. He knew more about my products than I did. He knew almost everything. Those are the easiest that scammers can scam, more than most people think, because they know exactly. They laid their cards out on the table. Like anybody that knows that can play poker knows exactly. you know, when that whole card is there, you know, or blackjack, you know exactly what's going to happen to the other guy just by reading his body language. You know, it's no different, TZ. The unfortunate thing is when economic times are either in great surplus or great distress, which is kind of what's happening now. They're approaching those areas. Scammers, because they're as being predatory, the only way that they could get resources by going in and finding victims, and that's when they'll be more and more heightened to find their victims. So I'm not going to predict, but I'm going to say it's more than likely, especially when economic times go more into distress, as what you're seeing now. More than likely, you're going to start seeing the scams come out like mosquitoes on a fresh pond. More than likely. And the folks that are going to be more than likely impacted are the ones that need a sense of pride to, you know, to make, you know, they need to show that they're, you know, king of the block, or I'm this and I'm that. Or you're going to see those that are literally, like I say, fuel for the scammers are the ones who are very greedy. Folks that want to go ahead and get more and more and more and more are the ones going to be more, they're going to be impacted by scammers, because scammers are going to feed that need. The ones who are very fearful, the scammers are they're going to find a form of comfort. This guy knows the answers to the questions that I can't answer. So therefore, you know, he or she knows more than me, and I'm scared to do this or scared to do that, and they'll find comfort within that individual. The ones that are inept, that literally their mindset is whatever social media view is more important, or whatever's happening on the Final Four is more important, or going to the clubs more important, or, you know, the ones that are not clued in to their environment are also the easily scammed. But I just wanted to just put that out there for you, TZ. I'll pass the mic.
No, excellent put. And you know, when you say that in the direct situation, that's when we have the most scammers. That's actually true. When the first article that we read was about Sweet Little Lies. That was the title of it, and it was talking about how during COVID, when it was, obviously it was a time of great uncertainty, that was like an explosion of scams. There was so much scams during, and this was global. Even I know that in my country, in all those countries, they were given a lot of money for so-called, CV relief, and they just pocketed all the money. They took everything. They still charged the people money, and not even just the government scams. People had personal scams. They would call people and say, we are the COVID testers. We'll charge you this amount or whatever. And there's so many fake people. So whenever there is a tragedy, there's a stress on people, you'd think that that's a time when people would come together and become more empathetic, but actually no, that's when people become more cutthroat. They become more evil. The hustlers come out all at once. So especially when things we're going through this great upheaval, you have to realize that if you're not up against the scammers, you're actually going to get scammed. And so there's so much money during the COVID era that people are just being scammed left and right. And people also scamming, don't forget those PPP loans that people took out, and they were scamming the government. It was like a counter scam. You're scamming the government and the government is scamming you. Well, actually the government scammed you, and then you turn around and scam them. So it's like a scam, counter scam. But that's the world we're living in, and the more desperate that the people become, the more and right now I don't think we have hit the worst of the worst. There's going to be a time when these people who don't want to work because they have realized the meaninglessness of work, but still there is still that necessity. There's going to come a time when the government is not going to pay for this degenerates and people to run the streets. They're going to cut it off. They're going to say, we're tired of paying your way to sit around. You guys, just sitting around doing nothing. It's off. And that's when the purge will begin. But, that's me being, exaggerating. But, they talk about that between March 2020 and March 2021, 59.49 million Americans lost money just from phone scams, and this was during the CV era. The sum of these losses is 29.8 billion, and most of these scams have utilized the COVID crisis as a hook, and this only scratches the surface. There are many more scams. I was surprised how much sex-based extortion is. There are like so many of them. Like the easiest way to make money from somebody is just to blackmail them, sexually one way or another. But in terms of the COVID, the recent one is that people have scammed. They were saying that the amount of the scamming is more than the profits of Amazon and Netflix, combined. So we have seen that in these times, especially, people need to be extra cautious against people taking advantage of them. This is not the time to be innocent. This is not the time to be, ignorant. It's the time to be as sharp and as smart as possible, because we are always, like I said, we're under the bigger cult, but we're also vulnerable to the smaller ones, whether it's your local government, whether it's your neighbor down the street, whether it's somebody on the internet. There's so many ways that we're vulnerable to it that we don't even know. Even our phone companies, they're scamming us every day. Check on your bill, you'll find like one or two extra charges that you don't know. They didn't tell you when you're signing up, but somehow it appears on your phone every month. So this type of scamming, we should firstly accept that the world is just a huge big scam. It's a con, everything is a con, and then find out how you can work your way through it. Unfortunately, the mentality of the victim, we look at the mentality of the scammer, but the mentality of the victim is also one that is just trusting. It expects that, projects its the same way that the scammer looks at the prey as just these stupid people who deserve to be to be conned because they're stupid, is the opposite from what the prey looks at the predator. They look at the world as, oh, everybody's nice and good because I'm nice and good and nobody is going to try to con me. If you are rational, you should have assume that everybody's out to get you. It's not being paranoid. If they prove otherwise, that's good. But we as Black people, we just assume that the world is good and anything bad that happens is us who did bad. That's that victim mentality where the villain will come and scam you, but they will somehow convince you that you were the stupid one for getting conned or being, conquered.
Exactly. When I said that in times of surplus, Tanzan, that there's scammers, look at what happened when stock markets were going through the roof. Bitcoin was going through the roof and digital currencies and whatnot, and they all came out of the woodworks. And you saw how a lot of that stuff imploded, especially recently. There was some major implosions because once the Ponzi scheme was realized, it was too late, and a lot of folks are licking their wounds. And and unfortunately, it's a human nature aspect. Once it happens, you want to go ahead and get revenge. And when I say revenge, I'm not talking in a bad way. We call it revenge trading. Even those that have been scammed are more likely to go back and repeat the same scenario that happened to them in the first place.
Yes.
It's like a woman that gets beat by her husband or whatever, or boyfriend, is in those type of relationships because it's almost like, I'm going to prove myself this time. This time it's different. I've always said, TZ, that the most expensive statements in the world, and this is what folks don't realize with scammers, very expensive statement is, trust me. The next one is, you can believe me when I tell you this. And the most costly statement is, it's different this time.
Yes.
And a lot of times folks don't realize in the age of scamming is not only something of you giving something or being conned out of something in terms of material resource. Also being scammed is by ideological resource. For instance, if you see all these clowns that are online right now, that are in this so-called, conscious, whether it's conscious movements or indigenous movements, or they have different gender war movements or whatnot. A lot of these individuals that are involved, listening to a lot of clowns out there, which have no more resource than they do. They're not the ones paying their rent. They're not the ones giving them medical care. They're not the ones driving their children to school. They're just out there to go ahead and prove a point for their own ego satisfaction. But they're scamming so many in terms of time, energy, information, intelligence, because what they're doing is it's like a cult. Again, cults are no different. Scammers don't necessarily have to take your money. They could also take your time, your resource, your inspiration, your ideas, your inventions, even your words. And a lot of folks don't see that. Again, it's like Reverend Chicken Bone is no different than a casino. Every Sunday, he knows as an actuary, he's going to get a certain amount of money from those that he knows that are there. Again, like the battered wife syndrome, they're going to come back for more. His thing is to get new victims or new suckers or new whatever. And it's no different than the social media aspect as well. The individuals that show up every week to somebody talking about gender wars or about Pan-Africanism versus whatever, they know that that constituency is there. They don't have to worry about that. The new constituency is what they're always looking for, the new quote unquote suckers. So the scamming that goes on is the ideal of changing someone's mindset. I always tell folks, whenever you're in a conversation, no matter what it is, you're in a battle, even if it's with your own wife or husband, because what you're doing is you're presenting a point, and there's always going to be either a counterpoint, whether it agrees or not, but it's still yet a counterpoint to your point. It's just someone else's idea. And so it might not be combative in terms of a negative thing. It's combative that could be something that you can grow from. A conversation is combative. That's no different than scammers and hustlers. They have a combative mentality, but their combative mentality is always in a predatory nature. I'm going to combat that individual, whether it's their ideas, their money, their time, their inspiration, whatever it is, so I can usurp whatever I can from them, leave them with nothing, and then they'll come asking for more as a battered wife, because they'll feel, hey, I've got to win this time. It's no different than the 3-card monte guys out of Vegas. You run into them, and you might win one, but then they'll win 10. And next thing you know, you're like, hey, I got to win, because you've had in the back of your mind, I was successful once, I'm going to win it all. It's kind of like that movie Casino, when the Japanese guy went over to the Japanese millionaire or billionaire went to the casino and just won like crazy, and all of a sudden the plane didn't work, and they went and had him going back to the casino. He lost everything he won and then some. It's no different. A lot of folks, and a lot of our folks, TZ, are going to find that out in a very perilous way, because again, when economic times are in surplus, or when economic times are in deficit, that's when the scammers, because the scammers are like parasites. They're no different than scavengers. They scavenge on the way you feel, the way you think, on what you have in your pocket. No different than the scavengers that are on social media scavenging on Black folks wanting to belong to something. I have to belong to a society. I'm going to belong to a society that says we're Americans or we're indigenous. I'm going to belong to a society that says all women are the problem and I'm a manosphere. I'm going to subscribe to because I need to belong to something. So I'm going to say abort all Black babies. I'm a Black male babies. I'm with the feminist society, or I'm a belong to a society. And so therefore the scammers are like predators or scavengers, no different than vultures or like rats or something else. Will go ahead and say, hey, I'm a prey on that emotion. I'm a prey on that weakness. I'm a prey on even that idea, even if it's a good idea. And I'm going to get them to give me the surplus, whether it's their time, their money, their energy, or whatever. And a lot of that, TZ, goes with the psychological aspect of the 4 planes of human existence: the blind, the unknown, and the conscious plane. The blind plane is something you don't know about yourself, but everyone else around you can see about you. The known plane is something that you know about yourself and everyone around you knows. The unknown plane is something that you don't know about yourself and no one else knows about you. It's something that's unknown, but it exists within your psyche. And the conscious is only something you know about yourself, but nobody else knows. The scammer works within all those planes and works very skillfully within those psyche, the planes and the psyche of those planes, finds the weakness or the missing piece, and then the rest is just basically a free-for-all for whatever they want from you. So I'll go ahead and pass the mic.
I wish you wouldn't. But no, very well said. And the reason why I did this, I want this whole series is for people to be on their guard against these kinds of manipulations. It's easy to, especially for, we're talking about people who are educated, people who think that they know it all, that they there's no way somebody can take me. Those are the easiest people to take in, actually. The people who have so much confidence in themselves that they think that nobody can, lie to them or do. Actually, it's much easier to trick an educated person than an uneducated one. Uneducated, because some people just, they might not have, if you're uneducated or ignorant, they think, well, I don't know too much about this, so I don't know what to say. But somebody who is educated, they want to think that they know everything, so that they will even come and take over. They will like we say with Black people, we over Christianize the Christians. We outdo the Muslims. We outdo everybody in those things that don't give us any power. So we are quick to be the forefront at pushing all these causes, and while it doesn't do us any single good. So especially those of us who are educated, we think that, because we know, we can't be taken in. Actually, the more you know, little knowledge is a dangerous thing. If you know enough to be able to protect yourself, that is good. But if you know too little, you think that you're already safe, you can't be taken in. Those are the easiest people to actually take in. So in this article, they talk about some of the outlines for creating vulnerability for a scam to succeed. Someone who is not on guard for predators, somebody who doesn't think that you could be a victim, not a victim, that you could be a target. It's not about being a victim. All of us are targets, but we don't see ourselves as targets. We think that we could not be victims, but a victim is just, everybody's a target, but only a few people can be victims. But some people don't even realize that they're targets. We don't realize that, as Black people, we have, that mark on our foreheads that everybody is trying to hunt us down. Some people don't think that even exists, that, you cannot just live your life and don't think about other things and you'll be okay. But if you think that you're not a target, you're just the perfect prey. If you don't think of yourself as a target, you're the prey.
Mm-hmm.
And then, there's somebody who is nice, vulnerable in terms of emotional needs, and somebody who trusts others. That's just, you're just a sheep, going to the slaughter. You're so easy. You're too easy actually for the predator. You're like, that's too easy. They actually want a hunt. They want somebody that they can, somebody who puts up a fight, somebody that they can feel that resists. But somebody who's just too nice and just gives in, you'll become, you'll fall prey. But it's not exciting for the person who's trying to bring you down. They want somebody who puts up a fight, like rapists. Someone who in this case does not know about computers, sends a distress signal. Somebody who's in distress, basically somebody who feels that they are hopeless, they are victims. Can you please help us? Somebody with an open hand and just puts up. That's why I hate when Africans play this victimization role, that we just poor, we just this with. No, we're not. Leave us the fuck alone and we won't have been so poor. We need help, we need aid, we need this. Once you tell somebody that you're helpless, that you're vulnerable, you're just letting yourself, you're just making a map for yourself. You're telling everybody, come and, just attack me and do whatever you want. Mm-hmm. Never show your weaknesses. This is something I learned from Oni. and credit to him, pro-Black perspective, go subscribe. But on my very first program, I was nervous. I didn't know what to do. That was like a month and a half ago. I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm just, and then always like, do not show any weaknesses. Just go and do it and do it. I don't know what, even now, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just putting myself out there. But don't show weakness. Don't tell people that you don't know what you're doing, and you're just trying out. African countries, we're only 60 years old, we don't know about modernization, we don't know about technology. F that. Just take it and say, we know everything, we don't need your help. Don't be a perpetual. That's why I say we are the females of the race. We put ourselves as being, the damn cells. We put ourselves as being the innocent, the moral compass of the world. Who wants to be moral? What kind of man wants to be moral over being powerful? You as a man, do you want to be known as a good man, or do you want to be known as a powerful man? You want to be known as powerful and good. You want to use your power for good, but being good for just for goodness sake, that's nonsense. You want to be being powerful so that you can actually exercise your good. Being good without power is being, is being impotent. If you're good but you don't have any power, then what good is that good for you? So no, don't always be, we're weak, we're sad, we need help, we're victims. No, that's a female move. Don't do that. We as a people should be strong and say, look, we don't need your help. We can do it by ourselves. We're going to take what we want. And then the fourth thing, for making yourself into an easy victim is not expecting to be attacked and then seeing the scammer as helpful. That's that whole white savior complex, saying as if, oh, well, we just weak, we're waiting for somebody else to come and solve our problem for us. We're just waiting for the IMF and the World Bank and the Chinese people and all this stuff. We can't do it by ourselves. We need somebody else to do it for ourselves. That's weak. That's just, waiting for somebody else to do something for you. You're supposed to do it for yourself and not rely on somebody else. So, this is what we do to ourselves. We make ourselves into, vulnerable. We think that goodness is some sort of, strength or power. Nobody respects good. Everybody respects power. And once you have power, then you have the power to be good. You cannot be good without power, because if you're good and you don't have power, you're basically just good in intention only, but somebody can make you do evil just because they have the power.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Well said. Wow. You got me thinking when you were talking about a target, and it got me thinking because I like mathematical formulas. And the beginning of a transactional relationship formula is this: suckers become targets, and those targets become victims. And you got me thinking about that, because one of the things that scammers are very adept at is transactional relationships. There's a few brothers that that are the darling of this, of even the folks in the chat, of the black family in the chat. There's a couple of brothers that are even darlings of them. But I've seen them for over 20 years, and how they've in their relationships with black folk. They might have quote unquote good intentions, and throw up their fist, black power, and I'm gonna do this for us, and I'm gonna, like I say, the we gonna gotstas, which I've seen for 25 years. But the thing is, more importantly, one thing that I have seen is, when I say scammers, again, it's not a financial or a resource scam. They scam energy out of black folks. And some of them might be well-intentioned, even if they're not, or even if they are. They still, because of that transactional nature that these folks have, and these are brothers that everybody in the chat and everybody here knows, because they deal with a transactional relationship with everyone that they've been in touch with, they have the thing, which what I call the definite traits of a scammer. They're either megalomaniac, narcissistic, or 100% only egocentric, to the point where their egocentricity damages everyone around them. And they work within transactional relationships. Like I said, you guys know these brothers. And I think I was telling Brother Bakari about them the other day. A lot of black folks love them. But the thing is, they're either megalomaniacs, they're either ultra narcissistic, i.e. Donald Trump narcissistic. In other words, narcissism to the point they damage themselves. Or they're so egocentric that, and when I say egocentric, it's great to be egocentric, to know yourself and be proud of yourself. But when your egocentrism is on the ultimate focus of your egocentrism is to damage someone else, then there's a disconnect between loving yourself. Because you can't love yourself while going ahead and making everything around you, by damaging your environment. It just doesn't make sense. So that's one of the things that I notice of a lot of these individuals. In order to avoid that, because one of the things that got me into trading markets and whatnot, I've been into it for quite some time, since like the mid 80s, but I had gotten out of it for a while. And I went into this organization of these brothers that their whole thing was, we're going to make 1,000 black millionaires. But unfortunately, either through their ineptitude or whatnot, there was a lot of scamming going on. And a lot of black folks got damaged, hardcore, got damaged and lost a lot of money. Me being the battered wife, I said, hey, I'm going to get back into it. Even though I may have lost some money, it meant nothing. I'm going to learn everything that I, distance myself from the 80s, learn
Yes.
everything about markets and trading and do it myself, so I will never be scammed again. And a lot of folks, like I said, again, going back to that, it's that revenge. We call it revenge trading. But a lot of folks do that in relationships, especially with the quote unquote ultra conscious. We're going to build this, we're going to do that. They might not be scamming your money like a brother Polite, but they are definitely scamming your time, your energy, your resource, your emotions, things that you could do, put to productive purposes. And the reason they're doing that is not for your benefit, although we think they are. We think, oh, this brother, he's going to build this and do that. That's for our no. It's not for our resource. It's for his resource. And so therefore he can continue. It's almost like working out. You're building your muscles, your scamming muscles, so that way you can find new victims. I've seen it at least for 40 years. And a lot of our folks are going to be subjected to it, especially when European economies turn awry and we have to start looking for other ways to get resource, money, substance, or whatever else. We're going to find ourselves being more and more approached by individuals to say, I can make this better for you, or I have the way, or I figured this out, or I've got the Holy Grail, or I've got whatever. We're going to see ourselves, mark my words, you're going to see it in the coming months. More and more things coming out of the woodworks of folks that found the solution to your problem. Mm-hmm. And here's the kicker. Because of the fact they approached you, remember, it's like combat. It's going to be more transactional than you ever believe. And transactional relationships are the telltale sign of the scammer. I'll pass the mic there, TZ.
Excellent. And to add to your point is this, once people don't want to accept that they have been scammed, people don't want to accept that they have been defeated. There's such a thing as being a good loser or a good winner. And we're not good losers. A good loser is somebody who accepts, okay, I fought a good fight, I gave it my all. But, I didn't win this time, but that's not to say that I won't, improve myself and take you on again. This is not the end, to say, oh, I've been defeated, I can never rise back. That's defeatist. To be a bad loser is to say, no, I didn't lose, to make excuses. You have to look at this, you take a hard and, difficult stare at the battlefield and say, okay, we lost this part, but here's what we're going to do. So, one of the ways, step two, this first step of, the psychology of being scammed, because that's what we are as a people, we have been scammed, is the lack of knowledge and vulnerability. So, nobody, while it's true that no one is immune from becoming a victim, it's a myth that only gullible people get taken. So we want to take this personal, like, oh, I'm too clever to be taken in, but my people have been taken in. So if I was a slave in, the 1700s, I would never have been taken in, to America. Like, we think we're better than those people, who are taken, the people who slaved, who fought, who went through it. We're better than them. It's like, when you ask the French resistance, when you ask Europeans, would you have been part of the French resistance, or would you have, given in to Hitler? 90% of the people say, yeah, I would have resisted. 90% of the people in real life gave in. That's what humans are. Humans are just people who give in to the easiest thing. So it's not, a slight on us as Black people that we were defeated, that most of us are just, going with the system. It's a human thing. It's a human thing to betray each other. They were collaborators, sellouts, Uncle Toms. They just didn't give them those names, but they were those, even in the Jewish quarters, there were people who gave up their own people. They told the Nazis who to get, where to get them, all of that stuff. So let's not, beat ourselves too much up as if we are worse than other people. That's another thing that also scammers make you, think about yourself, that, oh, you're just the worst, you're deserving of your horrible fate. And that's deflection. That's taking it from what they did and putting it on you as if you, the victim, are the one who is responsible for it. You are responsible only for not getting scammed, not for being scammed. If you can avoid being scammed, that's your duty, that's all. But if you get scammed, it's not that you did it, you only fell prey to it. So one of the ways that they get is, someone who is not on guard for predators. We need to stop being so naive as people, as a group of people. You don't think of, they can't do that. They have done it. They have proved it. You don't need more proof that they're capable of doing it. They have shown it. So, that part is over. We need to stop being so nice and vulnerable in terms of emotional needs and trusting others. Why are we so quick to trust other people and we can't even trust our own? We need to stop that. We need to stop being the victimizers and think that victimization equals morality. There's no goodness in being a loser. I don't know how many times I can tell my own people, there's no nobility in poverty. There's no, transcendentalism in being, the most there's nothing noble about being, on the bottom of the things. You're not supposed to take your victimization and your poverty as a means of a badge of honor. No, you're supposed to say, no, this is not who we are, and throw that off of you, because when you accept your victimization, you're only validating your victimizer. And then the fourth thing is, don't, the person that's not expecting to be attacked, that's the easiest person to attack because they're not expecting it. We should always, paranoia at this time is not irrational, it's actually very sensible. To be paranoid in this insane world is not to be, crazy. It's actually that is the most sensible reaction. To be naive and trusting is to me stupidity. It's naivety. To think that the world is a nice place and you can just get on through it with being a nice person. That to me is the most stupid thing in the world, but that's just me. The second thing is incremental commitment. You don't think that there wasn't a big war between us and them. You know who them is, but there was not one decisive war between us and them. We didn't come to a fight and say, okay, this is a war between the blacks and the whites, and we're going to determine who. No, this was something that took time. It took the missionaries coming in and being part of our group. It took the explorers coming in and knowing our territories. It took the traders coming in and knowing how we trade, how we work. It took the anthropologists coming in and knowing how we lead our lives and communal and all that stuff. So this one was something that took one war and it was over. That's what we don't realize, that war is not something that is immediate. It's something that takes time sometimes. So incremental commitment, we would give in just little by little. Where you give an inch, they want a mile. I forget the units, but you give a little, they want a lot. You give a little, they want a lot. So that's how it goes. So once you have said yes, then it's impossible to say no. Once you have said yes. And then the third thing of that, the reason why we're still under that scamming is that we do not ask for help. Once you realize that you have been scammed, a lot of the times, most people who have been scammed, who have been cheated, who have been conned, they are the most powerful reason that they stay in that situation is because you're stressed, you feel intimidated, your rational mind literally goes to sleep, you're in a state of shock. And then the second thing is realizing that something is amiss. Even once you realize that you've been conned, shame and environments prevents you from seeking help. And it says here, predators rely only on their target remaining compliant, trusting, and following orders. That is it. They don't, they don't, care whether you feel, sad, whether you're disappointed, whether all this stuff. They don't care. They want you to be three things. They want you to be compliant, that is doing what it is that they want you to do. They want you to be trusting. That's, you don't question them. You say that everything, you're in their hands. They trust you to make the good decisions, and following orders. You're just there to do what they want you to do. Psychologically, the victim is completely unaware of how the mind enables this nightmare to unfold. The victim, us Black people, we are unaware of how the mind enables this mind to unfold. We don't know how we continue to be a party to our own oppression and enslavement. How can we contribute to this thing that we hate so much? How can we be a party to our own oppression?
Exactly. I'm feeling you right there, TZ, about not asking for help, that embarrassment factor. And that tends to drive folks to go for revenge. When I say revenge, it's like, well, I'm going to get back into this because this time I'm going to do it right. I'm going to make this happen. I've seen it in the crypto world like crazy, where a lot of folks were losing their money with a lot of these crypto exchanges. And the same individuals I know are not only back at it. Like recently, there was what they call multi-level marketing. Now it's still a Ponzi scheme or triangle, or they call it network marketing.
Yeah, I wanted to do one about that specifically, like that MGM thing. It is one intricate but very fascinating scam. I want to do just one program about just that because I am fascinated about how you can part fools from the money. But sorry, continue.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's like these schemes come out, and it's no different. It's predatory and all its in all its aspects. It's somebody preying on the greed of other individuals. Oh, I can do this too. I can be, because this dude's a billionaire. I know I'm gonna get there, so I'm gonna have a downline. And the bottom line, I mean, it doesn't matter what you do or where you're at. There's a level of predatory nature going on from someone else who's preying on someone else's greed and hopes. And once the things don't happen, then all of a sudden, instead of asking for help, it's, well, I'm gonna do it this way this time because it'll be different. And again, that expensive statement, this time it's different. That's a very expensive statement, because a lot of times, like they say, insanity is repeating the same thing over and over and expecting different results. It's no different. And I'm glad that you brought it, because a lot of what you're saying is bringing up a lot of things that I see in human psyche in terms of why folks are constantly getting scammed, and why they will be scammed, because of the transactional relationship is one of the biggest things that unfortunately Africans have now mastered, which is a European thing. And when I say transactional relationship, there was a song back in the 80s that exemplified what transactional relationships are. It was done by Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? That is the most transactional that anybody can ever imagine. It's not what can I do for us or you. It's what have you done for me? Like, forget you. I just wanted, where's mine? And that's unfortunate what's happened, because if you look at these so-called conscious Negroes that are, and when I say conscious, I love them. They just continually are stepping on folks' emotions, hopes, aspirations by saying, I'm gonna do this, and I got this, and I've got this movement or whatever. And at the end of the day, it's what have you done for me? Not what can I do for you or what can I do for us. At the end of the day, their actions are only proving, where's mine? I gotta have it. And that's something that I've noticed quite often in this transactional environment, in this me, my, I. And I try to tell Africans the best way to prevent this scamming is, a lot of times folks have put me in the conference calls because I might have a lot of knowledge of whether it's markets or music or whatever it is. But the first thing that I ask is, I say, how, where am I supposed to be? What time am I supposed to be there? What is expected from me, and how much does it cost? And if I don't get those within the first 5 seconds, I usually don't attend discussions, conference calls, or debates, or whatever it is, because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. The best way to avoid these is just say how much. Even if it's a conversation, somebody says, hey, I got this idea, I'm this and that, because they'll give you a flurry of hope and words, again, getting through those 4 planes of your psyche in order to go ahead and manipulate you, the blind, the conscious, the unconscious, or the hidden plane, which is the conscious, I should say, the blind, the hidden, the unconscious, and the unknown. They'll get through those planes with a lot of flurry. It's like a magician. I used to be a magician when I was a kid. And it's prestidigitation. You get the obvious, and you let folks, you make them concentrate on the things that are less obvious, why the obvious is going on. And when I was an illusionist, I used to do that all the time. I was a ventriloquist as a kid and an illusion. When you're throwing your voice, you're substituting words for other words without, and that's the ability, you're using, you could do a whole alphabet without having to move your lips. Why? Because you're substituting different phonics, in other words, without having to use what you normally use. In the meantime, you're breathing through your belly and concentrating that into your nasal cavity in order to produce sound, because it's hard for the ears to actually go ahead and locate that sound. So therefore, you're misdirecting by using your concentration on that ventriloquist dummy in order to go ahead, and you're misdirecting that. You're putting your focus on that, and the human psyche will always gravitate toward what you focus on, no matter where you are. They'll focus on that because you're showing that interest, and therefore you're able to misdirect that. The scammers do the same thing, but they do it with your hope and your fear. They'll tell you, look at what I'm doing, and they'll talk about, I'm gonna do this for the black woman, the black woman, the black woman. But in the meantime, they've got also so many kinds of skeletons in their closet of what they've done to black women. Or they'll tell you, the black man is this, the black man is this, the black man is this, while the skeletons in their closet, like they might even have children with black men. But they're getting your money, your resource, your aspirations, and your hopes. So the thing is, it's no different than an illusionist or a ventriloquist is what I've done in the day. If you really want to get through human psyche, I used to do this in Japan a lot, because I go to different ethnicities and find out what actually gets through their psyche. So I'll go to the hood, I'll do it, or the so-called hood, black neighborhoods, or whatever you want to call us. I'll do it in the so-called Japanese hood or the Korean hood. I'll go to the Hispanic hood. And I'll do certain things just to see the mindset of individuals. I walk down, especially like when I was in Manhattan, and I'll look up frantically. And then all of a sudden, as I look around, I'll see how many heads are looking up, because they're looking at my interest, and I've reached inside of their psyche. They're the easily scammable. There was an old thing that they had back in the 60s, and it was like you had like a camera, a candid camera, and other type of things. This was the reality show before they have what's out now. But what they did is they had somebody go into an elevator, and you can see this online. It's all over YouTube now. But I remember seeing it live on television. They'd get somebody in an elevator, and then once the elevator was packed, all of a sudden everybody else would turn around to the back of the elevator. And that individual that was in there that was unknowing, they wouldn't know what was going on. They thought, okay, well, I'm going to do what those folks do, and they'll turn to the back of the elevator. Even if the elevator doors open behind them, they figured, hey, I'm just doing what, because everybody here is doing it. It was a form of misdirection. And there's a lot of things like that that go down. Scammers know how to go ahead and operate in that form. So the easiest way to avoid the flurry of words and, oh, I'm gonna build this, or I got a museum, a school, or whatever. The easiest way to avoid everything is say, I don't want to hear what you got to say. I just want to know how much. And you'll know right away if you're dealing with a scammer or somebody that's very genuine. You'll know right away, because at the end of the day, it's transactional to them. And you're nothing more than, quote, first off a sucker, next a target, and then you become their victim. I'll pass the mic there, TZ.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We should, as a people, firstly, we should know when we're getting scammed. The first level is when you're getting scammed, how to avoid being scammed. The second, level is to know what, leads you to become vulnerable to a scam. The third level is knowing the mind of your scammer, because the scammer already knows your mind. That's the thing that we don't understand. The person who put this plan into motion already thought about it way more than you thought about it. The reason why people are so easily taken in, because they don't think that something is happening. They don't think that there's a plan out against them. They don't think that someone is plotting and scheming against them. So they look at everybody as just being, oh, it's accidental. We just met, let's say it's a romance scam. We just met on the hall while walking away. You don't know that this guy has been stalking you for some months, knowing your schedule, your whatever. And then he comes one day knowing that you're going to be there, bumps into you, and your books fall down, and suddenly you're in love. But you don't know that this was a scheme that was months in the making. It took him, studying you, knowing your weaknesses, knowing your habits, knowing what you do, for him to be able to get in your space. You think that it's just, destiny, fate, whatever. But people who scam, people who have a will, they will find a way, and they'll make that way work. So people who don't have a plan, the lady, she was just going about her day, minding her business, going, from class to class. She wasn't thinking of, oh, how can I, ensnare this man. She wasn't thinking of that. But this man was looking at her and saying, hey, she seems like a vulnerable lady. She's by herself. She doesn't have any, protection. Let me go and get at her, or let me go and put myself in her space. So this lady will think, oh, it's just an accident. It just happened. While, this man knows exactly what he's doing. Same thing with Africa. We're just sitting there, we're minding our businesses, living our lives, taking care of the children, women, and so on, protecting us. These white men are sitting down in 1885 saying, we are going to take over these people, we're going to take their lands, we're going to, destabilize their society, bring in chaos, and just oppress them to hell. But, we don't think of that. So evil, unfortunately, has a bigger plan than good. Good does not even plan, nor does it even plan to defend itself. That's the sad thing. And that's what I'm hoping to do, with this series, that make the people who are actually at the forefront know the vulnerability that the rest of us are under, that this is not just a fight against the obvious direct target. It's actually fighting against things that are hidden, things that are being manipulated. People are not seeing the full truth. And we're just, acting out of reactionary instincts. We're not really looking at it from a logical point of view. We are mostly acting emotionally like women do, instead of thinking through and planning like men should,
I'm so glad you said that, TZ. When you said evil has a bigger plan than good, and good doesn't have a plan. That makes so much sense, because it's like evil will always look for a vacuum. That vacuum, that everyone has a certain amount of a vacuum in their lives, and evil just goes ahead and says, let me fill that up for you. You have a vacuum of something. I got this for you. And that got me thinking in terms of, like I say, it's so simple to avoid the scamming or the cults or the con men or anything else. Because one thing that I notice is all human species, or any of these two-legged species they call human, no matter where it is, everybody's got a vacuum in their lives. And anyone that comes up to try to fill your vacuum, and you know that's a transactional relationship, or at least you should, one has to ask themselves, why are they trying to better my situation, knowing full well that they have a vacuum in their own? And that's one thing a lot of folks don't realize. You could look at the cults like the Jim Joneses or the David Koreshes or anything else, or you could look at the Bernie Madoffs and everything else. It didn't matter how much money, resource, time, or emotion they had, still yet, being a two-legged species that walk this planet, they're not gods. They have something that's a vacuum within themselves. So in order to fill that vacuum, they need to take from you, whether it's your mindset, your emotion, your money, your time, because that's what fills their vacuum. Again, like a vulture or any kind, like a virus. They're predators. And why are they trying to better your situation? Knowing full well, being a two-legged species folks call human, they have something that they need to fix on their own. And that's one thing that Africans can avoid. Again, 2 words. When somebody's coming to try to better your situation, just say, how much is it going to cost me? How much? And you'll know right then and there you're dealing with. Because the scammer won't tell you right away how much. The scammer, his plan, like you said, they have been working on you and trying to decipher your situation, because a scammer is not just somebody that's, okay, let's take care of this one time. The scammer, like a virus, like a parasite, they want to be there for the long term. They want to live off of you, not just, okay, we've done this job, see you later. Their thing is, I want to make sure my resource for me to live, I have to be parasitical off of you. I have to, like a mosquito or something else, I have to continually feed off of you. So anytime I tell Black folks, whenever, that you are in any kind of relationship that could ever be, and you don't know if it's a scam, or like they say at the poker table, if you're sitting around and you have to ask who the sucker is, you know who it is, because just look in the mirror. It's the easiest way to figure it out. I'll pass the mic there, TZ.
Yep, it's you. It's you all the way. So yeah, there's always a scam afoot, and if you're not the scammer, you are the scammy. Unfortunately, you are the person who's been taken in. You are the person who's been, you're the, what is it called? The ram at the sacrificial lamb. Yes, you're the one that is being taken in, but you think you're just there, and that's how they take so many of us, because they give us this false sense of, oh, I'm better than that, or you're not it's okay. It's like you're not like other Negroes. Do you know that that little trick, that they give to the educated, the people who are not like the others, the people who have sort of found their way into white society? They give you a bit compliments. You articulate. You oh, it's so good that you're not like those other Negroes, and you feel good about yourself. But meanwhile, your whole entire people are being insulted. So one of the ways that they get the people at the top, our so-called educated classes, who are supposed to be the ones who are presenting and fighting for us, is that they make them feel that they are different, that they are immune from the easy scamming of the other people. So one of these is, it's not just the educated people, but even the modern young people. So this one was about, oh, I'm a savvy, cynical millennial, but telephone scammers still rob me off my every penny. Like, you think that because you're savvy, you're cynical, you're educated, you're knowledgeable, you read the New York Times and all that stuff, that somehow you would not fall for the old slavery trickery, or you'd not, become one of those idiotic Pookie and Ray Ray sort of things. But the thing is, they don't have the same, play as they for Pookie and Ray Ray as they do for what's a good name, educated name. MG2, what's an educated lame name? Because they call the low lives Pookie and Ray Ray. What do they call the highlights?
Yeah, the educated lames, the nerds, the back in the day. I would almost say a Willy lump lump. I mean, it's, I know
Yeah,
exactly
but
what you're talking.
they give the low lives two names, both Pookie and Ray Ray. So I want a name for the educated lames.
Oh, exactly. That in and of itself speaks, it speaks volumes. Educated, lame. That is like, in and of itself, I mean, it's quite interesting. Again, only individuals that prey on others will actually create other things to demoralize and debilitate, or to dehumanize others. You
Yeah,
know,
but
Mhm.
even with the Pookie and the Raiders, that's already dehumanizing them. That's the upper class, black intellectual, educated class looking down on the street, lower level class. That's already putting. Oh, the squares. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice, nice. A square. Yep, yep.
Awari, Ekoku, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. Okay, okay. So the squares, yes. So these squares that you have, what are they doing in terms of they're actually the most dangerous because they have more power over to the dominant class, not over the people, but to the dominant class. They are really the representative class to the white media and so on. These are your what's his name? Cornel West, your Nahisi
Mhm,
Coates, you know him?
mhm.
Yeah, those are the people who represent, the black people. And unfortunately, they represent them as if they are coming from the positive side. You see, if a gangster goes out and shoots people, yeah, the white people will say, yeah, they're just doing what they do. But the rest of the black people can say, well, they don't represent us. Those are just our criminal classes, the worst of our kind, right? But when you find an educated somebody who's gone to to the white schools and who's gone through that education system, and they represent their people, they have more say than somebody from the streets. So these are the people who are actually representing black people to white people. So you can dismiss your Pookies and the Raiders, but you cannot dismiss Ta-Nehisi Coates or Clarence Thomas, or all these people. So the educated people are actually more of a danger to the whole society because they hold more power. Not power in terms of influencing what people do, but power in terms of influencing the image of what is considered good black society. Because you can easily dismiss the thugs and gangsters and say, oh yeah, they're just the worst of a society. But you cannot easily dismiss something like somebody like Clarence Thomas, who actually went to school, went through the system, and earned his right to sit at the White Palace. So yeah, some of the times the people that they take, and the people who are most dangerous, is not so much the person who's shooting down the street, although they are personally to your physical existence, but the people who continue to destroy our image, to define our image, are those people who are educated, who actually have a seat at the white table.
Exactly. I'm glad you said something when you were talking about the what folks are actually, these the quote unquote educated ones are being more dangerous and I see why. And what you said, TZ, was brilliant in terms of they're even more dangerous. And I had to ask myself, I see why they're more dangerous. It's because anytime when you interact with somebody, even in a simple conversation, both parties in that conversation, like I said, it's even in a non-threatening mode, is really combative. You're just combating different ideas, and they'll either seek anyone that comes up in that, or is looking for someone else, will either look for them for either guidance, either competition, or to try to get information so they could use down, further down the line. And these quote unquote squares, of the educated scammers, for lack of a better term, are the most dangerous because they even unconsciously know that this individual, I'm scamming them. They're going to look for me for either guidance. They're going to either look for me to combat my ideas, and I'll go ahead and beat them over their head because I'm more educated, or, which is also is disastrous, is they're going to try to get whatever information, and what I give them is not going to help them in the first place. So they're going to seek information from me, knowing full well whatever I give them is not going to be fruitful for them. It'll just be more fodder for me to go ahead and be in like a parasitical nature to grab things from them. And that's something I've noticed more often than not of even the so-called quote unquote ultra educated. Because remember, education is nothing more than indoctrination, or if you use it correctly, like education should be, is practical application of information. But all these individuals that have, whether they're degrees, titles, or so-called indoctrination, anytime they go to scam someone else, all they're doing is using that indoctrination to go ahead, like a mosquito or a virus or a leech, try to go ahead and get what they can by not doing anything helpful to the victim that they've done it to, or the sucker, or even better yet, like you said, the target. I'll go ahead and pass the mic there, TZ.
Yeah, so in other societies, the educated class is usually the resistant class. You saw that, in the French resistance, the Chinese and all these people, they had the young people who had gone to college, who were, exposed to new ideas. And those are the ones who actually fought. Even in America itself, the revolutionaries were this new, educated, new generation of Americans who had maybe second generation British, but they had grown up in America and they had gone to school in America. And so for them, it was not just a physical rebellion, it was actually an intellectual. It starts with intellectualism. The masses don't just go, the masses are not just that clever. The proletarians, if they do go on a rampage, that's all it's going to be. It's going to be a disorganized rampage. But if it's organized by the educated classes, it's going to be a revolution. That's the difference between, just being people going crazy and people changing society. If there's no thought behind the action, then that's all it becomes. It just becomes chaos. But if there's thought behind it, then it can come to something else. So, in most societies, it's usually the educated class who leads the revolution or the change in society, but for us, unfortunately, our educated class, our intellectuals are the first ones to be co-opted into this, death cult, this white supremacy. They are the first ones who will stand and argue against their own self-interest and against the self-interest of other people. So we need to create our own intellectual class, one that has not gone through, the various brainwashing and mind control of these other people. Because for me, I wouldn't trust somebody who came from, a Western education unless they were not learning anything to do with politics, with, history, with relations, all of that. If somebody went to college just to learn the dry sciences, yeah, maybe that person has not been fully corrupted. But if somebody goes to school to learn about sociology and all this, they'll come out a feminist, a social activist, a historical, dialectism, or some weird stuff that they'll come out with out of the intellectual institutions, because we don't have anything that prepares our own intellectuals to think in our own terms. We just let them go and let them hope that they'll come back with some sort of logic. But that does not happen. That is not how life works. You don't just send your child out to school and hope that they're going to come out right. You have to have a hand in their education. You have to have a hand in their training. But that's not what we do as Black people. We just send, even Africans, we just send our people out to a foreign country. We don't give them any advice, instruction, anything to come back with. We just tell them, go forth and do well. Like such vague nonsense that anybody can interpret that however they want. Go get rich, go get, a white bitch, go get, greedy, go get whatever you want, go, manipulate people, go con and lie and do whatever you say. Nobody is giving you any advice, As much as I'm not a fan, but one of the things that, Gaddafi told his Libyan students is, we're not sending you out there to go and get between the legs of a European woman. We're going to sending you there to get the knowledge and to bring it back to a country so that we can use it for our own benefit. You're not going there just to relax and live the free life, So this is something that we don't give to our subsequent generations, to our children. We don't give them that guidance. We just send them out there and let them, and hope for the best. So that's something that we also, we're not doing as we talk about the ancestors we got from the ancestors, but what are we going to give to the descendants? And it's not just going to say, oh, go and succeed, do well in your classes and get a good job. That's so inadequate. When you see what other people are doing, they're not preparing their children to get along with others. They're preparing their children to conquer. This is not something that we should teaching our children.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That's as I was saying for quite some time, that's a difference in what is called culture, is what you teach those that are coming after you. A lot of folks, TZ, they use the term culture and they misuse it. Like hip hop culture or that culture or weed culture or whatever culture. Culture is a device mechanism that is handed down through generations for survival. And that's
sorry. Before you continue, let me just interrupt with a funny thing. Koku was asking how all these people in the chat, but 2 people watching. Actually, right now it says that it's only 1 person watching. Well, now it says 2, but I don't know why. And to be honest, I don't really care. I do to some extent, but I don't really care because I am more concerned about the people who are watching than the number of people who are watching. So, it's weird. Yeah, it says that it's only 2 people watching, but even if it's 2 people watching, I'd rather 2 people who are really interested and have I have a passion and a care for people than 20 people who are just, watching for drama or for entertainment. So I know it's weird. Yeah, I see now it's only 2 people watching, but hey, but I'm still grateful that we're having this conversation, and the people who need to hear this are going to hear it. So, yes. So go ahead, MG2.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm right there with you, TZ. Tanzan, this thing that they call social media is not owned and controlled by us. It's algorithmically and monitored and human monitor driven for someone else's social engineering purpose. So
Yes.
whatever they do and say to me is like, well, whatever. Like you said, the ears that are meant to hear it are the ears that are more important.
Yes.
It's like, I always call social media, especially things like TikTok and YouTube and Facebook and whatnot, it's a public bus. That's all it is. One big city bus. And you get in and you say what you want to say and you do what you want to do. But the bottom line is, on the city bus, someone else is owning it and driving it. And all I could do is say, well, I'll get off here or I'll get on here. I own no channels. I don't care about channels. That's why I rarely will ever say, oh, my channel, because it's not mine. I don't own Google. It is theirs. If I own Google, then I'd say, yeah, this is my channel, because I'd probably own them all. But I don't even have stock shares of Google. So I definitely don't own a so-called Google. And I trade stocks every day. One of the things about when you said about handing it down to the folks that are coming after us, one of the things that scammers like to do is to make sure you can't hand down lessons of what you've been scammed to those that are coming, whether they're your children, your friends, your lovers, your family, whatever. They like to go ahead and make sure that they have ultimate control of your conversation or your knowledge. And that's one thing I try to tell our folks is be very careful. Whenever you're into a relationship, business or otherwise, always know, one, is it transactional? You'll know right away. Again, Janet Jackson, what have you done for me? That's pure transactional. You'll know point blank that anyone that has that kind of a relationship, you'll know, are they egotistical? Are they arrogant? Are they narcissistic? You'll see the signs right away. And if you can't see the signs, 2 words, how much? Because you'll know right then and there, if you get an answer or a price right then and there, it's a transaction, and right away, okay, this relationship is only going to go as far as that transaction. But if point blank that individual can't give you a price, that is a transactional, for lack of a better term, of something that's ongoing, and it's going to cost you greatly down the line. So I tell our folks, just be very careful. Whenever you're entering, whether it's business or otherwise, just know, okay, what is this going to cost me? And know what the answer of the individual that's trying to scam you. Because you'll know right away, if it's a scam, they'll never tell you. You'll be paying through the nose, even if you'll never know right away. If it's not a scam, 9 times out of 10, you'll know right up front, okay, this is what this person wants to do. Like they say, and especially when I grew up in certain areas, where a pimp announces the game. Always know that. And the pimp isn't just there to go ahead and try to trick somebody out for an overnight stay. A pimp is always there to make sure that you will go ahead and be a part of his stable, no matter what it is. And a scammer ain't no different than a pimp. And unfortunately, the trick, or I should say the hoe, for lack of a better term, is always the victim. I'll go ahead and pass the mic there, TZ.
No, you're right. Actually, the pimp is the expert in manipulation, in mind control, in, in all kinds of ways to get people to act against their own self-interest. Because you ask, why would somebody do all the work and give up, all the money? How would you, as a grown person, just, do that? But it's not so much about the money. That's what we don't remember, we don't understand. It's all about the manipulation. Slavery was not, it was economic, it was an economic aspect. It's about money, profit, all of that stuff. But it was not just about the money. It was about, control. It was about hatred. It was about vengeance. It was about, that hatred that they have for us finally venting itself out. That hatred for nature that they had to, be in caves while we were out, frolicking in the vast, African plains. They had to be angry that our women were out in the market field working and taking care of the children and making their own money and getting the respect, while their women were being dragged around in caves by their hair. They have to look at the fact that they had to fight, just for the right to survive. They had to go through black plagues and syphilis and all kinds of horrible, horrible things while we out there just working naked without any sort of shame. They had to go through, hating themselves and living in all kinds of filth and disgust and, hating themselves. And while we are there, never knowing, what sin is until they came and introduced it to us. They told us, oh, you're born into sin. We didn't even know what sin was as adults. We didn't even know that we were sinning. And yet suddenly now they come and then they put all this, guilt and fear and superstition and nonsense into us. That's what they want, because you cannot spread hate unless you already know hate. You cannot spread this, self, flagellation unless you're personally intimate with it. So we didn't know anything about this, original sin and salvation and all this stuff. So once they introduced that to us, that was it. We accepted their version of reality, and that was our demise. That we looked at them as, when you look at this is called the missionary position. It talks about the Prometheus. And for them, the idea of God is not a good person. God is somebody who brought all these cruelties on man. Somebody who either doesn't care when they call, they're setting the clock time. I think that was William, I can't remember the last name, a philosopher, who said that God simply put the world into motion and then he let it go. So for them, they feel that God abandoned them. That that's why you see in all the movies. That's why they're so quick with atheism and with denying God and with turning to to unnatural things, because for them God is a hostile necessity. If we have to believe in God, yeah, we believe in him, but he's not a friend of ours. We have to obey him because he's so evil. So that's their mentality that they're coming under, and they want to inflict us with that same hostility or fear of God instead of respect and cooperation. So when we take out their things, we don't really look at what we're taking in. We will take down the science, but we don't take about what that science entails. It entails looking at yourself as less than nothing, making yourself into an atomized individual, not looking towards some of the other powers of earth, the spiritual aspect of it, and basically reducing nature to these numbers and predictable. They're not predictable. Nature is not so easy to put down, but we want to tame it. We want to conquer it and make it our own. And yet, nature is bigger than us. So that's what people who don't have power, they want to exercise power over other people. So this white people, they didn't have power over nature, over the environment, over their own lives. They resent that they have to they have 70 years to live versus being immortal. That's why they have fantasies of being vampires and being eternal life and all this. We didn't have eternal life. For us in Africa, we believe that when you pass, it's not that you cease existence, but you'd come back and you'd still be a part of life. Your memory would be living in the mouths or the lips of those who still remained alive. If you did good, you'd be remembered in the minds of those who still remained. You'd be named after the children who came after you. So you'd still have life after death, but that life would be here on earth. What they changed for us is they made us, undermine, this mortal life, and they made us seem like this life on earth was nothing compared to that eternal life afterwards. So now, whatever you do on earth doesn't matter. It's what what happens to you afterwards. And that was totally, upending our system. For us, is whatever you do with the time that you're given is important, and that also determines what happens to you after that time is done. You're still going to be around. You're still going to be looking over, your people. You're still going to be remembered, but you're still going to be in this life. So they changed the importance of this life, and they gave it to some other fantastical thing that has not really occurred. So we forgot to be good in this life, and we're just working towards salvation in another fearful, unknown world. So that's what scammers promise you something that you're not going to get in this time. With the MLM, the pyramid schemes, they tell you, well, if you get 5 people, you're going to make $5,000. So you work all your life trying to get 20 people, and you're never going to where you're going, but you're still always constantly working towards it. Just like salvation, you're never going to be fully saved, but you still constantly have to be working towards that salvation. So it's a never ending goal, and it's something that you never reach. And this is how they twisted our minds into not achieving goodness in this life, but trying to achieve some nebulous, unachievable, eternal goodness in some other life, and also not accepting small change in our mortal lives because we're expecting something bigger in a different life. So it's like the lottery. They're telling you, put $5 in, you might win $1 million. You might lose your $5, but you might win $1 million. So the hope is more important than the return.
I hear you. It's one of those things that hopefully, again, because of the nature of where a global sentiment is at right now, I sincerely hope a lot of our folks are prepared, totally prepared for what's happening in terms of others that want resource, that need resource, and that are going to do everything they can to get. Hopefully our folks are prepared to know that the scammers are going to come out. I mean, like they said, that song back in the day in the 80s, the freaks come out at night. Well, the scammers come out night, day, doesn't matter. They're up 24/7. Okay. And I hope our folks are ready for it, because it's going to happen in your churches. It'll happen in your homes.
Will or is?
It is. Thank you. I should say it'll escalate in the churches. It'll escalate in your homes. It'll escalate like you've never seen before. As their quote unquote economy, for lack of a better term, westernized economy goes down further into the toilet, others are going to prey upon those that are at least looking for hope or a way out, because global sentiment it's just the way sentiment is. Whenever somebody tells you it's about to rain, it's usually the guy that's selling umbrellas. So there's going to be a lot of umbrella salesmen out there. Even if it doesn't rain, they're going to always tell you, you better look up, it's going to rain. On that note, TZ, I'm going to go ahead and just listen offline. But thank you so much for letting me go ahead and, I'm very loquacious. And it's just, I'm hoping that our folks are going to get ready for what's next. The scammers will come out. I just hope we're wise enough to know what not to do. Thanks a lot. And peace to you, TZ, and peace to the chat.
Thank you so much, Asante, MG2. And thank you so much for joining us and sharing your words of wisdom. Yeah, so, we need all the aware people. We need people who are, they already know what is up. And, this article is called The Missionary Position. Piece of Earthlings. I just like that too, because you don't imagine that, a God would be, a God is supposed to love his creatures, but this one doesn't. He doesn't care about you. This is a God in the sky. He cares nothing about you. If this was Zeus, remember the Zeus stories? Zeus would come in the form of a swan or an animal, and just have his way with the mortal women. He did not care at all about your free will, your freedom, your all. This was a Greek god. Power was really, might was really right. So you're thinking that your God respects you. He does not. He looks at you as a speck, something that he uses and abuses, and just like you think God asked the Virgin Mary for her consent? Do you think he asked her, oh, do you think Joseph would mind very much if I came in and produced a child with you without his permission? No. Piss off, Earthling. Piss off, Joseph. I don't care about what you think. Yeah, you're supposed to be get married to what's her name, but I want her and I'm God. And therefore, hey, step to the side. Piss off, Earthling. That is how their God sees them. So this is an analysis of the movie Prometheus, which is it's quite a good movie. I haven't seen it. I know, but I have read enough of it to know that it's pretty prescient. And for me, what a good movie is a movie that tells us our secrets. It's a movie that helps us get closer to their true nature, to who they are, to their true self, not the self that they put in front of us. Like Gavi, I would rather them tell me, in the KKK lingo than in their democratic, liberal, feel good, we're all the same sort of nonsense. Just be out with it. We're grown adults. I'm not going to to take offense if you tell me you don't like me. I don't like you either, so that's okay. But this needs to be liked by other people, to be given it in edible chunks. No, you're supposed to be thick-skinned, thick black-skinned. That you're not supposed to care if people who don't like you don't like you. You should like yourself enough for you to thwart off all this nonsense. So Prometheus is their journey into looking at their God, not the Abrahamic God, not into Isis and the Kemetan God. For them, who is God for them? Who do they worship? Because most of the time we're like, why are these people so evil? Well, how do they not fear eternal punishment and all that? But at the base of it is that they don't feel that they are part of nature. They feel alien. They feel, that they are invaders to Earth. Not just not to Africa, to Earth itself. They don't feel that they belong to this world. They don't feel that they are, as we say, we are stewardesses of nature and all this stuff. No, do you wonder sometimes why they have so many alien movies and these, out of body sort of experiences? We don't have, even, okay, fine, maybe we did have aliens. I don't know the fullness of African, mythology. But you see these, aliens, coming in, into so many places where it's usually American aliens or South America or things like that. But there's not too many alien narratives in Africa. But that was one of the reasons, because they feel that the gods in this Prometheus movie is actually one of the explorations of the deity or the divinity or the origin. Because when you look at all African tribes, they usually have an origin narrative, whether it's the Kikuyus that God created, the 9 daughters of Mobi, and then gave the 9 sons and so on. But for them, they have a lot of alien origin, not just the Sumerians. The Sumerians have the story of Enki and Enlil, who were this outside, the Anunnaki, who came from outside the planet, and then they created this slave species, and that's how humans got to Earth. Even if you look at the Bible has the idea of Adam, who was created to be a worker for God. And you can say a worker or a slave or whatever, but in the earlier Sumerian mythologies, it was usually that those humans were created to be a slave species to the elder gods, who are aliens visiting from another planet. So the relationships between these people and their gods is not one of of comfort, of love, of protection. Even if you look at the Viking mythologies, you look at Thor and Loki and all these people, they were not necessarily pro-human. Same thing with the Greek gods and demigods. They did not necessarily were on the human side. In fact, most of the time the Greeks, they said the gods are not they're not sympathetic to the needs of the humans. So if you had to beg, plead, and sacrifice, sometimes even make blood sacrifices to the gods, so that you could get your own, you could get prayers answered and so on. So the gods, the nature, all of that were hostile creatures. And so white people have always felt that they were aliens on Earth, that they did not belong here, that they somehow they were. That's why you have all these crises of meaning, this existential angst. You find that from all the way from the Greek philosophy. In fact, philosophy for me in Western philosophy is not so much to know about wisdom and so on, is to answer the question of why are we here, why are things, is to simply have an answer to all the negative questions. It's not so much what we our relationship with the nature and divinity is simply an accusation to the outside. So in this one, Prometheus have a clear-cut metaphysical proposition to offer. Consider the basic plot minus the many alien invasions that references to corporate greed. So everything, it's part of that whole internal horror, from the horror of being, an alien to the planet, to the horror of corporate greed, and to the alien destruction. And also to the fear of the rise of both the machines and the slaves. Machines are simply, they are simply the stand-in for the slaves. So machines are like mechanical slaves. So guided by the archaeological groups, a few humans step out on a trillion expedition to visit the planet, which is actually a moon, where the giant white alien came from. So to them, their god is, this giant white alien sitting out in the sky, not so much, involved in the day-to-day life of human beings, but, outside of human, their gods don't care about humanity or in making human people better. It's just, for destruction or creation. So the aliens in the Prometheus movie, the aliens created humans, but they might just as easily destroy them, according to their whims. And so at the emotional climax of the film, the actor screams at the homicidal alien, "I need to know why. What did we do wrong? Why do we hate us?" And those are powerful words. Those are very powerful words, because if you feel that the world is against you, you feel that you're somehow responsible or guilty for something that you did not know. And this is not about slavery. This is not about what they did to other people. This is something that they had to experience even before they came into contact with other people. They felt that nature was against them, that their human nature was nasty, brutish, and short, that they were primitive people, they were savages, they were backwards. So all these things that they project on us as Africans or as Black people in general, this is something that they felt of themselves. They felt themselves to be, when Plato talks about the cave, when he talks about, the cave analogy, that people are stuck in a cave and they don't know the illusion from the reality, he's talking about their own people. They were stuck in those cages. They were stuck in that ignorance for a long time, and they were stuck in that guilt that they did not know why they were being punished. So, they say, I need to know why. Why do you hate us? Why does nature, why does God, why does, everything outside of themselves seem to be hostile and against them? So this is something they're putting, their crisis on us, because they cannot figure out, what they did wrong to nature, not to us. Believe me, they don't feel remorse about us, what they did to us. They feel remorse because they're being punished, but they don't know why they're being punished. They don't know why they had to grow up in the caves, why they had to kill and hunt and live this terrible life. They don't know why, even after conquering the whole entire world, they're still not happy. They're still not, where they want to be. Yeah. So to them, the gods, they say the big white aliens are God, but I would say that to them, gods are aliens. God is an alien concept to them. The idea of, a benevolent being, somebody who creates and who actually cares about his creation, the idea of fatherhood, motherhood, family, the idea that, a man can love a woman can love a man, and both of them can create and love their children. That is an alien thing to them. Where in all these Abrahamic religions do you find the example of a good functional family? Tell me that. You don't find it in the first family, Adam, Adam, Eve, and the children that they got. First of all, they are like two big children, and they're sent out to the world without any knowledge. And then you have the children who the very first children that they have, the first one kills the second one. And then, the second generation, which is Isaac and Rebecca, their children trick the father, the mother, connives and colludes with the second child to trick her own husband, and the father of one of her children, and then to trick her into tricking his, into denying his firstborn child his own birthright. This is in the Bible. So, what example do you have of a productive, loving family? What do you have of principles of making ourselves into, examples, into following something? You look at Abraham. Abraham married his half sister, Sarai, by the way. She was his half sister. So there you go. Let's just start with incest right off the bat. So once they go into, the Amalekite territory, he lies to the men that, this his wife, that is his sister, and basically pimps her out, lets the men take her and, do whatever. This is I'm not making it up. It's in the Bible. Just go read Genesis and Abraham and Sarai. So he goes pimps up, not once, believe me, no, but twice. First to the Amalekite king, and then second to the Egyptian king, apparently in the Bible. But luckily, the Egyptian king was too good to sleep with that, diseased whore, so he passed her up. But still, Abraham really tried to pimp his own sister wife to, some men. Why? Who knows? So these are the kinds of examples that we're given, to as family. So what do you think we're going to get from that? What do you think as an African you get from that about, wifehood and being a husband and then childhood and all that? And then on top of that, this degenerate old man, this degenerate old pimp, giving his, hooker wife to everybody who can have her. Then he goes and this bitch of a woman, Sarai, goes in because she cannot have kids. The same thing with that white women in America. She goes and gets one of her slaves, the female slaves, to go sleep with her husband. Basically, husband rapes the slave, gets her child out of her, and then when the child is born, now she's jealous of the mulatto baby, and she wants the mother and the mulatto baby to be sent out into the desert because she's the one who did it. Yeah. These are the kinds of role models that you find in the Bible. So with these kinds of examples, what the hell do you think our people are going to get out of that? What kind of improved morality are you going to get from that? That's just Genesis. We haven't gone through Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, and First and Second Proverbs, First and Second Kings, First and Second Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Sons, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Job, Samson, Solomon, Esther, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Sons, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Nahum, Ebaniah, all the way up to Malachi. I can tell you the whole entire Bible, and I can name them all. But this is just Genesis. Genesis just means the beginning. The beginning. So if that is the beginning, we begin with betrayal. We begin with God tricking the men. We begin with the murder of the first sons of Adam and Eve. We continue with prostitution. We continue with incest. All kinds of things. What kind of morality do you expect our people or any people to get from that? So it's not surprising that people will either turn to a lack of belief, or they will turn into religious zealots who believe whatever it is that they're given, or they'll just turn evil. So this is what we're working under. This is the Whitehall scheme that we're working under, and with most schemes, the formula is the same. You just need to know what people's needs and greeds are. If it's religious, what are the people's religious needs? Our need as people is to be, be right, to be in the right, to be the moral high ground, and so on. So what do you do with that? You give them, you tell them, oh, you're not moral at all, and you can never be moral. Actually, no, you're born immoral. You're born with the original sin. No matter how wonderful and great you think you are, you're just as corrupt, from the day you're born as, this murderer, this rapist, this, philanderer, this person. There's nobody. There's actually a verse in the Bible. There's no one who is righteous, not even one. So once you know that, then you as a regular person is no worse than Ted Danson. No, Ted. Who was that killer? I'm thinking of the actor. I mean, he was just as bad, but yeah. So you're not, all your sins are easy, and all your sins just take 5 minutes of, hey God, hey, can you see to it to forgive these sins if I say these few words, and boom, your slate is wiped clean. So our weakness has been, that moral high ground weakness, that need to be right, that people pleasing thing. Like I always say, we are. Oh yeah, Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Yeah, Ted Bundy. That was the one. So it doesn't matter if you murdered 1,000 coeds or you just said a little lie to, your sister or something. You're the same. All sins are equally guilty, and all the forgiveness is equally the same. So you don't have to work too hard. All you have to do is say a few words, and boom, you're forgiven. And so that's, bad from the more respectable realms of specularization. Zora Neale Houston, I think you remember him. Rebecca West declaimed that okay, so we know of this Eli Wiesel. Eli Wiesel was a J guy who apparently survived the Holocaust, and in Bernard, another one of their small hearts, in Bernard Schweitzer explained in his book, in his 2010 book, Hating God, the Untold Story is of Misotism, morally inspired oppositions to God. So this is there's two ways of reacting to this moral implication. One is by being slavishly, a child of God, believing everything that you're told, and just being an unthinking robot, doing everything that you're told, and being a good slave. Basically, that's the other thing. The opposite reaction to it. Oh, you did, yeah. Zora, she was quite a she was quite a firebrand. She was no joke. But yeah, Ted Bundy, that's the guy. So the untold story, misotism. Mis is the hatred of. So you have the roots of misandry, misogynism. Yeah, the hatred of women, the hatred of mankind. Misandry, the hatred of men. So mis is the hatred of something. MIS. So misotism is the hatred of God. There is some atheism that's based on logic, that's based on looking at the religious claims and saying, well, it doesn't make perfect sense, the whole idea of the prime mover, the whole idea of evil and so on. So there is some atheism that's called rational atheism, where you get to your atheism because of the rejection of the illogical nature of religion. That's logical atheism. But there is also what is called emotional atheism, which is simply being angry at God, being childish and saying, oh no, I don't, or rebellious or things like that. So there is a sort of atheism that stems from this childish, shaking your fist in the air at God, this teenager rebellion at God. So there's also that. So a lot of what you see as modern atheism is mostly just a rebellion, a need to. I want to do what I want without any rules or morals or anything like that. And that's where you get the 60s, the hippies, all of that, free love sort of thing. Because while they they cannot fully refuse the existence of God, it's easier to hate God than to deny his existence. So that's where misotism comes from. And so Rebecca West was one of the, if she's the same one, there was the West who were the serial killers who took in women and just brutalized them. But I don't think she's the one. She was an idiot and an ignoramus. So this Rebecca West is clear that the human will should not be degraded by bowing down to this master criminal. That's God. And that she was echoing a sentiment already expressed by Zora Neale Houston. Well, with Zora Neale Houston, she was a rebel. But her rebellion was not so much against God, but I think it was against man, against the men who were who were running the society at that time, who were dictating to people what was good, what was not, what was moral, what was immoral, and definitely what was God. Not just what was good, but what was God. These were the missionaries and the Christians who were going to church every Sunday, and yet they were degrading and enslaving other people, black people by day. So how can you say that you're acting on God's word when you're doing devilish things? So I think that's why Zora Neale Hurston, rebelled against the society is very different than what, Rebecca West or this new atheist did. For her, she was saying that you cannot believe in God and yet still practice these horrific, ungodly acts against other human beings. And that would make sense. It would make sense for somebody who has been a victim, a true victim of the cult of whiteness, the cult of white supremacy, the cult of brutality, to be against that than somebody who has benefited from it. So when you see these white women being rebellious, don't just see rebellion and say rebellion is good by itself. Why is somebody rebelling? What is the origin of that rebellion? If you see white women standing in the streets, with their fists in the air, that's very different from if you see black people in the streets with their fists in the air. White women are simply rebelling against their own people. Black people are fighting for their humanity as human beings. So don't just take what, the symbols and take them for reality. So atheism in white people is very different from that atheistic rebellion in black people. When black people rebel against God, they're rebelling against this system of evil that this current God represents. The God that says, you're all men are equal, and yet, still allows for slavery, tells slaves to respect their masters or to love their masters and things like that. The religion that tells people that everybody has a right to speak to God and you all have direct access to that, and yet you still have priests who claim to be the people who can give you forgiveness or confession and all this. Why do you need to confess to a human being who gives the same salvation as you did? So that's sort of rebellion that we have as black people. It's different. Rebellion is not always the same as when they do it. For them, white people rebel so they can do whatever they want to do. That's why in the 60s they rebelled, because they wanted free love. They wanted as much sex, pleasure, hallucination as they want. Black people rebelled in the 60s. Yes, there was integration, but they were fighting to be free. They were fighting to have economic status. They were fighting to have education and to have rights. They're not fighting to do whatever they want. They're not fighting for the children to be able to be truant and go from school and do all kinds of things that they wanted to without repercussions. So some things may seem similar, but the aims are very, very different. So that's the idea of of fighting for God. And the missionary position is one that somebody comes into your bedroom. That's how egregious these people are. That they can come. Somebody can come from a whole different continent than you and come to your bedroom and tell you how to sleep with your wife. How arrogant is that? Like they don't even know you. They don't even know you, but they will come and tell you that this is how you should sleep with your wife. This is how you should make love. This is how you should pray to your God. This is how you should raise your children. This is how you should be. This is what they did to us. The missionary position, this missionary position, it's not just a religious one. It is a sexual one. It's a societal one. It's a mental one. It's everything. The missionary wants to take over every position. He wants to be your leader. He wants to be your advisor. He wants to be your friend. He wants to be, your wife, your husband. He wants to be everything. He wants to take all the positions. The first position is, that missionary position is not just, oh, you should do this way. He wants to take over everything. Peace off, Ackling. Peace off, Africans. We are here to stay, and you have to listen to us. So this is that scam. The scam artist always has to have confidence. Confidence, that's what they were called, confidence men, con men. They take your confidence, they take your esteem, they take your self-assessment of yourself, and they put it into your, they give it back to you. They take it and they give it back to you. They take your esteem and they tell you, this is who you are now. You are a child, you are primitive, you are savage, you're backwards. And if you don't do this, if you don't follow this rules, you're going to continue being who you are. So once the scammer has figured out what your needs are, then it's pretty easy to put in what his goals are. once you figure out that the need for the African person is to be considered good, whether or not he's good, I don't think that we're any better than other people. We're not that moral and all that, but we want to be considered moral. Well, maybe we are a little bit moral, but what's more important to us is not so much that we're moral than other people, is that we want to be considered moral. We want to be thought as good, as hospitable, at all these things. We still care what other people think of us. But to win, you're not going to win by, you winning somebody's, their opinion or winning them over. You're going to win by conquest, by proving your skills, by proving that you're better than them. And this is something that, we haven't really gotten down to. Once, because we're still under the mentality of the scam artist, and the scam artist will compliment you, but he won't build your self-esteem. He'll make you feel good, but he won't make you feel that, you're good enough to, to be by yourself, or you're good enough to do it alone. He'll make you feel good enough, but only good enough to help him with his schemes. That's all the goodness that, you'll get. That's all the qualifications that you'll get. So, it says that you don't have to be a theist to insist on the goodness of God. Generations of secular social scientists and others have insisted that a good God, whether he exists or not, is good for us. And you see that whether he exists or not, reality does not matter so much as belief. It doesn't matter whether in reality God exists or he doesn't. It doesn't matter whether the theist is right, the Muslim is right, the Christian is right. What matters is what is good for you. That's something that's very, it's very different from what most people think. People think that in order to believe in God, that he has to exist. No, that's not even important. You can believe in God, but he might not exist. But if it's good for you, that's all that matters. So, in primitive societies, for example, deities were plural. In a lot of societies, there were female as well as male gods, and often no dictatable moral values. The gods are neither good nor bad, not like our current gods who have to be good, and they don't have any shade of evil, although they do. But in the Mediterranean people, for example, from Zeus to Yahweh and Baal, we have the psycho gods, and I believe that gods are. Men make gods. Gods don't make man. There may be a God out there. I'm not saying that objectively there's no God, but the way we view our gods, the way we view our deities, is actually a reflection of the way we view ourselves. So, when you look at the gods of the Greeks, the Greek gods, the Greek gods, the pantheon that ranges from actually, let's just call them the Abrahamic the gods, because this goes from Zeus. I call the Greeks as part of the Abrahamic tradition, pre-Abrahamic, because their gods show very similar traits to the gods of the Bible. So it says that the pantheon that ranges from Zeus to Yahweh and Baal were psycho gods. Psycho gods are, let me just, there you go. Yeah, so the idea of gods being the arbiters of morality is actually a very African thing to, African thinking, because in not all traditions was there a direct correlation between divinity and morality. We are the only ones who think that gods should be good. Actually, if you're a god, you don't really have any reason to be good. Why would you accept to be limited by the constraints of morality? For example, why wouldn't you just do whatever you wanted to do? So when it comes to the ancient deities of the Mediterranean people, and this is Mediterranean people, this is that whole area from the Tigris to Euphrates, the modern day Iran, Iraq, Turkey, that area. So this was and Greece, Rome, all that area, the Mediterranean. So the Mediterranean was full of what they call the psycho gods. These are insatiable consumers of blood sacrifice, abettors of genocide, and in the case of Jews, Zeus, a serial rapist. So these are the kinds of gods that they're worshiping. These are the kinds of gods that the Greeks, the Sumerians, the Iranians, the Persians, all of that. These are the kinds of gods that they're worshiping. These are gods that are, the psycho gods. They are they consume blood sacrifice. They encourage genocide. In the Bible, you can see, especially in the Old Testament, there's plenty of chapters where, their God Yahweh commands them to go and kill, to go and genocide whole groups of people, to dash babies against rocks, to rip open the stomachs of pregnant women, to kill all the men, women, pregnant women, all the women, and boys in the village. So this idea of genocide, rape, sacrifice, killing babies, infanticide, this was not a new thing, to these people, because these are the people from whom these gods came from. So it's no wonder that their gods would, mirror them in some ways. And then between 900 and 200 BC, God went amid. That's crazy. That the God who's supposed to be unchangeable, he actually goes through all these, renovations. So we see that in between 900 and 200 BCE, the actual age, God goes a major makeover, and he gives up on the blood sacrifice. He abandons that, and then diverse and multiple gods fuse into a single entity, and not just a single entity, but a single male entity. So as you can see, when humans started creating God, or God discovered himself to humans, there was a multiplicity of male and female gods. So you would have, the origin of the man, the first man and first woman, or you'd have, the woman, giving birth to children and populating the world and so on. So there was this, man and women working together to create life and to continue life. But as soon as, which I don't know if it's related, but as soon as the blood sacrifice was abandoned, and then the gods were amalgamated into a single male entity. So I don't know if the blood sacrifice was essential for the order and peace, but in any case, when it was eliminated, so were the female parts of the Godhead. And then they fused into one male entity, and then peace and order became, the law, or the striving after. And eventually, Yahweh, the male God amalgamation, matures into, the good God, and finally into the all-loving Jesus, who is himself offered as sacrifice. So that is a transition into, what we have now, which is a mostly, male deity, and the male Godhead is transmitted into the person of Jesus, and that becomes sacrifice. So we go from blood sacrifice, from the blood sacrifice right there, sacrificing goats and animals and so on, and from the bloody and rapistry, of the old gods, to a new God who does not have a woman, who doesn't have a female aspect, but he does not have a vengeful aspect either. The old God was so sacrifice is no longer needed, but at the same time there is no space for the female aspect of the deity. So it becomes fully a sacrifice, like Jesus becomes that ram that was offered in the bush. Yeah, so if you the rest of that called basically, so that's why I like movie analysis, because you can take something as simple as the movie Prometheus, and there's a lot going on there. I hope one day I can do like a longer analysis of the movie, or the whole Alien franchise. The whole Alien franchise, it's not the search for aliens, it's the search for God. If you look at it that way, that will give you more insight into some of their movies. But Ridley Scott's Prometheus it's one of those things that it's a search for God, it's a search for meaning, it's a search for, you know, for God, for search for why things are as they were. So it's not just a film. There's so many things that's why we have to be especially intuitive and knowledgeable about what is being presented to us. Don't look at something unless you know what the hidden agenda of it is. And I think for a lot of our people, we simply see things as entertainment, we see things as movies or music or these things, and we don't realize that that is also a very powerful part of our programming. You see, it's for the educated limbs, as we call them, that programming is going to occur in the labs, in the classes, and so on. So it's going to be a more direct form of indoctrination. But for the people who are not in the classes, they have to resort to culture, they have to resort to the media, they have to resort to music and these other things to get to the people who are, who need to be propagandized. But it's easy enough to do so for these people, because all you have to do is give them entertainment. Entertainment is the easiest way of propagandizing people, because their guards are down. And this not just goes for the people who are simple tones or who don't read. Actually, entertainment is for everybody. Entertainment propaganda, it works on pretty much everybody, from the educated to the idiots, because when you're being entertained, firstly, is your guard is down. You don't think you're not thinking of being on your guard. Even if you are educated, you're not thinking of, oh, what are these people trying to do to me? You're simply being entertained, and that's easy enough to sit back and just let it all come in or get in. So movies especially, that's an easy way to really get into the minds of our people. And so don't just look at movies as being, oh, it's 2 hours at the place. It's actually 2 hours of indoctrination, manipulation. And it's not just for adults. Actually, the most powerful indoctrination is done on the children. When you look at Disney movies, when you look at to movies that are meant for children, don't look at that as just innocent fare. Oh, your children are going to be entertained for 2 hours and you don't have to worry about it. No, actually, those 2 hours are the ones that you have to worry about the most. All the things that you see on television, movies are the most powerful ways of manipulating somebody. Firstly, you have somebody's senses, all your senses, your hearing, your speech is you can't speak during movies, so your speech is muted, your ears are open and receptive, and your mind cannot focus on something else. That's the distraction principle that we're talking about, the scamming, the distraction principle. Distraction with a DI, not a DE, but distraction with a DI leads to distraction with a DE. And sorry, my vowels are not very distinctive. I can't tell the difference between distraction with an I, and that's why you should learn Kiswahili. There's none of this nonsense with the vowels. Every vowel is always pronounced the same. So I would pronounce distraction and distraction as exactly the same, because it's DI. But in any case, so movies offer the best distraction, which is DIST. They distract you from thinking. When you're in a movie, you're totally lost in the story, in the music, in the spectacle, and you don't really have that, you're emotional at that point. You're not using your logical brain. And when you're distracted, that leads to your mental distraction, which is with the DE, because now your mind, they've already gotten in your mind so that they can destroy it however they want. Oh, word for the day. Let me see. What is the word for the day? Okay, I'll think of word before we end. Give me one, and then I'll translate. You have to help me out a bit. I'm not 100% on the creative side. So give me a word you want me to translate, and then we'll make that the word for the day. So, basically, when you redefine what people value, when you define what people consider to be, important, then you can pretty much, the most important thing, if you can redefine what is God and what is good. It's funny too, in English, God and good are so close, only an O away. But yeah, that's what you do. If you can redefine what is good and what is God, then you have gotten those people under your control. Because once you define what good is, then everybody wants to be good. I don't care. Even evil people, as much as we think they're evil, they want to be good. It's just that their good is defined very differently from your good. For them, their good is being able to take care of themselves, being able to not rely on anybody, being able to be the master of their own destiny, being able to do what they want. That for them is good. And so for them, their God is the God who tells them that they can go conquer the world. They have manifest destiny. They are the chosen ones. They are the ones who have the God-given right to rule the world. That is their God. Once they define what is good for them, then you can make your God into anything that you want. If what is good for you is accumulating all the money in the world, then your God is going to become money and the accumulation of money. So you as a person, it's almost like we choose our own gods, but God is out there, but we choose the God that we want to worship, not the one that is real. So every culture chooses the kind of God that they want for themselves. If you want your God to be a conqueror, a rapist, a pillager, then you'll go the Greek way. You'll choose Zeus as your God, and Zeus does not have any moral compactions about going in and decimating a group of people or going in and deflowering a young virgin in the form of a swan. That's the story of Leda, Leda, L-E-D-A, Leda and the swan, that Zeus went in. He did many of those. Even kidnapped this young boy, Ganymede. Yeah, so not just capturing women. He's an equal opportunity rapist. So he doesn't care if you're a young maiden girl, you're a married woman, you're a young innocent boy just going about your business. Yeah, he'll see you, he'll snatch you. So yeah, that's Zeus for you. Yeah, so we make gods in our own image, and the Greeks, they had no problem going into people's territories and just doing what they do, just going Greek on them. So obviously the gods would have no problem doing that either. Distraction. Okay, give me a good one. Confidence. What is confidence? Kujijua. Okay, knowing yourself. It's more of confidence is kujijua. It's actually the closest translation is knowing yourself. Hold on. Yes, so I would say that confidence is knowing yourself. Because when you know yourself, then you're confident in yourself. So kujijua is, and let me, obviously with the Swahili, one thing you have to know is what do you call it? Epistemology? Yeah, epistemology. Jua, you know what is it? Jua is to know, but jua also means the sun. So it's as if, to know yourself, to know is to see the sun, so knowledge and the sun. And, this happens in a lot of, African languages where you have one word for several things. So, for example, in mine, to see, the word for seeing and the word for fire is the same. That's weird that even in Kiswahili, to see and the sun is fire. I don't know. I'll have to look deeply into this, because that's two instances where knowledge and the sun are equated. I would have to do more. That's why I wish we could do our own self-knowledge, self-study, self-research, because you can only rely so much on what these people tell you about yourself. But it's just interesting to know that, the word jua, to know, is the same as jua, the sun. And these are two things. And we know that, even in English, the sun is, the sun, and it's also the sun, which is, your protege, your offspring. So, yeah, but there you go. The sun is jua, which is up there, and to know is to jua. So when somebody said, ninakujua, let me use that in a sentence. That always helps me. Okay, if I say ninajua, it means I know. Okay, I have to explain. The ni is I. quick Swahili lesson. So the ni part is, as we said, it starts with the person, the subject, which is I. And then na is the tense part, which is past present, which our tense is na, I know, I now. In English, I didn't include it. And then obviously, then the verb is jua, which is to know. So, there you go. So, ndugu focused, ninajua means I know. And so the ni part is I, which is, sorry, I think I don't know. The ni is the subject, which is I. So I, ni. And then na is, the tense, which is now. The tense is past, present, future. But for now, it's now. So ni na. And then jua is a verb, which we already know. Jua is to know. So like I said, once you get the verb, you can form, the sentences how you wish. And Kiswahili, you can form a sentence in a word. So if you say, nina, well, let's say a verb, ninakuja. Yeah, so you can break that down the same. Ni is the part where is a verb, is a subject. Subject, I. And then you have it's hard to type and then you have the nine, which is the tense or the time or the tense, which is now or present. And then you have the kuja, which is the verb, to arrive or to come. Arrive or to, yeah, so yeah, just to reiterate our Swahili. So ninakuja, ninajua, as we say, is I know, I am the sun. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You are the sun and you're also in the know. So you're both the sun and you're both the knowledge. So is jua is know, or jua is also sun. So to know is equivalent, is like to see the sun. To know, to jua is the sun, jua. So jua is sun, jua is know. And yeah, that's right. Jua, that's right there. Jua, that means know, and it also means sun. sun. So yeah, there's your word for today. So ninajua is I know. Ninakuja is the same structure. Ni is the subject, which is I. So that's not a one, that's an I. So ni is the subject. Who is doing this is I, which is ni. And then na is the present, the time, the time or the tense, which is present. And right now the present is na, which is present. And then kuja is now the verb. So you take the verb, you add, in front of it, you add the time, which is the na. And then so you sort of work backwards. You start with the verb, which is kuja. You add the time, which is na. If it was in the past, it would be nilikuja, or if it's in the future, it's nitakuja. So it's either ninakuja, which is I'm doing now, nilikuja, which I did, or ninakuja, nitakuja, which is in the past. So your tenses are nili, I did in the past, nina, I do, and nita, I will. Okay. So there you go. So in all the different words, you remember the li. I just added the ni part. The ni part is me, is the subject. So ni, that you already see the similarity of the repetition. So ni is I. And then li is the second part of it is ni li, is the tense. Nili, li is the past. Nina, right now, and nita is I will. So you just add whatever verb it is. If it's nilijua, so you just add nilijua, nilikuja, nilienda, ninaona, and so on. So how do you make the sentences? If you say, I did, I do, I will. So if you know the verb, simple enough. Jua is to know, or the sun. Kuja is to come or to arrive. Enda is to go. Ona is to see. To see. So jua is to know, and ona is to see. So all you do is just take these words and attach to that one. So if you say, you want to say nilijua, I knew, you just say nilijua. That's it. If you say I am going to, you say nina jua. If you say you will see or you will know, you say nita jua. So nita, I will know, I will come, I will go, I will see, and so on. Yeah, nitaona. There you go. Yeah. See, Swahili is easy, not just in the pronunciation, but in the, in the making of the sentences. You just know the ni part is I, the ta part is, the present or the future, the tense, and then you just put the verb, and boom, you have your subject, I, you have the time, when, ta is in the future, and then you have the verb, ona, which is see. So nitaona means I will see. Nitaona. Yeah. I hope this encourages you to learn Kiswahili, because it is so easy. I mean, I'm not saying that if you don't know it, if you don't have, if you don't learn it easily, that is something wrong with you. But the rules are pretty simple, and it's easy to go into, a Swahili speaking place. You don't have to be fluent, but you can pretty much get through. If you know your verb, you know your jua, you know your kuja, enda, ona, sema. Sema is to say. Say you said something. Nitasema, I will say. For today, we just learned about the different pronouns, and then the different tenses, which is ni, li, ta, and ni. And then you also have the different people, ni, tuta, nilisema, tutasema is us, tutasema is we will say, and utasema is you will say. Yeah, so, I'm glad. Yeah, it takes repetition. And you go focused. It's not something that, even English, you don't learn it in a day, but the more you repeat it, the more you learn. Like even there's some of the few rules in English, that for past tense, because in Kiswahili, the past tense doesn't change. If it's, the word for the tense changes, but in English, for example, that the past tense of want is wanted usually ends in an ed. Not all of that time, because there's some words that say and said, or look and looked also ends in ed. And then you learn some, rules that, plural is you add an s. In Kiswahili, for the plural is either remains the same or you add a wa. So mtu, you say plural is watu, mwanamke is wanawake, and so on. But that's for another day. We'll try to get it more systematized. But yeah, it's not, it's good. It's good to sort of get a little bit familiar with it. And like I said, once you have the verb is the root of the sentence. So you have the verb, you add the tense in front of it, which is the ta, the li, the na. So this one, ta, is in the future. Tutasema is we will, and you will, and so on. So when I say the ta part, or, instead of the li, that means that is future. So once you say ta in front of the verb, which is sema, that's in the future. If I had put a li in front of the sema, nilisema, that would have been in the past. If I would say ninasema, na instead of ta, that would have been in the present, which is ninasema. So the verb sema remains the same. What changes is, the subject, and ni is I. If you wanted it to be we, you say tuta. Tu is to you, is us. And if you want to say you, individual, is u. And so you look at the verb, you look at the time or tense, and then you look at the person, and that's you go. Yeah. I still don't have all the rules in English, but then English is actually more difficult to learn. I know that, speaking 3+ languages, that English, the rules, for every rule there is an exception. You go to the word, or they tell you the past is, ed. So you say, okay, now I got it. Want, wanted. Look, looked, and so on. So you think you've got it. And then they say, no, it's not always ed. Sometimes it's go, went. Where did that come from? How did go from go to went? Okay, fine. You look at some other words, and it doesn't make any sense. It's very arbitrary. There are general rules in English, but they're not hard at first. In Kiswahili, once the rule is there, that's the rule. It's pretty much easy to follow along. So English, you know the rules, but you also have to know the exceptions. So, but Kiswahili, very few exceptions. Like once you know the rule is key for something, or once the rule is ta for the future, there's no difference in that. Every future, action is going to have the word ta in it. Every past action is going to be li. Every present action is going to be na. Every you person is going to be ni. You is, you singular is wewe, you plural is nyinyi, and so on. So English is chaotic, and if you know English, believe me, it is. Kiswahili will be a breeze. The only problem is, you don't find opportunity to practice it enough. And with language, unfortunately, you do have to practice it in order for it to get, in order for it to stick, repetition. But actually, that's everything. Everything is about repetition. You repeat it several times until you get good at it. So it is a start. At least, nowadays I can say you know how to greet. Brother Focus, you know how to greet people. You say habari, mzuri. You know how to say asante, which is thank you, karibu. Believe me, even if you know just a few words of a language, that goes way far in building that trust and understanding between the people than if you know nothing at all, So if you go to a Swahili place and say, oh, habari, mzuri, asante, all these things, they'll know, first of all, that you've been exposed to the language, and second of all, that you're making an effort to learn. Same thing with English. You can't just come to an English speaking place and demand everybody to speak your language. You have to make some attempt to know. You don't have to be fluent in a language, but what, gives you that, that acceptance among people and makes you feel comfortable amongst them is just that effort that you put into learning the language, or into being a part of. People will recognize the effort. That's what I'm saying. People will recognize that, yes, you are trying to, to be one of them. You're not a hostile person. You're actually trying to be friendly. And that goes a lot of way, So I appreciate it. One of the reasons that really, made me curious about the Black American experience is because I heard, which was surprising to me, that there were people who are actually learning Kiswahili, and Kiswahili had gotten beyond the borders of our small African country, and that people were actually interested in learning it. That surprised me, shocked me, and was totally different from what I had thought. I never took, Swahili for more than just, something that a language that we speak, but seeing how, people actually, embrace it, actually try to learn from it, and actually took that, as an important thing. And that also made me also appreciate, Kiswahili, because you don't really appreciate something until somebody shows you that they also appreciate it. And I think that's one of the reasons why we as Africans, we're so eager to let people into a society and to show, because most of the time, nobody is really interested in our culture. Nobody is interested in our language. Nobody is interested in, what we do. We just, a dark continent. We're just existing by ourselves. What we do is, as Africans, we are consumers of information, but we're not, producers of it. When you go to Africa, all the world, people know about America, not all the history, obviously, but you'll find everybody knows who's the president of America. Very few people know who's the president of, Rwanda or Togo or Burundi, even though we're in Africa. So we as Africans know more about the West than we even know about each other sometimes. except maybe in our own, small countries. So knowing that there are a global people who are interested in your language, in your place, or even in Africa itself, that makes you realize that, okay, so we do have some value. Unfortunately, that's what it takes. But for me, being, knowing that we had value, not in terms of, Europeans and all that, but in terms of my other African countries, the global African people, that they actually wanted to learn about my culture. That boosted me. That made me feel good. That made me feel like, oh, wow, really? There are people out here who are actually interested. So yeah, I encourage people to learn, even if it's 1 or 2 words. It goes a long way in breaking down so many of the barriers that time, space, and these devils have put, between us. So yes. sorry, I got on the preaching thing, but I do get a bit sentimental when it comes to language, because I know what it means, what difference it makes to even how you think, how you relate, how you communicate with other people, and really how you embrace yourself and other people. So when we all, on the English language, we tend to venerate it. We tend to think that English speakers are, better or superior than us. So when somebody actually appreciates your native language or your local language, it gives you that appreciation. It makes you think that, okay, we might have something here and it's not, completely valueless. This is what Africans struggle with, with the relevance. Who cares? When we go out to the world, nobody cares that, oh, I have, my tribe is this and my tribe is that. Nobody cares. That's why maybe when Africans come to other places, they are so, suddenly they become extra patriotic because they want to assert their individuality, because everybody else just dismisses them and sees them as, not having any value. So maybe that's some of the times when we try to go above and beyond. It's not that we are super patriotic in our own countries. It's just when we come out, some of the people, feel that they are, that their culture are not worth anything, so they hold on to it, ever more strongly. But I think it's more important to not just to hold on to culture, but also to share it, not to share to everybody to give it away for free, but to share to the people who actually appreciate it. And I can say I'm proud to share, whatever knowledge, information, experience I have on the continent with the people who are here, and I'm happy to learn, what I need to learn from the people who are here, from the people who experience it, and so on. So it's an exchange of information. We teach, we learn, and we improve our knowledge and experience. So I am glad that, I got a chance to get out, to meet people who were not necessarily from the continent, who have other experiences, and to expand my whole awareness of the world and of the Black experience. I hope to give, an iota of that to the people back on the continent, to give them some idea of the immensity of ours as a people, of our reach, of our experience, of our history, because we also under the same colonial mindset that people from the diaspora are under. We were also, under the cloak of ignorance, under the cloak of historical obfuscation. And so this is as necessary for people on the continent as for the people out of it. This, appreciation and value for our own culture. So yeah, I definitely agree with Andrew Focused. We should learn as many languages as possible, especially Black ones. Exactly. And one person I would give credit to and admiration is Dr. Obadele Kabon. He went back to Africa and actually learned several African languages, including Kiswahili. I think he also learned Twi and Ga and a couple of West African languages. Not everybody can do that, but it's always a start. It's always a start to start somewhere, to just pick up a few words and phrases and to start from there. It's better than not knowing anything at all. And it's also good exercise for your brain. The more you learn, especially language expands your thinking, because it forces you not just to acquire new sounds, but also to acquire new nuances in meaning, in grammar, in vocabulary. You literally have to learn a different way of communicating, because it's not just the words that are going to be different, it's also their order, it's also the way you say things. For example, if you say ninakuja, I do come, in English you do something like I do come, or tutaonana. Yeah, that one is more simple, but there are other ones that, you know, the subject, the verse, the noun is in different order. You know, that's why one of the reasons why Chinese people say I do not go, because also in Kiswahili we don't have, I was telling Oni Anu, we don't have the indefinite pronouns. Yeah, the I, and, the, that sort of thing. We don't have. You don't say the book. There is no the. You don't say an apple. There is no an. You don't say a car. You just say car. You just say apple. You just say, you know, dog, or so on. So there is no definite you know, articles like an, and the, which makes it quite simple. Another simplicity of Kiswahili. There is also no gender, you know, distinctions in terms of pronouns. So there is no he, she, and so you only say a person. The way you say a person, there is no he person or she person. You only say, I don't know how to say. There's no English word for it, because English always has to have a male or a female. So when you say a person, the way you describe a man is the same way that you describe a woman, as just, you know, that person, not he or she. It's like a, you know, in the middle. So there is no sexual differentiation. You know, it comes he, she pronoun. But with difference in English is that English, there is no plural in terms of the second person. So you or you all is the same word. It's just you. So that's why people say you all. But in Kiswahili, there is a difference in plural, whereas you in the second person is wewe, and you all is nyinyi. So you can tell if somebody is speaking to a group of people or to one person. And you know, so that's saying that's the deficiency in English, that English places more emphasis on, you know, the sex differentiation, he, she, versus the plural definitions of you versus you all. Whereas in Kiswahili, there's no difference in the he, she, in the gender, but there is a difference in the plural, whereas, you know, nyinyi, sisi, nyinyi, and wewe. So yeah, those are the differences you find in language. And knowing a second language, even just slightly, it shows you the differences in thinking, because people think in terms of language. You cannot really say that you thought of something if you cannot express it. You can imagine something, but even in that imagination, you have to still describe it in words. Even in a dream, where, you know, you're not really communicating with anyone, it's just you and your mind. When you wake up, when you want to describe it, you're still going to describe it in terms of, you know, in language, in words, and a non-language. So, you know, there is no you cannot avoid language, you cannot avoid that description, but you can transcend it by having that comparison between different languages, where you can see how a certain idea or a certain, you know, concept is expressed in one language versus another, or, you know, just things like that, you know, whether the plural or the sex, gender differentiation, and so on. So that's the advantage of knowing multiple languages, not just for expanding your thinking, but also for communicating with other people, forming those, you know, social bonds, being able to feel comfortable in different environments, so that you don't go in and you feel like, oh, I'm a stranger and all this. And believe me, when you make an effort to be a part of people, you don't have to be fluent in a language. You only have to be, you know, willing to learn. Willing to learn. So that's what I would say. Yeah, we're about getting there now. So basically, today we talked about scams, schemes. We talked about, you know, the idea of us people being taken in, you know, us people being led down, you know, certain routes that we're not familiar with, and being on the lookout for manipulators, especially the emotional and spiritual manipulators. And I know we didn't get to the romantic scams to a great degree, but it was more important to get into the mentality of, you know, both the people who do the scamming, because they are, they are more intelligent than the scammers. And by intelligent, it's not, that they're cleverer or all that, but in terms of being able to execute your plan, being able to, look at all the things, study the different variables, not just the environment, the people, the psychology, the history, and so on, and being able. I would give one thing, to the manipulators. They are not stupid. They're not, idiots, and they're not that clever anyway. That's another thing too. You don't go the other way of, overpraising your, these crooks and criminals. They are only clever insofar as being able to, manipulate the basic psychology of human beings. It's not impossible to be on the lookout against them. It's not impossible to defeat them. The reason why we're so easily taken in, the main reason is that because most of us don't think, don't imagine. So this is not a logical, but it's an emotional reaction. Most of us don't emotionally think that somebody is capable of doing something bad to us. We don't think that, the person will project our own, outlook on other people. We think, oh, I could never do that to somebody. I could never steal a purse from an old lady. I could never sit down and plot to destroy a whole group of people for no reason other than to enrich myself. Yeah, we don't think in terms like this. We don't have an imagination for evil. We don't think just because, oh, could you push a button and kill 1,000 people so that you can get $1 million? Oh no, I could not do that. I could not do that. Yeah, maybe you couldn't, but hey, there are some people who could, and it's not naive for you to actually imagine that kind of scenario. Especially if you don't have to suffer personally from it. A lot of people will, destroy people just because they don't have to pay the consequences. So, don't always look at your way of life as, reminiscent or, exemplifying that of other people. And the last one, when they talk about, the if you guys have a chance, just watch, Prometheus or Alien. That whole Alien series was about, white people's quest to find God beyond the Abrahamic religions. You have to understand that most of, European and American society have abandoned this God. We're worshiping dead gods. Actually, most of the people who, even if they believe in Jesus, they don't believe in the original version of Jesus or Christianity and all this. They have taken, these gods and made them into their own, and we're still worshiping dead gods who died 2,000 years ago. So, official narrative, between 900 and 12 BC, the Axel Age, God underwent a major makeover. Blood sacrifices was abandoned, and God being turned into this, angry, bloodthirsty God, and he turned himself. He matures into the all-loving person who's Jesus, who himself offers, himself as a sacrifice. So it's not that God sees becoming God. He just transformed himself into a more market-friendly person. It's like they did a study, and they said, look, people nowadays, they don't want that harsh, cold God who, spies and so on. People nowadays like to have a personal relationship with their God. They want a God who's more personal, like Alexa. Alexa, what should I do today? Alexa, what is the morality of the day? So that's what they want. People don't want a God who's far away. They did a PR study, and they realized that, yeah, they want a God who's, who's closer, more human to them, and so on. So God changed from being an angry, out of the way God into a loving, Jesus who's nice and stuff, and who actually is humble enough to offer himself as a sacrifice instead of the God who demanded sacrifice from his people. So once we, yeah, in a few years, we'll be asking Alexa for moral directions. Alexa, should I go to my friend's party? Alexa, should I buy my friend a gift? Alexa, should I hit those, blacks down the street? Anyway, so that's what it is. Yeah, the good post-axial God has not always been a reliable ally of tyrants. Christianity has again and again helped inspire movements against the powerful, such as the abolitionists and the 20th century civil rights movement. See, this is the nonsense I talk about. Just look at this. That, they say that Christianity inspired movements against the powerful, such as the two movements that they give to talk about how Christianity, inspired people. They give the abolitionists and the civil rights movement. Even in that one aspect, they're not going to give, Black people their due. They're going to credit this to Christianity. Do you believe that nonsense? I'm not saying that I'm for the civil rights movement, especially. That was quite an oxymoron. But there you go. They want to, speak even history in their own image. So it's not that Black people are rising for, for their freedom. No. It was Jesus. It was Jesus all along. It was not the slave rebellions of people who finally had enough of the nonsense. No, it was, the good God who, helped his people. So this is how powerful it is to have these narratives. And while you claim very confidently, like here, that it's Christianity that has, done this, you give credit to yourself. But when it comes to the, for the bad, the evil, or the other things that you don't understand, then now it's a mystery. It's the same thing that we talk about cults. They have to incorporate mystery, magic, and also, authority. So when it comes to talking about our history, the history of resistance, rebellion, revolution, it's Christianity that helped inspire such movement. That's why it's also very important to read everything that you see with Black eyes. Always remember that these people are not writing, just for, to give information. Everything that you read is written with a bent towards propaganda. Somebody's trying to trick you, or somebody's trying to give you, interpret things in their own way. So in this case, when they say, when it comes to our struggles, it says, it's Christianity that helps inspire the movement. So the civil rights, basically the whole Black struggle was Christianity struggling against the forces of evil. But when it comes to them, if they say, if the doughy aliens are not the ultimate deities whose morality we need to assess, then who or what do the aliens work for or against? So when it comes to our history, they're pretty sure that, that was Jesus all along. That was Christian, that was Christ, that was directing, that was helping us, abolish slavery, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to their history, when it comes to why they're here, the meaning of life, and all this stuff, what is their mission, then suddenly they're not sure. Whose morality do we need to assess? Then who or what? Who these aliens work for or against? Blah, blah, blah. When it comes to their own, morality, they're not sure. But when it comes to us, they'll tell you everything that you need to know. Who created you? Of course, Jesus. Who died for you? Of course, Jesus. Who saved you? Of course, Jesus. But who saved them? They don't know. Is it aliens? Is it God? Is it somebody in the sky? They don't know when it comes to them. But they're pretty sure when it comes to you. They'll tell you everything about you and nothing about them. Where did you come from? You came from the dark forests, of Africa, the dark jungles where you're primitive and you didn't know anything, and we rescued you. But ask them where they came from. We don't know. It's only, like 10 years ago that they finally accepted and say that they came from the goddamn Neanderthals. And for years and years, I remember those years, they were denying to the highest of heavens that there was no way that humans and Neanderthals could ever, even the possibility of mating. There was no way that, they mixed with those disgusting Neanderthal backwards creatures. Then a few years ago, when they cracked the gene code, they're like, yes, we finally discovered that Neanderthals and actually humans mixed, some 30,000 to 40,000 years ago, and so on and so forth. And actually, those Neanderthal DNA were not so bad. They actually helped us humans become better at this and that and the other. So they spent years denying it because obviously it's going to be an embarrassment for them to know that they're mixed in with some subhuman, disgusting creatures called Neanderthals. But after it had been proved that beyond a doubt that, they did mix, suddenly, the Neanderthals, they had religion. They practiced, unique hunting skills. They were actually more advanced than we thought they were. This is the kind of nonsense, even scientific nonsense. This is why, even people who believe in science and all these things, they are just as idiotic as the people who believe in superstitions, because it's not about the science or the superstition. It's about the people who bring you the science and the superstition. If a white person told you that Jesus Christ died for sins, you'll believe that. If a white person told you that this tree is going to, change your life and give you success, you'll believe that. So it doesn't matter whether it's a Christ or a tree or the field, whatever it is, it comes from that person, then you'll believe it. So, and for them, you'll believe it with certainty, but they don't even believe their own crap. They question their own, beliefs day and night. Did you think they killed all those heretics in the Roman Empire just because none of those people believed in their nonsense, not even the popes. The popes were sinning up and down while preaching on a Sunday. The regular people were, sinning, doing all kinds of dirty stuff in their private areas before they came to church. So no, nobody believes in all these things. They just fear. That's what they use against the people. They use the fear of heaven, the fear of punishment, and the fear of mortal, torture. They actually tortured the people for not believing in what they say that there was, God's, rules. So don't always take them as if they know everything. They know everything. They're confident when it comes to you. That's what scammers are. Scammers, when they come to you, they come with all the answers. There's nothing that can face them. You ask them, oh, well, how much does this cost? How do you use this? They have all the answers. But if you ask them about themselves, then suddenly they have no answer. How did you get to this? Or would you invest in it? How much money did you actually make from this, pyramid scheme? How many people do you actually have under your team? Though when you ask them those kinds of questions, then they have no idea. But when they're telling you how great the deal is, then they have all the answers in the world. So we just have to remember that they don't know as much as we think they do, that their confidence is actually a confidence. It's a con. It's a lie. It's a lie-fidence. They're lying to us. They're pretending that they have all the answers, while when they go back to their rooms, they have all these questions. Who would have gone further? Oh, the lion or the honey? These are the kinds of nonsense questions that they have to give to them. We didn't have these things when we figured out, when we got to a relationship with our God. We didn't have to ask ourselves 1,000 philosophical questions about what would a God good do? What would a God good favor? The antelope or the lion, the heart, blah, blah, blah. These are philosophical, these are useless questions. These are not questions that are going to improve your life. The questions that are important for you is, how do I live with other people? How do I make myself into a good person? How do I raise my children? How do I take care of my man and the woman and my old people? And these are the questions that we should be asking ourselves, not these stupid philosophical Western questions. How many angels can dance on on a pin? They actually ask that, and I'm not lying. How many angels can dance on the tip of a pin? Can you believe that? All these questions in life, but that's the sort of nonsensical questions that you're answering or asking. So in general, scam artists, they are confident. One thing about a scam artist is that they believe in themselves. They believe in the right of what they're doing, the correctness of it, not so much the morality, but once they are selling you a particular way of life, that's their belief at that moment. So they send the missionaries, they send the merchants, they send the people who are going to preach that, and so you're taken in by the confidence, you're taken in by the certainty. Most of us are uncertain about life. We don't know what's going to come tomorrow, but if somebody tells you tomorrow at 6 o'clock you're going to be struck by lightning, if that happens, that's the miracle part of it. You are going to believe. You're going to believe that this person is a deity, or else they have some shortcut to the deity. Oh, and that reminds me, what's his name? Christopher Columbus. Two things: Christopher Columbus, and I can't remember that other Spanish guy who came to the Indian. But Columbus knew from the scientists that there was going to be an eclipse. So when he came to the Indian, this is not, I heard about it recently. So when he comes to the Indian, he tells them that if you don't give me all your food within a week, the gods, my God, who is more powerful than you, is going to hide the sun and create darkness for certain time. So the people laughed at him. But within a week, which he knew that the eclipse was going to happen. Within a week, the eclipse happened. And then when it did that, the Indians, the real Indians, not the FBA or whatever, but the Indians, they were shocked, that's that miracle. We talked about, the three elements of cultism: the miracle, the miracle, I always forget, the miracle, the magic, and the authority. So once he has the miracle, which is predicting, something so ostentatious and very remarkable, it didn't take long for the Indians to bow down at his feet, and that's when he got the authority. So you start with the miracle, you start with the mystery. You have the mystery, which is, the curiosity. People are like, oh, is this true or not? And then you go with the miracle when the mystery becomes, it becomes real. So let's say you're mysteriously saying, I know that tomorrow you're going to slip and fall. Well, somebody say, how do you know that? That's a mystery. But in that mystery, if it does happen that prediction comes to fruition, that you actually slip and fall at 7:10 in the morning, then, oh, wow, that is a miracle. So the mystery becomes a miracle. So for Jesus, for example, the mystery was his birth. He was born, in an age, and whatever. He was born by divine interference or divine rape, however you call it. He was born in a stable. He was all these things. So that is the miracle. Nothing yet has happened. But when the miracle happens, that he dies and rises from the grave, that's when the miracle happens. So now the mystery begins with his birth, but the miracle ends with his death. And so those two things together makes people to have that belief. And then once you have those two things, then you have immediate authority. Once you have those two M&Ms, then you can now tell people that, well, I am the Son of God, I am this and that, I am the great Son of the Almighty, whoever, solar system. Yeah. So once you have your mystery and you have your miracle, then you have your authority and you have your cult or your scam or whatever that you want from people. So, those are the basic ways that people, manipulate other people to get into cults. And that's the basic way that you as a person can not get into one. You can avoid them. If you see somebody making, unsubstantiated and very big claims, then well, maybe this person is starting to wants to manipulate people. This person is what if you're the one who put wax on the floor to but that's all it is. That's what Christopher Columbus did. He just had some information before he knew something, but that others didn't know. And that's all you do. You can create your own mystery. You can create your own miracles. That's the whole thing. The other one that this one credit to Bijou Noor. Yeah, she's a lady. She's from Haiti, and she talks a lot about very important things, African and Haiti. But one of her programs, she was talking about I can't remember. I don't know if it was. I can't remember the name, but it was this Spanish explorer who went into one of the South American countries, and he had experience with the natives there. So gave them I don't know if it was Haiti or Congo. Sorry. I'll check my references. But he gave he shot. He went there with his gun and he shot a few animals dead. And so the people saw that and they were very scared that he could just kill somebody with that loud instrument. So he told them this: look, you have seen this killing machine, but I will tell you this, that I am unkillable. What is unkillable? Yeah, but you cannot kill me. So what he did was boom, 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 boom. He gave the gun to the first person and he shot the gun, killed, let's say, an animal, a dog or whatever, then gave it to the other man to do the same. He said, and then the man took the gun from him and shot him, did the same thing as he did. And let's just call him Salazar. I know that's not his name, but he was some Spanish guy. So he shoots Salazar in the head, and guess what? He does not die. He's still there. This white man who had the power to kill, he himself cannot be killed. What is that? So these people, upon encountering that, I'll have to re-listen to Bijou Noir. She's from Haiti. I don't know if that story was from the Haiti or from Congo. Maybe it was the Congo. I think it was the Congo because I think it involved Africans. So this Spanish European, he gives them the gun, and then he shows them how to shoot it. He kills an animal or some other being, and then he himself says, well, try it on me. When they try it on him and he doesn't die, they are in awe, they are reverential. They say, oh, this is not a regular man, this is an immortal. So once they do that, but you know what the trick is? So once they do that, he has the mystery. The mystery is that he has power over life and death. He can actually shoot a living being, let's say a dog. He can kill a dog or a monkey or whatever, or even a human being. I'm sure he killed a lot of human beings while he was there. So he can shoot a man dead, but he himself cannot be shot dead. What a miracle. So you have the mystery that, the mystery of death, that this man can kill a living being, whether an animal or a man. And then you have this other miracle that he himself cannot be killed. After that, what else do you need from somebody? Well, he has already proved to you that he's better than you. He is beyond death. Like he's just, you'd have to be greater than most men to not just fall at your feet and say, oh, wow, you are improved. Oh, my name is Untouchable. We missed you today. I knew there was someone missing. Good to have you. So, you'll have to listen to Habari Gani, Mr. Untouchable. Haunguzi, Mr. Hauguzani. That's, to guza is to touch, and untouchable is haunguzi, so you cannot touch him. Yes, indeed, tulipoteza akili. So this European, he with the gun, so they cannot be so he cannot be killed. He can kill, but he cannot be killed. And so the natives, those Africans, they bow at his feet. He's both. He has a mystery, he has a miracle, and therefore obviously he has the authority. But guess what? I know you guessed it, because obviously you all know how a gun works, and you have used one before. I would hope you have. If you haven't, I don't know what to tell you. Like I lose a little bit of respect for you if you have not done that. just a little, not too much. But basically what he did was, you guessed it, he emptied the cartridge, and there were there was nothing in there in the magazine, and when they shot, they were basically just firing blanks. So he already knew what he was doing, but because the people lacked the knowledge, they didn't know how a gun works. So for them, there was both the mystery and there was the magic. The mystery is, how does he kill, and the magic is that he cannot be killed. And that alone gave him, gave a lot of white people that reverence not Africans gave to them. Same thing with that scene in Gods Must Be Crazy. I know it was a movie, but they encountered this, Coca-Cola bottle, and they thought that it came from heaven, and, they didn't know what it was, and they were really, almost worshiping it. And so if they saw another white man with a Coca-Cola bottle, they would think, oh, this person must be, possessed of some great powers and so on, for them to be able to, hold this sky artifact in their hands. So that is how they get us. They get us through our lack of knowledge, our lack of, exposure to their trickery and the history and so on. So that is why it's very important for us to learn not just our history, but their trickery as well, so that we don't get taken in over and over again, so that we don't, get lost in that, awe and reverence for things that are just human. You're not supposed to worship a human being as a god, because, especially somebody who's your enemy, because that person will be out for your destruction. So that is how they got us. They got us, with the cult formula of, as you said, there is mystery. We start with mystery, which, breeds curiosity. And then we go with the magic, the miracle, and performing miracles. That's why, all these religious figures have to have, the reports of miracle, and a miracle creates that awe and reverence. And then finally, after you achieve all those, then, the third part is very simple. You have the authority, and that gives you submission or compliance. So, you know, in yes, huyo hawezi kuguzwa. Okay. I will. So, yeah, you're always untouchable. So let me just finish with the the whole cult slash scam formula. So you start with mystery. The scammer. You're a scammer. You start with mystery, and mystery breeds curiosity. You come in with a trick or a fanciful thing, and that brings people to you. Like magicians, they either throw a smoke bomb or they do something that goes against the laws of physics, levitation or changing something or taking something and it appearing out of some other orifice or place. That breeds, that's mysterious. That breeds mystery, and it gives you that curiosity. It produces curiosity in your audience. And then the second part after you bring out that curiosity is you perform a miracle. Now, a miracle is something that people don't expect. The curiosity, the mystery is they don't know. Miracle is something that firstly they don't expect, and that's something that goes against the natural order. So a miracle can be something against the laws of physics. It could be levitation. It could be opening the ground. It could be curing the sick. By touching the hands. It could be producing food where there was none, changing water into wine. Defeating an enemy that nobody thought that you could. Just a personal transformation. Whatever it is, it's something that creates awe and reverence. So once you perform a miracle, you have that feeling inside from your audience that they look at you with this this you're superior. There must be something great about you. You're almost like a deity. That's halfway there. And then the authority, so it's MMA, mystery, curiosity, miracle, and authority. Authority is the last stage of both the cultist and the scammer. So once you have that curiosity, you have the reverence. So the last thing is just practicing authority. And once you exercise that authority, it breeds, submission and compliance into, your prey or your target. Yes. So those are the three cornerstones of scams and of cults. You use your mystery. Cults don't rely on the miracle as well, although to some extent, but the miracle aspect of it is telling you, oh, I only put $5 and I got 5,000. That's a financial miracle, but it's not a miracle per se like the religious cults, but it's still a miracle. It's a mortal miracle. It's like a mini miracle. Okay, so Mr. Untouchable. Mr. is Bwana Untouchable. Yes. Guziki. It's a difficult one because it's a negation. Okay. Man, look, Mr. Untouchable, one time we're just going to have to come on, and then we're going to do this, step by step. The next one, maybe I'm going to do like just a pure Swahili lesson where we're just going to do as much as Swahili as we can. So I like to break down. Ha is opposite. So Kiswahili, if we're saying tuenda, hatuendi. The opposite of something, you add HA to it. Okay, so ha is the opposite, and then guza is to touch. See, I give you the full thing. I don't just teach you. I teach you where it comes from. So haguziki, ha is the opposite of something. So guza is to touch, and ziki is to kuziki. So basically, let me see if I can explain it. So untouchable. So Mr. Let's start with that. So Mr. is, oh man, I do enjoy teaching Kiswahili, even though I wish I had like more time, and I'm hoping I'm not going to staying too far away from, the topic. But Mr. is Bwana, and Guza is to touch. Everything begins with the vowel, and so we have Mr. is Bwana, so Mr. Untouchable. Guza is to touch. The her part, since he's Mr. Untouchable, he's not one that you can touch easily, so he has the untouchable. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so the un part is her. Guziki is to touch. Yes. So Bwana Haguziki. Okay, there you go. So Mr. Untouchable, the Mr. part is Bwana. Bwana is Mr. And then that it says Guza is to touch. So that's the verb. And this one is more complicated than, the na, li, ta, a sense, because this one is more a description, not a sentence, So, there you go. Okay, so Bwana, Guza is touch, and then in Kiswahili, if you're saying the opposite of something, is you add, for most things, you add ha. So I'll give you another one. Enda is to go, and haendi is, I told you that in Kiswahili there's no difference between she and he. So yeah, so haendi is she, he is not going. Just to give you an example, so that you don't think I'm making things up and just, you don't want to go to somebody and say, oh, I was told that this was this, and then they're like, we don't know what the hell you're talking about. But yeah, Bwana Haguziki, that means that Mr. Untouchable, you cannot touch him. All right, you go. So yeah, go and flex, that on some Swahili people. They're like, whoa, all right. So, just to give you the rule, how the rule works. So enda is the verb is to go. So if you say haendi, you enter the ha is not, so you're not going. So haendi is he, she, is not going. So haendi is not going. So in this case, you do change the ender to endi because you're negating it. But when you see the ha part, it means that somebody is the opposite of that. So the un part of untouchable is the ha part of that name. Okay, so I hope you get because Kiswahili is easy to learn, as once you know the different parts of the sentences, the verb is always the most important. So once you know that the verb that we're working with is guza, which is to touch, then you can negate it, which is haguziki is untouchable, and haguziki is that untouchable part of it. So you take the guza, and guziki is the touchability, the able, touch able. Yeah, I hope I'm not breaking it too much down, but you're saying that it's untouchable, so it's a quality of it. So that's why you say haguziki, because the key, like we said in Kiswahili, key denotes the substance of something. So like you say, Swahili is the people, Kiswahili is the people of the Swahili. So ki is the aspect of Swahili. So when you say guza is to touch, guziki is the touching, concept of it. So that's the key part of it. So Swahili is the language, Kiswahili, Swahili is the people, Kiswahili are the people connected to the language. So guza is touch, guziki, the key part of it is the untouchability aspect of it. Sorry, I can just get into unnecessary details, but there you go. The final is Bwana, Mr. Haguziki, ha, not Guza, touch, Ziki is able. So Mr. Untouchable. Wow, Mr. Untouchable, you owe me for that. At least say thank you in Kiswahili. Can you? Bwana Haguziki, unaweza kusema asante na Kiswahili? Sema asante na Kiswahili. Ha? Sema asante na Kiswahili. That means sema is say. Oh man, you know what? This is my last. Sema is say. Asante, you already know, is thank you. Sema say asante is thanks or thank you. It doesn't matter. It's thanks. In is in. Na sema asante na Kiswahili. Asante is in, is na. And then Kiswahili is obviously, Swahili. So sema is say, asante is thanks, na is Kiswahili. All right. So, that's how you say it. Bwana Haguziki. Yes. Now you know. Okay, well, that's our lesson for the day, both Swahili and in terms of the deprogramming. And yeah, I could do a whole 10 sessions of deprogramming, but basically it comes in many forms. And today we are talking about the scams, and the difference between a scam and a cult is, I guess, the deification of it and the goals and aims of it, because we didn't get to the romance scams. I was hoping to talk about some of the online scams and so on, but we didn't get to that. That's for maybe part 2. So today we only did the metaphysical scams. Next, the romantic ones will come next week. But in terms of the difference between a scam and a cult, is that cults usually tend to have a definite end to it, whether it's immediate or later. Some of them says, the end of the world is coming. We all have to kill ourselves so that we can be raised up in the spaceship that's coming to collect us all. Or, we have to kill ourselves because God is coming on the end of the world, and so on and so forth. That's one of the ways. There's always an end game to a cult, which is, the end of the people as we know them, or, going forth to an past and afterlife after this. So cults usually center on a leader who has charm, who has certain aspects of charisma and so on, and people follow him, and with metaphysical reasons. A scam doesn't have to be that deep. A scammer just wants your money. They don't care what you think of them until they get your money. Before they scam you, they will also, they'll always, they're confidence people. So they'll gain your confidence. They'll tell you, what you need to do. They'll distract you so that they lead you to your distraction and so on. But they don't want you necessarily to believe in them. That they don't want you to, put your faith and your everything into them. They just want you to give them, your money. There's different kinds of scams. Gastimap talked about the scams of, believing that we have countries or that we're free, or, that we have, that we have certain things, or that we have control of our lives. That's the way that, the scammers get you. They say, we'll give you one thing, or they have you believe in one thing. But basically, a scammer doesn't want you to know that you're being conned until you have given up all your money or whatever they want from you. Once they get all you want, like, if they want your land, they want your economy, they want your people, they want your labor, they want your free products, or they just want your market. They want you, like the British wanted with African and Caribbean countries and the former colonies. They want us to believe that we're free, while in the meantime, they're still taking advantage of us, just like France wants to believe that these colonies, they want them to believe they're free, while meanwhile, all the African countries, including Haiti, still paid tons and tons of money to their former colonies. So that's what a scam is. Somebody basically leading you to believe one thing while you're acting in a different way. So somebody can scam you into believing that you're buying property, where they're just taking your money and giving you, fake documents or whatever. Somebody can scam you that, you're in a relationship. Meanwhile, they're just taking you for all you have, and they're lying to you and everybody else that, and other people as well. So a scam is basically, somebody, they use the same tricks as a scammer, and cultists do the same things, but a scammer, keeps it down to earth. They don't need to promise you, heaven and earth. They don't need to promise you salvation and, all these other, vague promises. They just have to give you one promise, and it's still the same, just like with the cards, the need and the greed. Once they figure out what you need and how greedy you are, what price you're willing to pay for, for your morality or for you giving in, that's all they need. Then, and they are pathological. One thing that, as MG2 says, scammers are pathological. Kenyans are not scammers, by the way. This was just gassed them up, just, trying to malign the good name of Kenyans, which is absolutely not true. Oni was there also trying to egg him on, but no, Kenyans are wonderful, good people, and only Nigerians are scammers. But yeah, so no, Kenyans are, as we said, Kenyans are upright, good citizens, and you should not be ever, skeptical about anything that a Kenyan, including me, tells you. Yeah, so that's the main thing between a scammer and a cultist. A cultist wants you to believe in him beyond the mortal life. A scammer just wants you to believe him or her for as long as they're trying to get your money, and then once they get your money, boom, they're gone. Oh, yeah, that's the quote I was talking about, that people warned against Nigerian, and Nigerian will steal your shoes while you're wearing your socks. That's that's what we were told. All of Africa, we were warned against the Nigerian scammers. A Nigerian will steal your socks while you're wearing your shoes. And we talked about some of the principles that scammers use. One of them was the dishonesty principle. That one is getting you to do something, shady or illegal. And then once you do that, now, they hold you hostage for your, for your deception. Let's say you broke a few rules, and now they know that, you're not all the way up there, when it comes to legality. So they tell you, look, we know that you cheated on, your taxes, or, you crossed a few too many, you didn't cross all the T's and or whatever. So, now you have to do this for us. You don't want to be exposed. So yeah, they will use, they will use their, the information about you. But the first thing that they always have to do as a scammer is to know you thoroughly. If you're going to prey on somebody, and that's, not just a prey, if you're interested in somebody or taking something from somebody, even if it's a good thing, it's not always evil. But if you're interested in somebody or something, even if you're interested in a job, for example, you're going to go and do the research of the company, know what they do, what they're about, and then when you come to them, you give them something that can actually be, useful for them. Yeah, and that's the need and greed principle. You find out what people need, what their basic necessities, what they're lacking in their life, and then you give it to them what they need. And the greed principle is basically the price that people are willing to pay for, to give up their ideals. MG2 was here earlier. He said that fuel for the scammer is fear, greed, impatience, hope, and lack of knowledge of the victim. So fear, they use the victim's fear. The greed, we talked about that. The impatience, people want something quick. They want something that it give them immediate returns, and they hope that the victim does not have information. They want to have the information, and they want it to have been one-sided. They want to know about you, but you cannot know about them, or you have to know as little as you can about them. So yeah, we are scammed into believing we have countries. Yeah, our freedoms was a big scam. We were told that we were free, we were able to run our own countries, and then 2 decades later, IMF and the structural adjustment programs and these sanctions come upon us, and we realize that we're not as free as we thought. We're still under the the control of foreign governments. MD2 said earlier, one of the greatest tools of a scammer is the ability to understand and use the emotions of the victim better than the victim themselves. Exactly. The main thing about a scammer is that they are good at emotions. They are good at thinking logically, but they're good at learning the emotions of their victims. So for them, they're acting in a very logical manner. They know that if they tell you this, you're going to do this. If they, give you an opportunity, this is how you're going to react. If they prod you this way, you're going to flinch that way. So this is they know you well enough to know how to to manipulate you emotionally. But while they're doing that, they are staying completely logical. They're in their right minds. They're not being triggered. They're not being impulsive, unless it that impulsivity is a way to get their way. But they do think. Oh, no, let's take that off. But they do plan. They do plan for both. You saying yes and you saying no. They plan on having an answer for everything. Ahead of time. So the scammer wants the scammy to be somebody who's naive, who even once they're caught, you will think that you learned your lesson, you lower your guard, and then they'll get you again. So a scam is not a one-time thing; it's actually continuous. And the first time that you're scammed, you'll actually be at you'll think that you'll be ready or cautious for the next one, but actually most people who get scammed don't just get scammed once, they get scammed twice, thrice, and however many times somebody's willing to put in it. And one of the reasons for that is, like I said, you think that now that you do better, but that's not always the case. You have to actually put in an active effort to to protect yourself. You just can't say, oh, because I know now I'm protected. Knowledge is not enough for for this, because a scam is not a logical thing. It's not something that you have to go through your head. It's actually, most of the time, it's an emotional reaction rather than just thinking it through. That's why people are surprised when intelligent people, lawyers, doctors, engineers, architects, all these people are scammed. Even psychologists. Last week we talked about the scam that is targeting psychologists. Even they, who have some sort of access to the human mind, they're also taken in by certain scams that are precisely aimed at them. Rich people, you'd think that because they have made their money, they're more cautious, or they're more on the lookout for the scammers. But no, rich people are also taken in, just as well as clever people, just as well as middle-aged people, just as well as, in fact, the only people who are not as much accessible to the scammers are a few young people, and the very, very old people, because even old people get taken in by different scams. So basically, you have to be able to not just know, what is out there, but already, not just logically, but you have to be in charge of your emotions. You have to be able to contain your emotions, not just rely on your logical thinking, not just think that, oh, well, I'm clever, or, I'm not trusting easily, or I'm skeptical. There's nothing in anybody's makeup that says you are immune to being scammed. You're immune to being, taken in by a con artist. You're immune from joining a cult or any other, cultish organization. None of us are, none of us. If we were so great, all our people would never have been taken in. So it's not a matter of intelligence, or a matter of it's a matter of your mindset, of being, on the knowing who you are, firstly, being able to defend who you are, and not being able to just be swayed by anybody who comes in. That's why you have to be confident in your ideals. There's some things that you can change your mind about, but there are some things that even if you're not sure, even if you see somebody turn water into wine, you're not going to start believing that water is wine. So sometimes we also have to be more discerning that, not everything that we don't know is necessarily the truth. If we have not gotten answers to something, we shouldn't be so eager to get certainty that we're willing to trade that for truth. because some people, they just want to, they just want to have that, that faith. They want to be told, given the answers to life's questions, to meanings and all that stuff. They don't have, the leisure or the privilege of philosophical, abstractions. Not everybody has the chance to sit back and just to read for leisure. Most people have, they go to work, they work long hours, they get home, they're just tired, they don't have time to think. And that's the way it's, the system is constructed, so that you don't push too much effort into thinking. You just do as you do, and you laugh and go to sleep, basically. So it's not something that, says that, oh, because you're this way, then you must be dumb or stupid or, backwards or so on. In fact, as we have seen, it's mostly the educated classes who get scammed the most, especially intellectually and physically. The elites are usually the first one to, to adopt a foreign system, whether religion, political, or communal. They are the ones, the first to betray, not to betray, but to give up their culture and so on. So just because you are in the educated elite class does not mean that you are more immune to being scammed. You're more immune to to this clever bullshit, so to speak. So, and also this idea of similarity. Sometimes you think that because somebody is similar to you, whether in religion, whether in occupation, you're in the same area, or you're in the same sports, or you have similar interests, that does not mean that somebody is necessarily, sharing the same, politics as you. There's some things that you can be in common, and that's what we as Africans, we always make that confusion that, oh, because you're in the same club as somebody, you're in the same religion, you're in the same country, you're in the same this and that you share certain things in common, or you both like tennis, therefore that person is a cool one. Unfortunately not. They, other people know how to separate the different aspects of their lives. They know how to be religious and they know how to be racist at the same time. They know how to work with you in the same room, but when you leave off, they know how to tie a noose and lynch. They know how to, smile at you at work and, go home and write horrible things, racist things on the internet. So people know how to, to separate themselves from their, their lives, their money, their work, and so on, and their personal lives. But we seem not to be able to do that. We just look at everybody as if, oh, we all one, we all get along. This person, it's nice because they seem nice. But seeming and that's just a feeling. You can only feel. Knowing something for sure, knowing that this person is a good person, that's a whole different thing than just feeling. Sometimes your feeling can be right, sometimes it can be wrong. You should just always just feel paranoid towards anybody. That's just a general thing. Or cautious, let's not say paranoid, but as a rule of law, you should just be cautious around everyone. And that is something that we should also impart to the next generation, especially the children. If we know about something called stranger danger, you're not even told why this stranger is bad for your children, but you already tell your children, don't just go off with anybody. So why would you as an adult forget that lesson, that very important lesson, that you're not just supposed to trust anybody who tells you, oh, your mother sent me to come pick you up after school today. We have to be a little bit more discerning in even in adulthood. You don't just think, if you could not trust an adult when you're a child, how are you going to trust an adult when you yourself are an adult? At least trust yourself before you put that trust into somebody else. And if you knew as a child that your parents told you, be careful of somebody trying to be nice to you, then why are we so trusting when it comes to us as adults? Do we forget the lessons that we learned as children, and we were children then? So how are we still so backwards when we know that as children, that not all, not everybody has your best interests in mind, and even some people actually have the opposite. So we have to think that as adults, you're not going to be just suspicious of everyone, but you're going to handle yourself in a way that you can be in control of the information that you give out, and you can be more discerning of the information that you take in. So yes, so once again, Bwana Haguziki. Yes, you got yours. Asante sana. So once again, I think this is, we'll call it the end for today. It's been a good session. If somebody wants to hop in, for a few minutes, you're more than welcome to do so. I always enjoy a good conversation. I enjoy, people bringing in new shades to the conversation. I especially enjoy MG2 when he tells the stories. Go back and listen to it. He had a good story today about the bear and the wolf and so on. But yeah, we do need those stories to tell our own stories. We need to share these insights with other people, and to expand our knowledge. I would love to learn a little bit more about the Caribbean. What are some of the things that you do out there? Because we don't know about it. We always just forget the Caribbeans when you talk about the BA. It's always the Africans, FBA versus AA or whatever, A versus FBA. So it's good that we have a wider network of people to share and to learn from. So I appreciate everyone who came in today. Thank you so much to Dugu Focused. Yes, he was the very, very first one. When people say first, yeah, that was him today. And thank you, Revolutionary Matron. It's always a pleasure to have you. Oni was here. Well, I don't know if he's still here, but Oni from the pro-Black perspective was here. So was MG2. MG2 actually came on the panel, so that was great. Gus the Map was here. Well, hold on. Okay, I'll let that one stay up there. But Gus the Map was here. Much appreciated. Yeah, so we had, and MG2 actually came on the panel and gave us some really good, thought-provoking wisdom about, us as a people, where, our psychology as both individuals and as a group, and some of the tricks and tactics that we fall for. So, oh yes, Brother Bakari was here for sure. For sure, that was great guy in Hollywood, made an appearance. Koku was here. You should all write on the wall. So and so was here. And finally, oh yes, and we definitely had our dear sister, Vital Vegetarian. Cicero was here. So I thank you all for, and of course, now I won't even tell, for today, I won't even call you with the English name. I will just call you Bwana Haguziki. That's Mr. Untouchable. So do not touch him. Usimguze. Yeye Haguziki. Okay, let me write that. That one was too cool. Usimguze. Kwa sababu yeye haguziki. Okay, Mr. Untouchable, that one is dedicated to you. It says, and the translation of it is, do not touch him because he is untouchable. And there you go. So, okay, I'll expand on that, but another time. But usimguze, this do not usi. Like I was saying with ha, the symbol ha is the negation. So untouchable will be negation of touchable. So haguziki is untouchable. And then usimguze means do not usimguze. Si is the negation of umguze. So usimguze, do not touch him. Kwa sababu is kwa sababu means because yeye, him or her, but him, there's no difference. We don't have he and her in Kiswahili, but because he or she, he, in this case, haguziki, untouchable. So don't touch him because he is untouchable, or do not touch him because he is untouchable. So yes, that's, you got it. All right, good. I'm glad. Okay, so that was our program for today, about scams, cults. The similarities between the two, the main similarity is, this idea that somebody has unequal information. They know and you don't, and they're going to give you something that you're not going to get anywhere. So in the matter of cults, is the idea of mystery, it's the idea of miracle, and it's the idea of authority. So once you have those MMA, the mystery, and the mystery breeds curiosity, the miracle breeds awe or reverence, and the authority breeds submission. So once you have these three, the mystery, the miracle, and the authority, you can pretty much create your own cult. You can use that to build your own scam. Once you create the mystery, and then or you bring authority, you give a doctor or somebody in the field, an expert, and then you have your authority. So mystery, miracle, or authority, those are the three foundations of cults and scams. And then after that, once you got people's trust, then you can pretty much sway them and socially engineer them to do or to act and behave as you wish. And so the lesson is not to scam other people. The lesson is basically to arm yourself against those who wish to to take advantage of you. We never ever been taught about justice or stand. Yeah, we don't really know. We haven't been taught about justice, about conscience, about standing up for yourself and being against those people who want to take advantage of you. And they're not thinking about you. They're not thinking about morality or God. They're still wondering why is it that the whole nature or God or life is against them, and that's why they're so resistant to morality and to civilization. Okay, so having said that, asante sana everyone for joining me today. It has been a pleasure. It has been an honor. Thank you especially to MG2 Gastimap, who joined us on the panel today, and to everyone on the panel, on the comment section. Thank you so much, from Mr. Untouchable to Ndugu Focused, Brother Bakari, Sister Rowitol, Sister the Revolutionary Matron, and I hope I'm not forgetting anyone here. Of course, Ezulizim. Oh man, Ezulizim, I missed you. You should have come on. I always enjoy your passionate, impassioned opinions and thoughts. I wish you had come on, but hopefully we'll get you next time. Oh, before I go, I know there's only 3 of you left, but I wondered if this is just a quick poll until I learn how to do the proper polls, like a survey internetation. I will ask you this: should we broadcast at a later time? Would you prefer? Let me see. How do I do it? Would you prefer a later time? Because right now we will start at around 6:30 Eastern. Right now it's at 6:30 Eastern. It's not easy to type and talk, but right now we're starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. And should we go later than that? Start at maybe 7:30. And I'm only asking because in the East Coast, we are 3 hours earlier than you guys, so it's earlier for us. So just let me know if you prefer a later time. Should we start later for everybody, or should we keep it at 6:30 an hour later? Or should we keep it at 6:30? Oh, so if you still are okay with the 6:30. Type 1 for 6:30, which we started today, 6:35. Type 1 for 6:30 and type 2 for 7. 7:30. If you're on the East Coast, I think most of you are on the East Coast. Yes. So let me know. Let me know if this time is still a good one, or if we should have it a little bit later, of 7:30. 30. I'll see if I can have like a community tab or something, if we can vote for it. It's still pretty new, so we can adjust the time for everyone's conveniences. Right now we're still sort of a small group, so we can still manage to work on everyone's time. But yeah, I would like what's most convenient, because even for me, I do have to start a little bit earlier at 3:30. I would prefer to start maybe at 5, after 5, after the work week, but that's okay. So let me know if you have a preference one way or the other, and if not, we'll just keep it to 6:30 for the same time for next time. Yes, but once again, thank you. Oh, yeah, that was supposed to be 7:30. 7:30. Yeah, so okay, so we have 2 for 7:30. Focus says 2 for 7:30. Is there another? Is there another vote, or he'll just take it unanimously? Okay. You win by being the only vote. You know what? I should have asked earlier, when everybody else was in. So I'll do maybe a short program in between. No, how do we do community tabs? If we can get people to just vote during the week, and then we'll see about changing the time. But I know that in the East Coast, you guys are later than us, 3 hours depending. So I don't mind doing it later. I just thought that I didn't want everyone to stay out too late, especially in the West Coast. But maybe I guess New York, they say, is the city that never sleeps. So I guess you guys are just up all night, and you have your subway running until the wee hours of the morning. See, in California, our trains, when we do have them, they only go until 9:30. Yeah, I think that was the latest train that I saw going to Los Angeles. 9:30 at night, that's when you're supposed to stop traveling. And then on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday, the last train to and from LA is around 8 p.m. So yeah, if you miss if you don't get there by 9 p.m., that's it. You're just going to have to sleep in LA for that day. So we pretty, we're not late night people. Even our clubs close at 2 a.m. That is 2 a.m., 2 hours after midnight. So you're not just going to be there, drinking and reveling until morning. No. See, California, we have work to do. And tomorrow you have somewhere to go. So we're not just going to be up all night just partying and drinking for the sake of it. So yeah, we close at 2, so we try to start things early. But I'm a night person. I don't mind staying up late if I have to. I have been known to wake up in the middle of the night to do a show. That's on Swahili Nation. So on Swahili Nation, I woke up at 3 a.m. in the morning, and that was that. So yeah, I'm a flexible person. I win. Okay, you take your win. All right, Goku, you win that one. So next week we will start at deprogramming. We'll start at 7:30 East African. No, at East African time. That's crazy. That will be Eastern. The African. Hold on, I'm typing. At Okay, so now I can actually do the 30-minute the 30-minute times because we have our time. Okay. So tomorrow, the next week, well, maybe not next week, but the next time we'll be on, we'll do at 7:30 Eastern time. I didn't get the E there, but we'll do 7:30 Eastern time and hopefully end not too late after that. So, yay. Okay, so that's it for today. Thank you all. It has been a wonderful session. And I hope, amen. I can't just read that in the Asante, kila mtu. Asante kila mtu, that one you should know. Thank you all for joining. Asante sana. And we will, and oh man, I'm a numbers geek. So it's now 5:53. We have been on since 5:53. I will ramble on until we get to, I'll try to get it to 5:55 exactly. So we're about a minute and something. It's now 5:53. So I'll try to end it at exactly 5:55. We'll see. The last after talk we did with Ezuli was here and D-Web from the Hash Reality podcast. We had the time we ran until 3:33. It was almost like 3:33, but it was like 3:33:38. So I want this one to be 5:55. Let's say if we can end there. So once again, I'll just go ahead and say the thanks. Sister Rorital was here, Ndugu Focus was here, Bwana Hamuziki, that's Mr. Untouchable for you guys, was here. Who else was here? Yes, the matron was here. Thank you for joining. Where's the matron? The matron was here. Okay, we're about 10 seconds away. So once again, we end like we started with gratitude. Well, when we start with beseeching the ancestors. When we end, we passed it. When we end with gratitude for a good conversation, for everything that we learned, for the people who joined us, for the company, the wisdom, the information, the knowledge, and for just being in the presence of our people, for being able to talk, being able to connect, being able to be part of a group. Sometimes we take these things for granted. We don't realize that even the opportunity to be together is a privilege. And so to everyone, do please subscribe to all the members of KWAZ team. We have the matron on Mondays at 5 p.m., 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. California. We have Brother Bakari. We have the Focused Radio. Well, they come in during the week. We have Brother Oni from the Pro-Black Perspective on Sundays. And of course, Shoot the Breeze. You have to join for that one. And that's with on Saturdays with Koku and the whole panel. And yes, so we have Shoot the Breeze, we have Matron, we have Oni, we have D-Web with the Hash Reality podcast, we have Brother Bakari and Brother Focused on Team Black during the week. So go ahead and subscribe to everyone. And oh man, we passed it. I was hoping for 5:55. We are now on 5:56, but that's okay. So we'll end there. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for your comments, for sharing, for your thoughts and opinions. And once again, much gratitude to the ancestors. And we hope that we have provided and given something to our descendants. We don't just take, we take with the aim to give it forward, to pay it forward to those who will come after us, so that we can, share with them what we learned, and they can take it and make something more from it. So with that said, again, asante sana to the ancestors, Wababa na Wanyanya, those are our ancestors, and we pray for the descendants, those who will come after us, that they will carry on the fight and that we will be worthy of what we got from our ancestors. So with that said, asante sana kila mtu kwa kuja, for coming, and kwa kutusaidia, for your support. Thank you so much and have a lovely week, and I'll see you again on one of our many, many, many shows. Kwaheri and asante. Asante means goodbye. So kwaheri means go with blessings. So go with blessings. Thank you. Asante sana everyone, and we'll see you again. Don't get scammed. Peace. Amani.